Chapter 235. Oh no. Zhao Yi's face turned pale. Zhao Yi's expression changed, turning slightly pale. These warriors are all god kings. There are also quite a few quasi-saints and saints. Her words were trembling. Not to mention sages, even absolute saints and even supreme saints had shown themselves. They were all going to kill Jiang Yang. A supreme saint was already the most powerful force in the heavenly stellar realm. Other than the immortal Luan sacred land, the other forces definitely did not have a supreme saint. They were much weaker. But now, with just a wave of the other party's hand, many such powerhouses appeared to kill Jiang Yang. She thought that this group of people was here to welcome Jiang Yang. She did not expect that they had been waiting here for a long time to kill Jiang Yang. This scene made Jiang Yang frown. Although he was surprised, it was not to the extent that he was shocked. "If you dare to attack me, you will regret it," he said to Yu Mingkong. At this time, he still thought that Yu Mingkong was the successor of the human ancestor palace. "Cut the crap. You must die today." Yu Mingkong's reply was short and cold. Fog began to appear between heaven and earth. It became blurry like a chaotic fog, shrouding this place. At the same time, she opened a golden decree. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled. Sword and tent shot into the sky from the decree. In the blink of an eye, a sword pierced through the sky. Chaos filled the air. It was as thick as a mountain ridge, like billions of stars exploding. That vast and terrifying energy was enough to destroy everything. Just the aftermath alone turned many mountains around the valley into dust. At the same time, she also attacked, wanting to kill Jiang Yang. Whoosh! Her robe fluttered and divine light shone. 5-colored divine light shot into the sky. The huge mountains around her were lifted and then turned into dust in the air. You are not the successor of the human ancestor palace?" Seeing this, Jiang Yang frowned. Then, his originally calm expression suddenly changed. He was not stupid. At this time, he felt that this person had little to do with the human ancestor palace. She just wanted to kill him. All his previous guesses were wrong. And he was stupid enough to send himself to her? This made Jiang Yang's expression turn a little ugly. Things were once again out of his control. Who was it that had used the human ancestor hall's secret technique to inform him of his location? Damn it, who is the one who is scheming against me? At this time, Jiang Yang had no time to react. With his current realm, it was impossible for him to resist such a blow. Not to mention that there was a group of golden armored warriors around. It could be called an inescapable net. 650 wang. Thinking of this, Jiang Yang's face became very cold and he began to make hand seals. Waves and waves of light rose behind him. Brilliant and dazzling, grand and majestic, it was as if numerous suns were about to rise. That was a great golden imprint that was incomparably dazzling. It suddenly appeared in the sky, floating there, strand after strand of divine light scattering down. These were the most powerful natural laws and orders. Even continents could be easily crushed. However, with his current strength, it was very difficult for him to fully awaken the gods. Immortal Luan Seal? Yu Mingkong recognized the weapon almost immediately. The god in it was awakening, and it was about to unleash the peerless power of a supreme weapon. It was definitely the only one in the entire heavenly stellar realm. It was the supreme artifact of supreme immortal Luan. However, her expression did not panic. Instead, it became even colder. Clang! 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 Accompanied by the sound, it was as if heavenly soldiers were forging. This place was filled with a holy and transcendent aura. She took out an incomparably holy golden divine sword. The god inside it awakened on its own and did not need her to activate it. Quasi-supreme weapon. What a good preparation. Who is it that wants to kill me? Jiang Yang's expression changed again. The immortal Luan seal that he used to protect his life seemed to have lost its sense of security. Rumble. Soon, terrifying fluctuations erupted in an instant. It was as if stars were exploding one after another, and it was as if star fields were flying away one after another. It was as if billions of chaotic waves were slamming down, as if layers of universes were crashing down, directly shattering the void in this place. Bang! The next moment, Jiang Yang spat out blood and flew backward. His body was covered in blood, and his body exploded, smashing a large mountain range. He was severely injured and looked extremely pathetic. Not only was he attacked by Yu Mingkong, but he also had to be wary of the golden armored warriors. He had a supreme artifact, but he could not use even 1/10,000th of its power. He could not even fight against a quasi-supreme artifact. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" Zhang Yang shouted coldly. He wanted to know the origin of Yu Mingkong. However, Yu Mingkong was unmoved and continued to attack. She felt that she might be able to kill him here today and get rid of this big trouble for Guchanga. At this time, Zhang Yang also made the best choice. He gritted his teeth again and broke the seal on the immortal Luan seal unwillingly. Then he fled into the distance. Zhang Yang stepped on the general trend of this place and broke through the obstacles in front of him with the immortal Luan seal. Except for Yu Mingkong, who was holding a quasi-supreme artifact, the others could not stop him at all. "Zhang Yang, save me." He even had the means to bring along the extremely miserable Zhao Yi on the other side, intending to break out of the encirclement. Yu Mingkong naturally noticed Zhang Yang's action of breaking the immortal Luan seal. For the reincarnation of the human ancestor, the immortal Luan seal was more important than his life, because it was not certain that he could cultivate the immortal Luan seal every time he reincarnated. This meant that Zhang Yang was already panicking. He was in a mess and could not distinguish between the priorities. "Pass my order to all the sacred mountains and forbidden areas. Start a dark rebellion. The target is the immortal Luan sacred ground. Their disciples stole the spiritual items of the sacred mountains. Ask them to hand over Zhang Yang." Then Yu Mingkong's eyes were cold and indifferent. She waved her hand and ordered the people behind her. Her original intention was to delay the human ancestor's return. Now that he had broken the immortal Luan seal to borrow power, it was exactly what she wanted. After that, Yu Mingkong continued to chase forward. She did not intend to let Zhang Yang go. If she could kill him, that would be the best. While many cultivators and forces in the outside world were panicking and discussing crazily, in the depths of the heavenly feather lake, the immortal mist was ethereal and extremely blurry. The lake water was clear, and incomparably tall green lotuses were growing. The lotus leaves were like wash basins, receiving the essence of heaven and earth and the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars. Strands of it fell here like a boundless waterfall, accompanied by a monstrous demonic aura. A blurry and slender figure, surrounded by immortal qi and demonic qi, was sitting there cross-legged. A Tao treasure bottle floated above his head. Black light flickered, and the Tao intertwined, turning into a mysterious and terrifying scripture. If a cultivator saw this scene, they would definitely widen their eyes in shock. It was hard to believe that there was someone in the depths of the heavenly ascension lake. Of course, this figure was naturally Guchanga. He closed his eyes slightly, and black and white divine light flowed in his eyes. Numerous black talisman markings were casually struck out by him and branded in all directions. They were like numerous dazzling little black suns, and he intended to reverse the general situation here. Soon after that, Guchanga opened his eyes, looking a bit confused. "I received Zhang Yang's providence points for no reason. Looks like Yu Mingkong's plan succeeded. With her means, even Zhang Yang would have to lose a layer of skin if he wants to escape. In that case, Zhang Yang's providence has been affected." Guchanga planned to ask Yu Mingkong to help him stall Zhang Yang for a few more days. However, according to the system's notification, he underestimated Yu Mingkong's means. At this time, Zhang Yang was probably being hunted down by her. Under Guchanga's plan, Zhang Yang thought that the successor of the human ancestor hall had found him. So he left the immortal Luan sacred ground where he had been hiding and came outside. As a reborn person, Yu Mingkong should know a lot about Zhang Yang's means. With layers of arrangements, even if Zhang Yang was the reincarnation of the human ancestor, he would have to admit defeat. However, with Yu Mingkong's means, it would be difficult for her to kill Zhang Yang. However, it seems that the human ancestor has put in a lot of effort for the things in the heavenly lake. He even set up many destruction Tao laws. Tisk. Just the outermost area alone has 3 Supreme Saint-level ferocious beasts and a Supreme Saint-level headless horseman guarding it. It's a pity that this little trick can stop others, but it can't stop me. Guchanga glanced at the many runes nearby but did not touch them. The commotion that had been caused in the outside world these days was naturally his doing. With his current means, it was not difficult for him to sneak into the deepest area. When they were in the immortal ancient continent, under the eyes of so many old monsters and antiques, they had done that. He could also calmly go into the immortal sect and steal the immortal essence without anyone noticing. The arrangements in the heavenly ascension lake were much worse than the path in the immortal sect. After all, the environment was completely different. The rules here would not allow too much power to exceed the burden of this world. It could be said that the difficulty was reduced by many times. Gu Chang'e was proficient in spatial talents and was very good at hiding. Therefore, he thought for a while and created the illusion that he had already died. At the same time, he could deceive everyone and not alarm the human ancestors' other arrangements. On the other hand, he could also let the living beings and cultivators outside know how difficult it was in retreat, so that they would not come and disturb his plan. Of course, Gu Chang'e was more thinking about beating Zhang Yang at his own game. Didn't Zhang Yang want to scheme against him? This was exactly what he wanted. He could take advantage of this period of time to steal the opportunity that Zhang Yang had painstakingly planned for many lifetimes. Wouldn't that be great? At the same time, he could add the last bit of oil to the falling out between Yao Yao and Zhang Yang. Gu Chang'e only needed to sit here and reap the benefits, waiting for Zhang Yang to come and deliver his head, and reap the last bit of value he had left. Rumble. Then, the 8 Desolation demonic halberd appeared and awakened on its own. With a monstrous demonic aura, it destroyed many of the array patterns in front of it. Gu Chang'e continued to work, changing the rules of the general situation, making the formation patterns work for him. In the deepest area, an extremely special green lotus was spreading its lotus leaves. Strands of chaotic aura wrapped around it, deeply rooted at the bottom of the lake. It was as if the world was dead and the universe was destroyed. Nirvana green lotus. It was just that it was not mature yet. Looking at it from afar, Gu Chang'e's mind flashed with all kinds of thoughts. The last buzz. He chose to take a step forward. Even if it was not mature yet, he had to occupy it first. The great Tao treasure bottle appeared of its own accord, resisting the terrifying pressure for him. His bones cracked. Gu Chang'e even heard the rumbling sound of ancient worlds rotating. It was as if they could crush people. But as the great Tao treasure bottle fell, these lotus leaves scattered one by one. He stepped into them and then sat down cross-legged. The lotus leaves closed, and all the aura fluctuations gradually disappeared. Soon, only a single green lotus was left standing on the vast and empty surface of the lake. Silence reigned, and Gu Chang'e's current state was very strange. His demon heart beat, blood spurted out, and made a terrifying sound like a giant drum. At the same time, there was a desire to devour. In a daze, Gu Chang'e saw a lotus seed the size of a thumb. Its surface was wrapped with mysterious and ancient marks. It was like the embodiment of the great Tao, and also like the condensation of rules. It was as if it was floating in the boundless void. Around him was a chaotic scene. At the beginning of the primordial chaos, he could even see the traces of time and the flow of the long river of time. As the lotus seed fell, the embryonic forms of worlds bloomed in the chaos, and then evolved into a vast and boundless world. But in the end, as he opened his mouth and swallowed the lotus seed, a terrifying black hole swallowed the universe. Many scenes began to collapse and shatter. At this time, his inner world began to evolve. A sublimation of the level. The inner world transformed into an innerverse. Gu Chang'e's most direct feeling was that he could control the power of the world. His palm contained the universe, and his fist contained the universe. Even his cultivation base broke through to the saint realm. What's going on? What happened? This aura. Could it be that the thing in the ancient book has finally been obtained by this demon? Could it be that the human ancestors' plan has really become a wedding dress? Jiang Chuchu, who was in the inner world, watched as the inner world was drowned by the turbulent chaos. Only the heavenly court that stood in the sky remained unchanged. At this moment, she couldn't help but be shocked and couldn't maintain her calm. In the end, her face turned pale, and she fell on the bluestone as if in despair. She was in a daze. Impossible. Didn't I already warn the human ancestors' reincarnation? He has so many backup plans. Are they all useless? Zhang Chuchu couldn't believe what she saw. Or was it that Guchanga was so powerful that he could ignore the human ancestors' backup plans? She couldn't stop these things at all. Everything was evolving and developing in the direction that Guchanga had described. In the next few days, a major event that swept through the entire heaven region happened again, alarming many forces and races. Countless cultivators and creatures were so scared that their faces turned pale. A terrifying dark upheaval suddenly broke out. There were no signs. In the various sacred mountains and forbidden areas, there were ancient existences who said that a young disciple of the immortal Luan Holy Land had stolen their divine item and demanded that the immortal Luan Holy Land hand him over. Many terrifying old antiques, whose cultivation base had reached the Saint Realm, began to awaken and attack the immortal Luan Holy Land. Many people guessed that this matter might just be an excuse, and that disciple was just a small lead. The various sacred mountains and forbidden areas had always wanted to attack the immortal Luan Holy Land. It was just that they hadn't done it yet. Now even the immortal Luan Holy Land can't stay for long. Why did the phantom left behind by the immortal Luan Holy Land disappear? In the main hall of the immortal Luan Holy Land, the atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. Zhang Yang, who had used many methods along the way and escaped back to the immortal Luan Holy Land with serious injuries, immediately felt a strong sense of malice. The various sacred mountains and forbidden areas were forcing their way over. It was obvious that it was the orders of the mysterious woman that he had gotten rid of with great difficulty that day. Zhang Yang had originally planned to activate the phantom of the immortal Luan Patriarch, to cooperate with the immortal Luan Seal to fight against the mysterious woman. But he failed. Because the phantom of the immortal Luan Patriarch seemed to have disappeared. It wasn't activated by him at all. This matter caused his identity in the immortal Luan Holy Land to be reversed in an instant. Moreover, the matter of him stealing the immortal Luan Seal was also noticed by many elders of the immortal Luan Holy Land. Under internal and external troubles, a big problem almost occurred. This made Zhang Yang's expression very ugly. He was no longer as calm as before. He felt that someone was secretly plotting against him. No, at this time I have to go to the Heavenly Ascension Lake. I can't stay in the immortal Luan Holy Land anymore. Chapter 236. Zhang Yang, what's going on? Why are all the divine mountains and forbidden zones saying that you stole their divine items? The atmosphere in the main hall was oppressive and silent, like a volcano that was about to erupt. All the elders and disciples looked angry, frightened, uneasy, and panicked. It was as if a great disaster was about to befall them. The divine master of immortal Luan was the first to speak. His face was also very gloomy and angry. He stared at Zhang Yang as if he wanted to see through him completely. Now all the supreme beings had gathered outside the immortal Luan sacred land. They brought the creatures of the divine mountains and forbidden zones to the front gate and demanded that they hand over the disciple who stole the divine items that day. The dark turmoil started without warning, and the entire Qingyun region was shocked. Countless cultivators and forces were terrified. And the cause of all this was Zhang Yang. Although the outside world said that the root of the disaster had been planted long ago, and Zhang Yang's incident was just a small trigger, the divine mountains and forbidden zones took the opportunity to create chaos. But the divine master of immortal Luan knew very well that this had nothing to do with the immortal Luan sacred land. It was all caused by Zhang Yang. They had the supreme weapon to suppress their foundation. Unless the divine mountains and forbidden zones were really stupid, they wouldn't dare to attack the mountain gate at this time. Now they didn't care at all. It could only mean that what Zhang Yang did made the divine mountains and forbidden zones extremely angry. They didn't care that the immortal Luan sacred land had a supreme weapon. The divine master of immortal Luan still remembered that Zhang Yang was covered in blood when he escaped from the mountain gate a few days ago. Even Grand Supreme Elder Zhao Yi was severely injured at that time. What did this mean? It meant that the two sneaked into those forbidden divine mountains and stole their divine items. Even the supreme weapon was taken away by Grand Supreme Elder Zhao Yi. This statement was unanimously approved by all the elders of the immortal Luan sacred land. Zhang Yang, you must give us an explanation for this. Otherwise, we will suppress you today and send you outside. Several elders started to speak with cold expressions. They didn't want to be implicated for no reason because of Zhang Yang's relationship with them. Yes, it's all this guy's fault. He brought such a disaster to us. Who can stop the divine mountains? Now, even the patriarch's phantom is no longer visible. An elder was furious. I think Zhongyang was just lucky to have deceived everyone. Why don't we take this opportunity to expel him from the sect? Otherwise, it will cause an even more terrible disaster. For a time, the hall was filled with voices of berating, scolding, and blaming. At this moment, the only one who was still standing next to Zhongyang was Great Elder Zhao Yi, but she wasn't as majestic as before. A few Saint Realm ancestral ancestors also showed up. Her words had no effect at all. Zhao Yi wanted to help Zhongyang, but it was useless. She was also the only one here who still believed in Zhongyang. After all, she had witnessed Zhongyang being ambushed by the mysterious woman from the upper realm. But what was the use of her explanation? Even her position as the Grand Supreme Elder was no longer stable. The various divine mountains set me up, and you all actually believed it. Even if Ancestor Immortal Luan's projection doesn't appear, with the Immortal Luan seal suppressing everything, is there still a need to care about the various divine mountains' forbidden regions? This scene made Zhongyang, who was already in a bad mood, turn even uglier. When it rains, it pours. Now, even the Immortal Luan sacred land was messing with him. The luck of the entire Immortal Luan sacred land gradually shifted and no longer fell on him. Zhongyang even felt as if there was a pair of invisible hands snatching away his luck. This made him feel uneasy. This was the first time this feeling was so strong. He had never encountered it before. However, Zhongyang's willpower was so strong that he still forced himself to calm down. Who is scheming against me? What is the origin of the mysterious woman that day? How did she know my identity long ago? His heart was very gloomy. It's useless to say more. At this time, you still want us to be implicated by you? Take responsibility for what you've done? Hearing Zhongyang's words, the expressions of the other elders in the hall changed drastically, and they seemed even more angry. They almost pointed at Zhongyang's nose and scolded him for being shameless. The Immortal Luan sacred land had kindly nurtured him. Not only did he bring trouble to the Immortal Luan sacred land, but he also took it for granted and was ready to let everyone bear the responsibility with him? What was this? Even an ingrate would not be like this. When Zhongyang heard this, his brows furrowed even tighter, and he shouted in a low voice, "Shut up! You are simply a bunch of idiots. You can't tell right from wrong." The founder of the Immortal Luan sacred land had a deep relationship with him. Back then, he was casually enlightened by him and established this sect. Without him, where would the Immortal Luan sacred land come from? This group of idiots, and now they were blaming him? Arrogant. You are courting death. It was fine if Zhongyang did not speak. Once he spoke, it immediately made everyone even angrier. Their faces turned ashen. They did not expect that he would dare to be so arrogant. That day, when Zhongyang offended that mysterious immortal, many people were very angry with him, but because of Yao Yao's identity, they did not dare to blame Zhongyang too much. Now, with his temperament, he was really going to bring a big disaster to the Immortal Luan sacred land. At this time, there is no need to say more. Men, take Zhongyang for me, escort him to the mountain gate, and hand him over to the people from the Divine Mountain and the Forbidden Area. Today, Zhongyang will be expelled from the mountain gate. What he has done has nothing to do with the Immortal Luan sacred land. At this time, the Immortal Luan sacred leader, whose expression was extremely ugly, waved his hand and said directly at this time, he was going to take Zhongyang down. As soon as he finished speaking, a few powerful elders rushed into the hall and surrounded Zhongyang. Stop! Seeing this, Zhao Yi's expression changed slightly. She wanted to stop them, but a supreme holy ancestor snorted coldly and reached out his hand to attack her, treating her as a traitor. Recently, that mysterious immortal seemed to have died in the Heavenly Ascension Lake, causing the situation in the heavenly region to change. Many forces and cultivators were deeply affected and were ready to take action. The first to bear the brunt was naturally the Immortal Luan sacred land. Now, the forces in the outside world all knew that the cause of the dark turmoil was the Immortal Luan sacred land. If handing over Zhongyang could calm the anger of the outside world, they would be relieved. Expel me from the sect? Zhongyang's eyes flashed coldly. He did not expect the Immortal Luan sacred land to dare to do so. The Immortal Luan sacred leader's words contained a lot of magic power. In an instant it was transmitted out of the hall and reverberated under the sky outside. When everyone heard this sentence they had different expressions. Shock, confusion, realization, and so on. Zhang Yang was being expelled from the immortal Luan sacred land? It seemed that the immortal Luan sacred land was going to compromise. During this period of time, the dark turmoil broke out, and the immortal Luan sacred land became the most eye-catching place in the heavenly region. Many forces and cultivators gathered outside. Looks like the immortal Luan sacred land is smart. They know what to do at this time. Outside the mountain gate of the immortal Luan sacred land, a tall and sturdy creature with 2 horns on his head who was shrouded in thick black fog couldn't help but sneer. There was a powerful supreme holy aura on his body. He was the lord of the divine mountain. The mighty creatures were like a large black cloud, surging and surging, covering the sky and the sun. They stood in the sky and were about to kill the immortal Luan sacred land. Hand over that disciple, or the immortal Luan sacred land will be buried here today. The Lord of the Divine Mountain spoke, standing in the sky. His voice was like rolling thunder, exploding in the sky, making countless people's hearts tremble. In another direction, there were also forbidden areas and lords of divine mountains. Their auras were surging, and their chi and blood were shocking. They were about to besiege the immortal Luan sacred land. This dark turmoil swept through the heavenly region. Today it was even more eye-catching. Everyone's eyes were focused on this place. Wasn't the immortal Luan sacred leader's words expressing his attitude? Zhang Yang was expelled from the immortal Luan sacred land? Yu Mingkong's expression was deep and calm. Her figure appeared on a mountain peak, standing very far away. But everything that happened outside the immortal Luan sacred land could be seen clearly. Behind her, a group of creatures with terrifying auras knelt. They were either shrouded in precious light or had hidden runes, surrounded by rules and order. If the other experts of the heavenly region were here, they would definitely widen their eyes in shock. This group of creatures were all terrifying existences in the various divine mountains and forbidden areas. Now they were kneeling in front of a woman? This was too shocking. But this is not enough. Today, unless Zhang Yang uses all his methods, he won't be able to escape. Yu Mingkong said lightly. She knew the relationship between Zhang Yang and the immortal Luan sacred land's ancestral master, so she wouldn't underestimate Zhang Yang. She also knew how magical Zhang Yang's reincarnation seal was. The possibility of killing Zhang Yang was not high, but she could use many methods to get rid of Zhang Yang's backup plan. Now the immortal Luan sacred land had to cut ties with Zhang Yang, right? This was just as she had expected. The immortal Luan sacred land couldn't become enemies with the world because of one disciple. Her method of framing people was completely learned from Guchanga. Although she wasn't as skilled as Guchanga, it was enough to suppress Zhang Yang at this time. Then, after receiving Yu Mingkong's order, the group of kneeling experts got up one after another and rushed out of the immortal Luan sacred land. The mighty sage and supreme sage aura swept through the world, shocking all directions. Hand over that disciple, or the immortal Luan sacred land will be destroyed here today. A mighty voice sounded outside the immortal Luan sacred land. Along with the shocking murderous intent, many of the immortal Luan sacred land's disciples below turned pale. They were incomparably frightened, as if they had encountered a disaster. Rumble. A sage realm existence raised his palm and descended. The vast runes evolved into a large area of supreme laws. It was as if the blue sky had smashed down, wanting to cover everything, causing the immortal Luan sacred land's mountain-protecting array to let out a terrifying shattering sound. At the critical moment, a powerful supreme sage aura soared into the sky from the immortal Luan sacred land, blocking this palm and not letting it fall, so as not to destroy the mountain-protecting array. How terrifying was the attack of a sage realm existence! If it was in the outer realm, just the aura alone could shatter life-ancient planets. It was boundlessly powerful. At this moment, all the cultivators felt a glaring light that seemed to contain the power of countless laws exploding with a boom. In the sky, it was as if an incomparably dazzling sun had exploded. The light was incomparably dazzling, and the void was blown apart, forming a vast expanse of white. The forces and powerful existences that were secretly watching were all shocked, and their bodies were cold. Oh no, the mountain-protecting array has cracked. In the immortal Luan sacred land, Countless disciples saw this scene from afar and were stunned. Soon after, everyone was terrified and in despair. Because as the mountain protecting array broke, the creatures of the divine mountains and forbidden areas outside the immortal Luan sacred land charged in. It was supposed to be a pure land. At this moment it was full of killing intent and unwilling roars. The divine island collapsed, turning into ruined earth and broken walls. Runes surged like an ocean. The battle was fierce and blood filled the air. Everywhere was turned into ruins, and the sound of fighting could be heard everywhere. At this moment, everyone was cursing and resenting Zhang. Why did he bring such a disaster on himself and implicate them to suffer with him? Why did he have to lose his life? Zhang really deserves to die. Hurry up and hand him over to appease the anger of those divine mountains and forbidden areas. I don't want to be buried with this guy. Zhang, why don't you die? Hurry up and get Zhang out of the immortal Luan sacred land. Don't let everyone be buried with him. Everyone was cursing. For a time, a strong aura of resentment began to fill the buildings of the immortal Luan sacred land. Since you insist on doing this, then there is no need for the immortal Luan sacred land to exist today. In the main hall, seeing that someone was attacking him, Zhang Yang's expression suddenly became very cold. He had already given the immortal Luan sacred land a last chance. He originally planned to force back the enemies outside before heading to the heavenly feather lake. But at this time, the immortal Luan sacred land had already become his enemy. After so many reincarnations, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang began to form seals. His methods were very shocking. Dazzling brilliance appeared under his palm, like a rain of light, accompanied by the aura of the great Tao. The immortal Luan sacred land was trembling. Underground, as if something was about to awaken, the terrain in all directions rolled over, turning into surging and astonishing power of heaven and earth for Zhang to use. What's going on? How did Zhang strength suddenly become so strong? How is this possible? How could the immortal Luan seal be used by Zhang The expressions of the elders of the immortal Luan sacred land, including the sacred leader, changed drastically, shocked by Zhang methods. Then their backs turned cold, and their divine souls trembled, feeling a strong sense of danger. Under this aura they were about to kneel down and collapse. Boom! It was also at this time that a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth appeared from the depths of the immortal Luan sacred land. An incomparably sparkling and translucent seal descended, a terrifying chaotic aura, circulating with the aura of a supreme being, rising from there. Under many contingencies, Zhang once again activated the immortal Luan seal, and this time the divine power was far more terrifying than the last time. This is the immortal Luan seal. How is this possible? Who are you? Why can you use this thing so easily? Even a supreme saint would find it difficult to use it like this. The various masters of the divine mountains and forbidden areas who appeared on the horizon were shocked, as if things were beyond their expectations. They didn't know Zhang identity, but the upper realm existence behind him wanted to kill Zhang, so they naturally wouldn't ask too much. It was just that they didn't expect Zhang to use such a method at this time. To be honest, Zhang actions shocked more than just the world. At this time, when Zhang heard this, he simply stood up and stood on the horizon, looking at the enemies in all directions. His expression was indifferent, but there was also disdain. With just you guys? How dare you attack me? Everyone who comes here today will be destroyed here. How dare you question what I Zhang do? At this moment he didn't explain anymore, and took the opportunity to make the world understand. He wasn't a pushover. Could anyone really bully him in the face? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang raised his hand, and the terrifying terrain turned into a surging force that rushed into the immortal Luan seal. This was the fortune of heaven and earth that the immortal Luan sacred land had accumulated over 1,000,000 years. Now it was all used by him. Very well, Zhang used this method at this time. When the time comes, I don't believe that he will have many contingencies left. Once the contingencies are exhausted, the chances of killing him will be greater. Fortunately, he didn't return to the upper realm. In the heavenly stellar realm, the human ancestor's reincarnation can't use many tricks. In a distant place, Yu Mingkong watched this scene calmly as various thoughts flashed through her mind. She wasn't surprised at all and even had a strange feeling. Wasn't this plan and action of scheming against Zhongyang too smooth? So much so that she had a feeling that someone was helping her from the unseen world. Otherwise, how could she explain the previous accident? Zhongyang went to meet her and mistook her for the successor of the human ancestors' hall. Was it really a coincidence? Yumingkong didn't believe that Zhongyang would be so stupid. And she subconsciously thought of Guchanga. Could it be that Guchanga noticed her whereabouts and secretly followed her to the lower realm? Yumingkong thought of the mysterious exalted immortal a while ago. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. First, he came to the Xian domain and unified all the forces there. Then, under the name of recruiting disciples, he was actually looking for the human ancestors' reincarnation. But this way there was a huge loophole. If that mysterious exalted immortal was Guchanga, then why didn't he kill Zhongyang after coming to the immortal Luan sacred land? Why did he wait until now? So Yumingkong felt that either she was overthinking, or there was something else that she didn't consider. That exalted immortal seemed to have fallen in the heavenly ascension lake? She actually didn't believe this kind of news if she didn't see it with her own eyes. Oh no! Zhongyang is so ruthless. He wants to kill us all. Why can he activate the immortal Luan seal? In the next moment, everyone in the immortal Luan sacred land reacted and became frightened. Their faces were pale, desperate, shocked, and in disbelief. Asking for fresh flowers, along with the dazzling divine light, the immortal Luan seal appeared to be extremely bright. You asked for this, Zhongyang said with a cold and indifferent expression. At the same time, a corner of the supreme formation in his hand was activated. The light rays intertwined as if they were the only color in the world. Everyone's expression changed, and they were terrified to the extreme. At this time, other than despair, resentment, and regret, there was no other emotion. Something big has happened. The supreme weapon of the immortal Luan sacred land has been activated and wants to kill everyone. This guy is crazy. He won't even let the immortal Luan sacred land go. He wants to deceive his master and destroy his ancestors. All the living beings and cultivators fled into the distance, afraid that they would be affected by this aura. Their faces were pale with fear, and their hearts were palpitating. Rumble. In the next moment, no matter what kind of existence it was, as long as they dared to block it, they were blasted into pieces. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, everything was turned into powder and dissipated into dust. The powerful living beings and cultivators who were watching the battle in the distant sky were also terrified and horrified to the extreme. They watched the supreme divine might of the immortal Luan seal erupt with their own eyes. It destroyed the heavens and the earth, shook the universe, and destroyed all the enemies who came to invade. Of course, the original location of the immortal Luan sacred land was also turned into powder under this aura. The forces that had been passed down for more than 1,000,000 years, including all the disciples and elders, couldn't even resist under the power of the supreme weapon, and were instantly turned into ashes. Zhongyang's action shocked everyone, and chills ran down their backs. How many enemies did he kill? Even the immortal Luan sacred land was not spared? Zhongyang really escaped after this. There were runes flashing in Yumingkong's eyes, and the quasi-supreme weapon behind her burst out with dazzling light. Resisting these aftershocks, she went deep into the ruins of the immortal Luan sacred land. Zhongyang was indeed not among them. After destroying the enemies in all directions, Zhongyang had already left. As for where he would go, Yumingkong had actually guessed it. It was just that Zhongyang's self-destruction made her feel a little mocking. It could only be said that he was indeed the reincarnation of the human ancestor. His methods were really tough and ruthless. He treated the immortal Luan sacred land like this, and also treated the enemies like this. It was just that in this way Zhongyang lost the most advantageous helper, which was equivalent to breaking one of his own arms. Thinking of this, Yumingkong also considered going to the heavenly Feather Lake. Without the most advantageous help of the immortal Luan sacred land, she didn't believe that Zhongyang had any other stronger backup. Soon, the immortal Luan sacred land was destroyed and turned into ashes. This matter of 1,000,000 years of inheritance being destroyed in a day shook the entire heavenly region and caused a great shock. Including the many lords of the divine mountains and the existences of the forbidden areas who started the dark turmoil that day, they were all annihilated. It shocked all directions and countless people were terrified. Zero, of course, those guys were originally found by Yu Mingkong as cannon fodder to exhaust Zhang Yang's backup plan. Even if they didn't die here in the end, she would think of a way to get rid of them in order to not leave any traces of her existence. For a time, the news of a disciple of the immortal Luan Sacred Land who had betrayed his master and ancestors using the immortal Luan seal to destroy the immortal Luan Sacred Land spread everywhere, causing countless people to be shocked. As for how he activated the immortal Luan seal, it had already become a mystery and suspense. No one knew. The supreme artifact left behind by the supreme being immortal Luan eventually destroyed the sect he left behind. How ironic was this? And in the dark, a kind of general trend had already changed. The luck that the immortal Luan Sacred Land had accumulated for 1,000,000 years was also deviating because of this matter. The change in heavenly stellar realms' luck was especially clear. Guchanga, who was in the depths of the heavenly feather lake, also felt this kind of change the most deeply. Ding, the son of Destiny Zhongyang, has broken ties with the immortal Luan Sacred Land. Ding, the son of Destiny has destroyed the immortal Luan Sacred Land. Under a series of system prompts, he inexplicably obtained a large number of Zhang Yang's luck points. Although these were all done by Yu Mingkong was his person, so the change in her luck was naturally closely related to Guchanga. The number of luck points alone was over 20,000, and his fate points had reached a whopping 100,000. To be honest, Zhang Yang was indeed a big shot. Just the luck points he carried had already reached a level that could be said to be heaven-defying. As Zhang Yang's many backup plans appeared, his luck points were still increasing and changing. However, no matter how much Zhang Yang's luck points increased, they had fallen to a level that could be called a valley. In Guchanga's eyes, only the last straw was left to crush the camel's back. After all, according to the normal trajectory, the immortal Luan Sacred Land would definitely be used as a springboard for Zhang Yang's development, allowing him to safely pass the early stage of his development. Now Zhang Yang had personally destroyed his springboard. This was tantamount to destroying his own city wall. Yu Mingkong, this time this fellow has made me a little less worried. She is much smarter than before and knows how to use the momentum to suppress others. At the same time, she has also bought me a lot of time. Guchanga couldn't help but smile. He was still sitting cross-legged on the lotus body of the Nirvana Green Lotus, planning to completely refine it. The strength of the Nirvana Green Lotus body was the power of the world. Now Guchanga was using the terrifying devouring demon heart talent, and the 60 trillion cells in his body were undergoing a transformation. In the end, one cell would be an ancient and vast universe world, with infinite power that could suppress everything. This kind of body could accommodate the power of the human ancestor's world unification. Otherwise, the human ancestor wouldn't have schemed for so long and spent so much effort. With such a body, there was no need to worry about not being able to withstand it. But now this good thing was taken advantage of by Guchanga. Although his physical strength was tyrannical, it had not reached the point of being unparalleled. With this Nirvana Green Lotus, his strength could definitely be elevated to another terrifying level. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The area outside the Heavenly Ascension Lake was majestic, and ancient trees towered into the sky. Two people, one old and one young, were hurrying over. The younger one was wearing a plain long dress. Her face was delicate and flawless, and there was a determined expression on her small face. She was Yao Yao. Beside her was her mother-in-law. After the two of them left the immortal Luan Sacred Land, they rushed over without stopping. Because they didn't have a warship or a flying boat, their speed was not very fast. After traveling for many days, they finally arrived here. Yao Yao wanted to personally confirm the life and death of her master. Even if her master was dead, she wanted to find her master's body. She wanted to bury her master in peace. With this thought in mind, she looked at the majestic mountain range in front of her with her own eyes. Her face was a little pale, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, it was very quiet. Not to mention cultivators, even ferocious beasts could not be seen. Under such a deathly atmosphere, it was clear that the Heavenly Ascension Lake was definitely a dangerous place. The journey would not be smooth. Master is inside. I don't need to be afraid. Master also said that I'm a big shot. I want to go and find him. Yao Yao was talking to herself. She clenched her small hands and encouraged herself to not be afraid at this time. Yao Yao, you're really here. How can you come to the Heavenly Ascension Lake? I've been looking for you for a long time. After returning to the immortal Luan sacred land, you disappeared. You didn't even let anyone tell me. I'm really worried. However, at this moment Yao Yao, who was thinking about where to enter, suddenly heard a familiar voice. Grandma Silverflower, who was vigilant beside her, suddenly felt her hair stand on end. She felt a chill. Behind a huge mountain rock there were footsteps. Jiang Yang's figure appeared. Behind him was the former Grand Elder of the immortal Luan sacred land, Zhao Yi. He looked at Yao Yao with surprise and concern. He was very surprised to find Yao Yao here. He guessed that this girl would definitely not be able to hold back and come to the Heavenly Ascension Lake to look for her master. Jiang Yang's surprised expression was not fake. He did not care about the destruction of the immortal Luan sacred land. A force like this could not be compared to the Heavenly Ascension Lake. Yao Yao's existence was the same to him. He was a little speechless. His head was already bald. He owed one chapter 1000 today. Chapter 237. Jiang Yang's appearance stunned Yao Yao for a moment. She didn't expect him to come to the Heavenly Ascension Lake and look for her. Soon she reacted. Anger and coldness appeared on her face, but she didn't say anything. After all, he was the main culprit who led her master to the Heavenly Ascension Lake. During this period of time, if the person she missed the most was Guchanga, then the person she hated the most was definitely Zhang Yang. If it wasn't for Zhang Yang, her master wouldn't have rushed to the Heavenly Ascension Lake. She wouldn't have been in danger, and she wouldn't even know if she was dead or alive. Not to mention that Zhang Yang wasn't her brother now, but the old monster who possessed her brother, the former patriarch of the immortal Luan Holy Land. During this period of time, she and Grandma Silverflower heard that the immortal Luan Holy Land was besieged by various sacred mountains and forbidden areas. In the end, Zhang Yang activated the immortal Luan seal and destroyed all the enemies. Even the immortal Luan Holy Land, which had been passed down for 1,000,000 years, was destroyed and turned into ashes. This action really shocked the two of them. No one knew why Zhang Yang could activate the immortal Luan seal, but they knew. It was because the soul in Zhang Yang's body was the supreme immortal Luan. The immortal Luan seal was his weapon, so why couldn't he activate it? This was what Guchanga told Yao Yao, and Yao Yao told Grandma Silverflower. So both of them knew very well. Supreme Immortal Luan was a legendary figure in the heavenly stellar realm. It was said that he wasn't born in this realm, and no one knew where he came from. After establishing the immortal Luan Holy Land, he disappeared. But that day, in order to kill all the enemies, Zhang Yang didn't hesitate to destroy the orthodoxy that he had once established. Through this matter, they could see how crazy Zhang Yang was. This made both of them uneasy, and they were even more afraid of Zhang Yang. Grandma Silverflower saw Yao Yao's cold expression and couldn't help but hold her back. She shook her head gently, indicating that she shouldn't be impulsive. Before confirming Guchanga's life and death, Yao Yao would be in trouble if she fell out with Zhang Yang, because at that time her strange state was not something that could be controlled at any time. Yao Yao also understood this. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She forced herself to calm down and not confront Zhang Yang head-on. "Brother, how did you know that Yao Yao would be here?" Then she spoke softly. There was only calmness in her poetic eyes. "I knew that you were worried about the safety of your master, so I guessed that you would come here." Zhang Yang smiled. He noticed Yao Yao's cold expression just now, but he didn't care much about it. In his eyes, Yao Yao was just a little girl. Now that her master, whom she could rely on, was dead, who else could she rely on other than her brother? Perhaps the little girl was distant and cold to him for some reason, but he felt that this kind of thing would change with time. In Zhang Yang's heart, after erasing his previous consciousness, there were actually two remaining obsessions left by that consciousness. The first was his hatred for the immortal Luan Holy Land. He was unwilling to be thrown to the immortal road for so many years and almost died there. The second was his longing for Yao Yao as her brother. He wanted to protect her and take responsibility for her to live happily. Zhang Yang didn't seriously care about these two obsessions before. After all, his divine soul was extremely strong. These obsessions couldn't affect him at all. But now he felt that if he didn't get rid of these two obsessions, it would lead to unimaginable consequences. Even his divine soul would be unstable. Zhang Yang had reincarnated many times, but this was the first time he encountered such a situation. In the end, he felt that the reason was very likely to be Yao Yao, because this little girl's existence involved the fate that originally belonged to him. As your brother, I would definitely be worried about you. You left without saying goodbye. At that time it really made me feel uneasy. I was afraid that something would happen to you. Zhang Yang smiled and continued to speak. He approached Yao Yao. Zhao Yi, who was following behind him, had a complicated expression. Yao Yao, this little girl obviously hid a big secret. Otherwise, Zhang Yang wouldn't have such an attitude. These days, Zhang Yang's invincible aura after killing all the enemies had deeply shocked her. But Zhang Yang treated Yao Yao like this. This made her even more shocked. Zhang Yang was really too strong and too mysterious. Even that terrifying exalted immortal was killed by him in the Heavenly Ascension Lake. Zhao Yi felt that following Zhang Yang was the best choice in life. And Zhang Yang had such a Saint Realm servant girl who had solved many small problems along the way. He naturally didn't mind letting her follow. Brother, don't worry about Yao Yao. Granny and I can find Master. Hearing this, Yao Yao shook her head softly. I don't believe that Master is so strong and will die here. Zhang Yang didn't refute her words. He understood that this little girl was the kind of person who wouldn't give up until all hope was gone. Then he smiled faintly and said, yes. After all, the exalted immortal is so strong. How could he die here so easily? I think the rumors in the past few days were probably wrong. And as the saying goes, I want to see the person if he's alive and the corpse if he's dead. Since I'm already here, I'll help you find the exalted immortal. The Heavenly Ascension Lake had many backup plans. It was far more terrifying than the immortal Luan's sacred ground. No matter how powerful that exalted immortal was, he would die here. The reason he said that was to deal with this little girl and make her give up. Yao Yao also knew that this was not the time to reject. If she said too much, it would arouse Zhang Yang's suspicion. She nodded. Thank you, brother. Zhang Yang smiled and said, no need to thank me. It's my duty to help you. Yao Yao pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Soon the group of people went into the Heavenly Ascension Lake. The nearby mountains were abnormally steep. All kinds of strange ancient trees were extremely tall. Vines hung from them and hung in all directions. Layers of white fog floated down from the sky. It was deathly silent, making people feel cold and uneasy. If it was normal times, there would be more or less living beings here, such as ferocious beasts. But now it was too quiet. Other than the sound of the wind, there was no other movement. The entire Heavenly Ascension Lake was like a dead body. Other than their group, no other living beings appeared. On the many mountain ranges, some patterns of the Great Tao interweaved and flowed there. They were like strange patterns, emitting bright and eye-catching light. Further in, one could see thick chaotic fog shrouding, making the world dark. It was as if they had arrived at the beginning of the world. Zhang Yang's explanation to them was that there was a huge battle here that day, and all living beings had probably died in the aftermath. But Yao Yao and Grandma Silverflower didn't believe it at all. The fish is finally here. Seems like I can reel in the net. From today onwards, there will be no more human ancestors in this world. In the depths of the Heavenly Ascension Lake, Guchanga sat cross-legged in the lotus body, devouring and refining the origin of the Nirvana green lotus. His eyes were very deep, and many terrifying scenes of mountains and seas appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Guchanga muttered to himself. His smile was faintly meaningful. He had already noticed the auras coming from outside. Yao Yao, Grandma Silverflower, Zhang Yang, and his supreme elder's maid Zhao Yi. For of them not one was missing. If he hadn't interfered, according to the normal plot, the four of them would have been on the same side, providing all kinds of help to Zhang Yang. But now Yao Yao and Grandma Silverflower, this pair of relatives, were very hostile to Zhang Yang. They were just short of falling out with him. As for Zhao Yi, under normal circumstances, she should be taken in as part of Zhang Yang's harem in the future. After all, she had followed him to this extent. Guchanga was not interested in her. Although her cultivation was not bad, she had already exhausted her potential. He could kill her with one palm. Now, under his layers of arrangements, a large part of the backup plan that the human ancestor had left in the Heavenly Ascension Lake was actually used by him. But at this time, Jiang Yang was completely unaware. Whoosh! Soon Guchanga's body did not move. His powerful and terrifying divine sense, like an indescribable ancient deity, rushed out from the soul palace between his eyebrows with monstrous gray fog. Innate divine sense. Under his visualization method, just the power of his primordial spirit alone could devour heaven and earth, and easily kill a great sage. Even the primordial spirit of a quasi-supreme would not be feared. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation began to appear above the Heavenly Ascension Lake. Buzz! Thick black demonic clouds covering the sky and the sun appeared from all directions and began to condense there, as if they were pushed by an invisible giant hand. The sky was covered. Rumble! We obey the orders of our master. Kill! A headless horseman, sensing something, suddenly rushed out from a blood-stained cliff with a monstrous aura. We obey the orders of our master. In another direction, an extremely blurry blood-red phantom appeared in the deep valley. His eyes were scarlet and filled with murderous intent as he stared outside. This place is indeed very strange, but Yao Yao, you and Granny should be careful. Don't be too far away from me. If you are in danger now, I won't be able to help you in time. At this moment, Jiang Yang, who was walking in front of them on the mountain path, spoke with a calm expression. The places he walked past seemed to be transformed by strange lights. Every inch of this place was filled with terrifying auras. Array patterns filled the air, and murderous intent filled the sky. However, he was able to safely walk out of a path that led to the depths of the abyss. Many terrifying auras only surged in the vicinity and did not come close to him at all. If ordinary people were here, they would have been so scared that their legs would have turned to jelly, and they would not dare to move even a little. But Jiang Yang was calm and indifferent as he led the way in front, saying that he had no means. Who would believe that? In fact, at this time, Yao Yao already knew that Jiang Yang had a lot to do with the Heavenly Ascension Lake. He must know a lot of secrets about this place. Otherwise, he would not be so confident as to spread the news and lure Guchanga here. And now, although Jiang Yang said that he was here to look for her, he actually came to the Heavenly Ascension Lake to look for his opportunity. Thinking of this, the coldness in Yao Yao's eyes intensified. Even she did not notice the changes that were happening to her body. At the side, Granny Silverflower saw the peach blossom-like pattern that began to appear between her eyebrows, just like the last time Yao Yao suddenly went berserk. There was no reason for this at all. It was more like she was provoked. This made her expression change. After all, Jiang Yang had a supreme weapon in his hands. Even if Yao Yao was in that state, would she be a match for Jiang Yang? Along the way, apart from the traces of the battle that day, I have not seen any corpses. Although the exalted immortal is very powerful at this time, I am afraid that he is most likely dead. Jiang Yang walked in front and looked at the Heavenly Ascension Lake in front of him. He could not help but reveal a faint smile. After walking for a long time, he finally arrived here. In the boundless Heavenly Ascension Lake, ripples spread continuously, and a layer of white fog floated in it. In a deeper place, immortal fog was faintly discernible. Blue waves rippled, and green rays of light shot into the sky. Back then, it was this ray of light that attracted countless cultivators and living beings, including that exalted immortal, who eventually died here. Thinking of this, Jiang Yang's expression became more and more indifferent. However, he felt that it was a pity that he did not personally kill that exalted immortal. He always felt a little regretful. After all, that was the only person who had humiliated him. Along the way, he did not intentionally use the backup plan that he had left behind back then, in case Yao Yao saw anything unusual. Moreover, with his aura, those terrifying beings hidden in the dark would not dare to attack him. At this time, Jiang Yang suddenly frowned slightly. In the sky outside the Heavenly Ascension Lake, there were many divine lights rushing over. He originally thought that his speed was fast enough, but he did not expect that someone would still catch up with him. Jiang Yang did not know how the other party could keep track of his movements. Obviously, that group of people was brought here by the mysterious woman who had plotted to kill him back then. They were chasing after him relentlessly and had actually arrived here. It's been so many days, why haven't I seen anyone from the human ancestor hall come looking for me? Even others can know where I am, so why doesn't the human ancestor hall know? Could it be that something happened to the human ancestor hall? Jiang Yang faintly felt that something was wrong, and the feeling of being schemed against surfaced again. However, he could not have sensed wrongly that day when he sensed the secret technique fluctuations of the successor of the human ancestor hall. However, he did not see him in the end, and instead the other party used him as bait to lure him over? Could it be that the successor of the human ancestor hall had fallen into their hands? Did Master disappear here back then? Is Master really not here anymore? At this moment, beside the boundless heavenly ascension lake, Yao Yao stared blankly ahead, her face pale as she muttered to herself in disbelief. Green lotus leaves that were like the ocean were connected to each other, and there was no end in sight, nor were there any gaps. Each leaf was as green as a wash, and was as big as a wash basin. This was especially so for a green lotus surrounded by chaotic qi. It was incomparably tall, and accompanied by the immortal spirit Tao rhyme. It opened up there, emitting the rumbling sound of the world moving. All these mystical things had nothing to do with her anymore. This was because she did not see her master. Not to mention his figure, even the traces left behind back then were gone. Whoa! Master, do you really not want Yao Yao anymore? Suddenly bean-sized tears rolled down her face like a broken string. She could not accept this fact. Grandma Silverflower had a bitter expression, and did not know how to comfort her. In a short period of time, Yao Yao's master had already held an unparalleled position in Yao Yao's heart. Now, did she really have to face the fact that her master had died? Could she accept it? Yao Yao, the exalted immortal, might have really died. You have to restrain your grief. That day, it was rumored that his body was torn into pieces. There are many ferocious beasts here, and I'm afraid that he has been completely eaten, and not even his bones are left. Actually, I don't understand. Why did he insist on coming to this place? To make you so sad? At this moment, seeing Yao Yao crying there, Jiang Yang frowned slightly in his heart, and he felt inexplicably irritated. He knew that this was the remaining emotion after forcefully fusing the memories. However, it could not affect him. On the surface, he still had a regretful expression on his face as he spoke, wanting to comfort Yao Yao. However, he did not care at all. In fact, there was even a hint of mockery. The people he wanted to kill had never failed before. What was a mere exalted immortal to him? Shut up. It's all your fault that Master is like this. If it wasn't for you, how could Master come to this place? It's all your fault. At this time, you're still pretending to be pitiful. It's obviously you who plotted to kill Master. However, at this moment, hearing Jiang Yang's hypocritical words, Yao Yao suddenly turned around. Her small body was trembling, and her cold expression was staring at Jiang Yang with incomparable hatred. How could she tolerate Jiang Yang talking about her master like this at this time? Yao Yao, what do you mean by this? What do you mean it's all my fault? Jiang Yang frowned and said unhappily, I'm just speaking the truth as an older brother. As he spoke, he closed his eyes, and his voice was a little low. Could it be that I, your older brother, am completely incomparable to your master in your eyes? Jiang Yang could feel the change in Yao Yao at this moment. She seemed to have really noticed something? Or was it that Gu Chang'e said something to her when he left the Heavenly Feather Lake? You old monster, not only did you take over my older brother's body, but now you're plotting to kill my master. What are you still pretending for now? Yao Yao's voice suddenly became very cold. It was hard to imagine that such an expression would appear on a little girl like her. One had to know that not long ago, she was still a person who would turn pale with fright when she saw bandits. Of course, this change was not surprising to Gu Chang'e at all. After all, Yao Yao was the true daughter of destiny of the heavenly stellar realm. Even without him, without the reincarnation of the human ancestor, she would have undergone a huge transformation. After all, her original destiny template came from the most talented woman in ancient times, and at the same time it was the fruit of the mysterious peach tree. At this moment, hearing Yao Yao's words, Jiang Yang's expression suddenly changed, and then became indifferent. Yao Yao, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm your older brother, have you forgotten what happened when we were young? That time. Don't talk nonsense at this time, don't be bewitched by the demon and forget your own identity, he spoke warmly, ready to play the emotional card. Yao Yao said this, intending to shed all pretense of cordiality with him. To be honest, Zhang Yang was very surprised. He did not expect things to suddenly develop like this. He guessed that it was very likely that Guchanga said something to Yao Yao at the beginning. Otherwise, how could she be so sure? Therefore, Zhang Yang's heart was gloomy, and he hated that he did not kill Guchanga earlier, causing so many twists and turns for no reason. Buzz! You deserve to die. Yao Yao will avenge Master today. However, Yao Yao had changed a lot. Dazzling light burst out from between her eyebrows, and peach blossoms bloomed, incomparably gorgeous, and she did not listen to his nonsense at all. She rose high into the sky. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and her bare feet were whiter than snow. Strands of rules fell down, exquisite like a flawless fairy, but her face was as cold as ice. At this moment, a power that could make heaven and earth collapse appeared on her body. In the next moment, she waved her small hand, and streaks of immortal light appeared, turning into a peerless immortal sword that contained the strongest offensive power, and swept downward, wanting to destroy Zhang Yang. When did she become wary of me? Could it be that the exalted immortal told her this from the beginning? She really ruined my plans, and death is not to be regretted. And her aura is much stronger than the last time. Seeing this, Zhang Yang's expression became gloomy. Yao Yao was going to tear apart the last bit of decorum with him, and was going to attack him. Because of this, the many plans that he had thought of were all for naught. Things were like a wild horse that had escaped the reins, and it was completely out of his control. However, at this time the most important thing was to stop Yao Yao so as not to affect his biggest plan. This is for you, stop her for me. Zhang Yang's expression was very ugly. He waved his hand, and a small crystal-clear tripod flew to Zhao Yi's hand behind him. At the same time, he formed a hand seal, and the four sides of the heavenly feather lake began to rumble. At the outermost area, there was a sky-high murderous intent, accompanied by all the awakened array patterns, turned this place into a killing zone, to resist the mysterious woman who was chasing to the heavenly feather lake. The backup plan that he had set up was beginning to take effect. The heavenly feather lake is more dangerous than the immortal Luan sacred ground. Looks like Zhang Yang is really going to use this place to soar into the sky. If he succeeds, won't he use this to escape this world? Yu Mingkong, who was outside the heavenly feather lake, frowned. Behind her, the mighty golden-armored warriors stood on the horizon, like celestial soldiers and generals, conquering all directions. She had a feeling that she had made a mistake. The heavenly feather lake hid the greatest divine item that the human ancestor needed. Other than that, there was also the greatest plan. If one accidentally entered this place, they would be destroyed in body and soul. The human ancestor was indeed a sly old fox, and could not be underestimated. Rumble! At this time the sky darkened, as if the most terrifying chaotic true demon had awakened in the deepest area. A terrifying gray fog surged into the sky, and a pair of cold eyes appeared, looking down at the world. The entire heavenly feather lake was vast, and its boundaries could not be seen, but at this time it was trembling. Further away, countless terrifying ferocious beasts were waking up everywhere. They raised their heads and looked into the distance with incomparable terror. Chapter 238. This terrifying scene not only shocked Yu Mingkong, but also Zhang Yang. What is this? What is hidden in the heavenly ascension lake? At this time, Yu Mingkong's expression became very solemn. She was from the upper world, and as the crown prince of the unparalleled celestial dynasty, she would rule over billions of miles of territory in the future. Her fiancé's identity was even more noble. But at this moment, she still felt her heart palpitating, trembling, and chills. This was definitely not something that should appear in the lower world. Even in the upper world, this was something that would make countless ancient orthodoxies tremble. But she felt an inexplicably familiar aura from it. How is this possible? When did the heavenly ascension lake nurture such a thing? Zhang Yang's expression changed drastically, and he was in disbelief. How could such a thing appear in the place where he had set up so many backup plans? This aura was maddening, chilling, and even freezing one's divine soul. This was already beyond his knowledge after reincarnating so many times. Zhang Yang's expression was extremely gloomy. The entire heavenly ascension lake was now filled with demonic qi. and he couldn't see what was inside at all. He was a little worried about his Nirvana green lotus. Could something have happened? And what was that thing? Within the monstrous gray fog, it blotted out the sky and was surging violently. It was as if an incomparably ancient, indescribable terrifying true demon was reviving. Someone had intruded into his territory and awakened from his eternal slumber. He opened his mouth and swallowed, and the entire world turned into darkness. At this moment, not only the heavenly ascension lake, but even the heavenly region further away showed a scene that terrified countless cultivators and living beings. Countless supreme existences were terrified by this aura, and their hair stood on end. Even their souls were about to be frozen. In the distant horizon, thousands of demons awakened and swallowed the world. The world turned dark instantly. The light disappeared, and the sun and moon were no longer shining. It was as if the world was coming to an end, and everything was welcoming the end of the world. Could it be that the exalted immortal died in the hands of this unknown existence? Zhao Yi's voice trembled, and her divine soul was trembling to the extreme. She was a saint, and she was once the goddess of Tianyu, but now she was like an ant. She felt fear from the bottom of her soul. Even with the weapon given to her by Zhang Yang, it was difficult for her to feel the slightest sense of security. Kill! At this moment, a headless horseman rushed out from a cliff. Accompanied by a monstrous blood light, it suddenly attacked Zhang Yang. As my lord commands. On the other side of the valley, a blood-colored figure swept over like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, wanting to devour Zhang Yang. Aren't these the two creatures I suppressed back then? Why are they not under my control? Seeing this, Zhang Yang's expression, which had already changed drastically, changed again. For the first time he was shocked to the point of disbelief. He was all too familiar with these two beings. Before he set up the formation, he had captured them and suppressed them here. Both of them had the strength of the great saint realm. In the entire heavenly stellar realm, he was invincible. But now he wanted to kill him instead. Clearly many of the array pattern laws in the periphery were under his control. This caused Zhang Yang to be dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Was the nest taken over by someone else? But he was experienced in all kinds of things, so he reacted quickly. He asked Zhao Yi to stop Yao Yao, who was changing. No matter how useless that small cauldron was, it was still a great saint weapon. With his saint strength, it should be no problem to resist Yao Yao. Kaboom! As for himself, he was wrapped in the flowing light of the rules of order here. He activated the seal of Xianluan and floated above his head, heading toward the depths of Heavenly Lake to find out what was going on. The two great saints charged over, and the ground shook. Many patterns of the great path shone, wanting to drown out everything. Zhang Yang used these methods to resist the attacks of the two beings. But a while ago he had just destroyed the seal of Samsara and killed 8 enemies in Xianluan sacred land. If he used the seal of Samsara again, it was likely that he would destroy one of the seals of Samsara, and all his efforts would be in vain. So Zhang Yang could only bear with it and not act rashly. On the other side, the battle between Yao Yao and Zhao Yi erupted. At this moment, although Yao Yao was in a strange state, her power had not surpassed the Great Saint level. Zhao Yi activated the Great Saint weapon and could withstand it for a short time, but her face was pale quickly. She could not hold on for long. There's a change in the Heavenly Lake. Let's not go in first. Let's see what's going on first. Yu Mingkong appeared in the sky. Fog surrounded her, and the aura of the Great Path was thick. Celestial light shone brightly. A powerful forbidden artifact floated in her sleeve. She ordered her confidants and golden-armored warriors behind her, and waved her hand to ask them to step back. And the sudden appearance of the gray fog made her feel uneasy. Especially that pair of eyes that were so cold that they did not contain any emotion. It was as if it saw all beings as ants that could be wiped away with a wave of its hand. Yu Mingkong frowned. She did not know if it was her imagination, but she felt that the unknown existence was warning her not to get close. This made her even more confused, and coupled with the lingering sense of familiarity just now she could not get rid of. This indescribable god was clearly not like a human. Could it be some existence that she was familiar with? But for a moment Yu Mingkong was not sure if she was thinking too much. Rumble. At this time, the gray fog that shrouded the sky became even more turbulent. The aura within it seemed to be about to swallow the entire heavenly region. A large hand suddenly reached out from it. It looked like it was shrouded in the vast gray fog. It was like a millstone that could destroy the world. The great path's laws intertwined and fell easily. Zhao Yi, who was fighting with Yao Yao, suddenly changed her expression. Before she could react, the palm covered her. It was as if the world had been turned upside down. Dong! The void exploded. The great saint weapon that she had summoned was suddenly slapped away. Clear cracks appeared on it and the runes dimmed. Zhongyang, save me, her expression was shocked, filled with despair and pale. Poof! In the next moment she was directly covered by the palm and smashed down. Before she came into contact with it, her body instantly exploded. Zhongyang, who was rushing toward the depths, frowned in dissatisfaction. But he thought of something. With a wave of his sleeve, a ball of clear light appeared, instantly wrapping around Zhao Yi's remnant soul and saving it. At this time, if Zhao Yi died here, it would inevitably distract him. After all, she was a supreme saint. And after smashing Zhao Yi's body into pieces, the large hand did not stop. It was still reaching toward Yao Yao, as if it wanted to grab her. Yao Yao's current state was very strange. Her expression was cold, like a high and mighty deity. She could feel her own existence, but she could not completely control this power. Moreover, her temperament was affected by this power, becoming abnormally cold. Even when the palm fell, her expression did not change at all. She even planned to fight back. However, following a loud explosion, her petite body was sent flying into the heavenly lake and fell into it with a loud splash. Yao Yao, Grandma Silverflower, was extremely worried. She wanted to go and save her, but she was incomparably fearful of the terrifying deity in the sky and did not dare to move. However, what surprised her was that the terrifying deity did not care about her. This made Grandma Silverflower breathe a sigh of relief, but she could not help but smile bitterly. She did not know whether to feel lucky or not to be treated like an ant. For a moment, the heavenly ascension lake returned to dead silence. Apart from the gray fog that still shrouded the sky, there was no other existence. However, the terrifying aura here was spreading throughout the entire heaven region. An even more terrifying power seemed to be nurturing in the depths. This made Yu Mingkong's expression even more solemn. She brought her people to the outermost area of the heavenly ascension lake, not daring to casually approach. Moreover, she felt that there was a pair of cold eyes staring at her from within the gray fog, as if warning her not to act rashly. What happened? What's going on? Why is the world shattering, and the entrance disappearing? At this time, the sudden change in the heavenly ascension lake shocked all the cultivators outside. Countless people's faces turned pale. From afar, they noticed that the sky there had disappeared, and they could not sense any signs of life. This made them incomparably terrified, and they did not understand what was going on. The gray fog overflowed into the sky, covering everything. The world was cracking and collapsing and then peeling off. Flames soared into the sky, melting everything. It was as if meteorites were sweeping down and smashing down. The entire sky cracked like a mirror. Strong winds blew, and the surroundings were pitch black and bottomless nothingness. There was a sea of nothingness in the middle, and there were also boiling chaotic currents. It was rumored that many ancient ferocious beasts lived in it. Even quasi-supremes had to be careful when traversing. There were terrifying laws suppressing them, and they would die tragically. The scene at the heavenly ascension lake shocked many of the supreme cultivators from all over the heaven region. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The world shattered and all kinds of laws filled the air. The divine light of order was like a raging flame, burning everything. Could it be that some peerless demon is nurturing inside? Even the world is bursting. No wonder even that exalted immortal died inside. Many powerful beings looked into the distance with pale faces. They felt that this day was a catastrophe for the entire heaven region. Strong winds blew from there. Once ordinary cultivators came into contact with them, they would probably be instantly destroyed. In addition, there were all kinds of disasters from outside. When the time came, the entire heaven stellar realm would be affected. Thinking of this, countless cultivators and beings began to despair. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the heavenly ascension lake, along with the thick primal chaos mist, A green lotus wrapped in primal chaos energy took root there, releasing a heavy world aura. Looks like things are not completely out of control. Zhang Yang, who had activated the immortal Luan seal and used the supreme divine might to defend against everything, finally arrived. The figure hidden in the overflowing gray fog in the sky did not attack him, which made him feel slightly relieved. Although he was a bit confused, he could not care less now. Only by fusing with the Nirvana green lotus and borrowing the power of the Tao fruit would he have the ability to resist that strange existence. What happened today was really beyond his imagination. Zhang Yang even felt that Guchanga had dared to come to the Heavenly Ascension Lake with great confidence, but he probably did not expect to meet such a strange existence here. He couldn't see the true body. It was even a bit like a Tao law body, but the vast divine power was definitely not something an ordinary Tao law body could compare to. Zhang Yang even suspected that it was an ancient god or true demon that had been sleeping here without him knowing. But all in all, as long as the Nirvana green lotus was still here, everything would be fine. Zhang Yang, what should we do now? After reaching the absolute saint realm, as long as the true spirit was complete, it would be no problem for him to be reborn from a drop of blood. Zhao Yi was saved by Zhang Yang at the critical moment. Now that she had reconstructed her body, she appeared beside him and could not help but worry. Guard me. No matter what the price is, you have to block this place and not let anyone come here. Zhang Yang's expression became very solemn. He was cold and dignified, and there was no room for doubt. This was the main reason he wanted to save Zhao Yi. Once someone barged in, everything would be for naught. Although Zhang Yang was very confident in his arrangements back then, and there were layers of formation runes guarding outside, he was still worried that something would go wrong, because the anomaly had already appeared. Hearing this, Zhao Yi's expression also became solemn. I understand. At this moment, Zhang Yang frowned and thought carefully. He decided to give the celestial Luan seal to her, and tell her how to activate it, and awaken the artifact spirit within. With her absolute Saint Realm strength, she could just barely activate it. The celestial Luan seal was special in that the artifact spirit was not born on its own. Instead, it was refined using the true spirit of a living being. This was one of the backup plans that Zhang Yang had considered. With the celestial Luan seal in hand, Zhao Yi would be more secure. Soon Zhang Yang calmed down and walked into the Nirvana green lotus. Layers of chaotic mist surged and fell, and everything was blurry. To him, the fusion process was very easy. He just needed to spend a bit more time. As long as the Nirvana green lotus was completely fused, a trace of the power of all worlds become one erupted, and he would have extremely powerful strength. He would also be able to easily kill the mysterious woman who had been chasing after him outside. However, the moment Zhang Yang's figure stepped into it, what? His eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. His scalp was almost torn open, and he felt cold from head to toe. Even his soul was trembling. How is this possible? Zhang Yang's voice trembled for the first time. He was not as calm as before, as if everything was under control. He could not believe that a figure who had already fallen would appear here. And from the looks of it, it seemed that he had been waiting for him for a long time. At this moment, Zhang Yang's head buzzed as if it had been struck by a bell, making a roaring sound that was hard to describe. He spoke with difficulty, and his voice could not be calm. Why are you here? Guchanga sat cross-legged on the Nirvana green lotus. His figure was covered by a layer of blurry mist. Monstrous demonic aura permeated and intertwined, filling every inch of space. He looked at Zhang Yang with interest. Why can't I be here? I've been waiting for you for a long time, human ancestor. Chapter 239. Within the boundless lotus body, a vast and abundant aura of chaos descended. It was as if he had arrived at a new world. Guchanga sat there cross-legged. His eyes were filled with interest as he looked down at Zhang Yang, who had just stepped into this place. Starlight flowed on his robe, and there was an extremely terrifying aura. The mountains and seas roared, the sun and moon rotated, and the heavens collapsed and the earth was destroyed. At this moment, every cell in his body seemed to have turned into an ancient and vast universe, and it let out a heart-palpitating rumble as it rotated. Now the Nirvana green lotus had been completely refined by him, and it was contained by the demon heart. None of the auras would be chaotic, and it even seemed strangely natural. No matter how much demonic aura surged around him, he remained unmoved. Strands of world light appeared. Even if the heavens collapsed, it would not be destroyed. It was as if the power of his physical body could resist the collapse of the world. These were the changes brought to his physical body by the Nirvana green lotus. Outside there were strands of chaos fog that intertwined and isolated all auras. This made Jiang Yang's hair stand on end. A chill ran down his spine, and he felt as if his scalp was about to be ripped open. He had even given his greatest trump card, the seal of Immortal Luan, to Zhao Yi, who was outside. In other words, his only trump card now was the seal of Samsara. However, Gu Chang'e was waiting for him here, waiting for him to come to his doorstep and die. This made Jiang Yang's heart sink continuously, and it sank to the bottom. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation after reincarnating so many times. It was also the most dangerous situation. Didn't Gu Chang'e die in the Heavenly Ascension Lake? In his calculations, he was killed by a trap, and even his bones could not be found. Who would have thought that he would appear here safe and sound, and even take over the Nirvana green lotus that originally belonged to him? And from the looks of it, he had been here for God knows how long. Perhaps the illusory figure that everyone saw in the outside world was deliberately done by Gu Chang'e. He wanted everyone to see it so that he could deceive everyone, including Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang was not stupid. After all, he had lived for so many lifetimes. He had experienced a lot of things, so he immediately noticed that something was wrong. He had been tricked by Gu Chang'e. To be more precise, he had been tricked at his own game. To think that he had lived for so long, he was actually kept in the dark without knowing it. Soon Jiang Yang forced himself to calm down. He knew that this was not the time to panic. I have been waiting for you for a long time, human ancestor. But in the next moment, as Gu Chang'e spoke with great interest, Jiang Yang's pupils shrank again. When he was in the Immortal Luan sacred ground, he thought that Gu Chang'e dared to do so because he did not know his identity. However, who would have thought that Gu Chang'e already knew at that time, but pretended not to know and played him in the palm of his hand? Who are you? At this time Jiang Yang's voice had calmed down. His state of mind was very strong. After all, his greatest trump card, the seal of Samsara, was still there. He did not believe that Gu Chang'e could kill him. At most, all his efforts in this life would be in vain. However, he could still be reincarnated. Who I am is not important. What is important is that you are going to die today. Before you die, I can give you a chance to say a few more last words. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. He knew what Jiang Yang was actually thinking. He did not mind making Jiang Yang despair before this. After all, in a desperate situation, the success rate of the fate plunder would be higher. Since ancient times, villains had died because they talked too much. That was because their methods were not meticulous enough. In Gu Chang'e's eyes, the Runzu's fate was rapidly depleting, especially when he fought with Yao Yao at the Heavenly Ascension Lake. In fact, it had already reached its lowest point. After all, breaking off relations with Yao Yao, who was supposed to be on his side and helping him open up new territories, was enough to destroy Jiang Yang's last support. The many backup plans he had set up in the heavenly stellar realm had all vanished under Gu Chang'e's calculations. They had all turned into nothingness and were nothing more than illusions. How much fate did Jiang Yang have left? He was so stupid that he even destroyed his own wall in the Immortal Luan sacred ground. He thought that the backup plan in the Heavenly Ascension Lake was flawless and could deal with everything. In the end, he was too arrogant and stupid. He was letting down all the reincarnations he had lived through. However, Gu Chang'e still did not attack Jiang Yang in front of Yao Yao and the many people outside. After all, if he did, his image as a master would be destroyed. When the time came, he would appear with the excuse that he was trapped. The timing was just right. He had grasped it very well. Moreover, Yu Mingkong was still watching everything from outside the Heavenly Ascension Lake. Gu Chang'e might as well warn her with the innate divine thought, so that she would not barge in and ruin his plan. Most importantly, Gu Chang'e felt that with her methods, she might suffer a great loss at the hands of the Ranzu in the Heavenly Ascension Lake. She had done what she had to do. Now Guchanga only needed to close the net. Last words? You are the first person who dares to say that to me. Since you already know that I am the Renzu, you should know that you can't kill me. No matter how many times I reincarnate, I will return again. Zhang Yang's expression became incomparably calm as he said faintly. Knowing that many of his methods in this life were useless, he had given up on resistance. Although this could be considered a stain in his many reincarnations, he did not expect to suffer a great loss at the hands of Guchanga and fall here. But it was not important now. He was already planning to shatter the seal of samsara and escape into reincarnation again. When the time came, his memories of his past life would return. When he remembered everything, he would let Guchanga understand what regret was. As the Renzu, his methods were not something he could guess. You're still pretending at a time like this. Have you forgotten what I told you before? Young man, don't be so pretentious. Especially in front of me. Guchanga could not help but snort when he heard this. He was not surprised in the slightest. Instead, he stretched out his hand. Runes flashed and rules of order fell. Immediately, there was a roar like that of a tsunami, turning into an incomparably solid giant hand that blotted out the sky and slammed down at Zhang Yang. Poof! Damn it! Zhang Yang frowned and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Under the terrifying force, he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were ruptured and half of his body exploded. Guchanga controlled his strength and did not intend to let him die so easily. The so-called son of destiny always had an inexplicable innate confidence. And the Renzu's confidence was that he could not kill him? It was ridiculous. Even if you kill me now, it's useless. I will return when it's time. No one can stop all of this. You can stop me this life, but you can't stop me forever. Zhang Yang's eyes were incomparably gloomy. His hair was disheveled and he was extremely embarrassed. At this moment, he was covered in blood and lying on the ground, unable to stand up. But he still had a proud character that could not be humiliated. You'll return no matter how many reincarnations. Don't you think that's very Chinebu? Guchanga smiled faintly and said something that Zhang Yang didn't understand, but it was obvious that it wasn't a compliment. With an ugly expression, Zhang Yang wanted to speak again. Even if he couldn't resist now, he wouldn't give in verbally. Rumble. However, Guchanga did not give him a chance to speak. He stretched out his big hand again and covered him. This time it was even simpler. He directly grabbed Zhang Yang in his palm, as if he was grabbing a little ant that wanted to jump. Give up. Even if you annihilate my real spirit, it won't have any effect. My immortality lies in the fact that there are people in all the realms who praise my name. You're still too inexperienced to kill me. Zhang Yang thought that Guchanga was angry and wanted to squeeze him to death. Thinking of this, he could not help but show a faint mockery on his face. After all, this was the only confidence he could find in front of Guchanga. So what if he was plotted against? So what if he was going to die in this life? His pride was everlasting and he would not yield. Now you're just like a fool. Don't you want to know who I am? You're about to die and you still think there's a glimmer of hope? Just how stupid is he? The smile on Guchanga's face did not change and was still faint. As his words fell, Zhang Yang frowned and the mocking words were frozen in his mouth. He felt that something was not right. He suddenly wondered if he had thought wrongly. At this time, Guchanga was still so confident? Could it be that there was really a way to kill him? Zhang Yang did not believe it. Buzz! But in the next moment, his face suddenly changed dramatically and his eyes were about to pop out. His face quickly turned pale and was full of horror and disbelief. Rich black light filled the air. Accompanied by the heart-palpitating rules of the great Tao, fell down, forming a shocking waterfall-like scene. It was a floating great Tao treasure bottle, held in Guchanga's hand. As the black light flickered, it seemed that the universe would be swallowed up. Great Tao treasure bottle. How is this possible? You're actually the inheritor of the demonic arts? Zhang Yang could not help but tremble. His voice was full of unconcealable trembling and horror. For the first time in his life he felt fear. The great Tao treasure bottle was too familiar to him. Why did he look for the inheritor of the demonic arts in every life to bring peace to the world and give the people a stable environment for cultivation? because the Great Tao treasure bottle was the nemesis of his reincarnation method, and it was the only nemesis. Therefore, he could not let the inheritor of the demonic arts grow and threaten him in the future. Thinking of the people in the world? That was bullshit. He just wanted to kill the existence that was a threat to him in the cradle in advance. Now you know who I am, right? Guchanga smiled as usual. With a buzz, the Great Tao treasure bottle rose and fell from the sky, shrouding Jiang Yang. A terrifying aura surged, like a dark divine light that covered the universe. How is this possible? You're actually the inheritor of the demonic arts. Jiang Yang's face became incomparably pale and full of horror. He no longer had the confidence that he could return from reincarnation. For the first time, he felt the threat of death. He never thought that Guchanga's true identity was actually the inheritor of the demonic arts. It seemed that the terrifying figure that appeared outside should be Guchanga's all transformations demon body technique. He now understood why Guchanga had been plotting against him from the very beginning, wanting to kill him. How is this possible? How can the inheritor of the demonic arts in this life be so powerful? Jiang Yang's voice trembled slightly, still in disbelief. The inheritors of the demonic arts he had encountered before were not as powerful as Guchanga, so powerful that even he could not resist. No, you're too weak. Guchanga's voice was still understated. With a stomp, he immediately stepped on Jiang Yang. No, impossible, you're definitely not the inheritor of the demonic arts. Jiang Yang was extremely unwilling. Suddenly, there was a burst of five-colored divine light in his eyes. However, in his current state, not to mention resisting, it was difficult for him to even speak. Under the terrifying suppression, many strange lights fell from the seal of reincarnation. But as the pressure of the Great Tao treasure bottle fell, the light of the seal of reincarnation began to dim, and even cracks appeared, as if it was about to collapse. This is the real Great Tao treasure bottle, not condensed according to the cultivation method. I understand. I see. I see. I know who you are. Jiang Yang's expression, paying attention to the Great Tao treasure bottle that enveloped him, suddenly smiled bitterly, as if he had just noticed. Suddenly, his expression was no longer as unwilling and incredulous as before. Everything seemed to be natural, so calm that he could accept all of this. As expected, you haven't died. He smiled bitterly, already in despair. Why should I die? Guchanga raised his eyebrows slightly. He did not take Jiang Yang's words to heart, still smiling faintly. Although he was also confused, he knew that the existence of the Great Tao treasure bottle had a lot to do with his origin. After all, many of the memories were very likely to be sealed by him in the past. Even he did not know what would appear. The words of the human ancestor clearly showed that the Great Tao treasure bottle that he had was a real existence, forged with endless divinity and immortal charm, a true condensation of the Great Tao. At this time, Guchanga naturally could not be bothered to explain anything. It seems that this generation's successor of the human ancestors' hall has also fallen into your hands. Jiang Yang was still smiling bitterly, full of despair. He thought of everything that had happened after he was lured out by the immortal Luan Holy Land. At that time, he had sensed the aura of the human ancestors' hall's secret technique, and it was clearly Guchanga's doing in secret. Oh, are you talking about her? Hearing this, Guchanga smiled faintly and waved his sleeve. The space in front of him suddenly split open, and Jiang Chuchu's figure fell out from the inner universe that had already evolved. She was cultivating on a blue stone. During this period of time, she felt uneasy and could not calm down, feeling that the human ancestor's reincarnation might have met with an accident. But she was not sure. Every day was like torture, and many complicated emotions flashed through her heart, making her sigh, not knowing what would happen in the future. Now that she was suddenly released from the inner universe by Guchanga, Jiang Chuchu's expression was still a little puzzled. Her lotus-like eyes looked at Guchanga with a questioning look. Could it be that Guchanga was really going to show mercy and let her out? Guchanga. Jiang Chuchu was about to open her mouth and ask for the reason. Guchanga had already opened her mouth, and very naturally wrapped her arms around her waist. She smiled faintly. Meet the human ancestor you want to see the most. This will be the first time you see him and also the last time. Don't say that I didn't give you the chance. Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu's expression froze, a little incredulous, as if she wanted to confirm it again. Then she looked at Zhang Yang, who was being suppressed by Chang'e and covered in blood, his face unrecognizable. She could not believe it. This extremely wretched person who was being stepped on by Gu Chang'e could be the human ancestor's reincarnation? He is the human ancestor. Jiang Chuchu's voice could not help but tremble, and she could not calm down at all. In the teachings of the human ancestor's palace, the human ancestor was an extremely great existence, and his various great achievements were praised by all. The painting that hung in the human ancestor's palace was still imprinted in the eyes of all the disciples of the human ancestor's palace. That imposing figure with his back to all living beings seemed as if no one in this world was worthy of him turning around. Such a person was now being stepped on by this great demon, and he could not even raise his head? But she was the successor of the human ancestor's palace, and she cultivated the techniques of the human ancestor's palace. The person in front of her was the human ancestor's reincarnation. His aura could not be wrong. Jiang Chuchu felt as if her world was about to collapse. She originally thought that although Gu Chang'e could gain the upper hand, the human ancestor would not be too much weaker. After all, he had many backup plans and he himself had reincarnated countless times. In terms of strength and methods, how could Gu Chang'e be his match? However, the situation was the exact opposite of what she had guessed. Gu Chang'e was so powerful that even the human ancestor was not his match, and he was crushed by force. How is this possible? Jiang Chuchu muttered, her face as cold as ice, as if she had been struck by lightning. She had thought of saving the human ancestor. But even the human ancestor was not Gu Chang'e's match, so what could she do? Jiang Chuchu also despaired. Why is it impossible? He's just a thief and now he's being stepped on by me. The person that your human ancestor's palace believes in is right in front of you right now. But do you dare to save him? Gu Chang'e looked at her and smiled casually. Jiang Chuchu's face was pale, and her body was trembling. If not for Gu Chang'e hugging her, she would have collapsed to the ground. At this time, Jiang Yang naturally saw Jiang Chuchu. She was the true successor of the human ancestor's palace. Speaking of which, she should be the woman who had protected him in this life. Now, from the looks of it, she seemed to have been suppressed by Gu Chang'e. In fact, she was not even a virgin. This made Jiang Yang feel despair, aggrieved, and resentment. Before he died, he wanted to curse out loud. It was also at this time that Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes, feeling that the time was right. There won't be another life and you won't have a chance. He smiled gently. Buzz. In the next moment, the great Tao treasure bottle trembled and began to fall. A terrifying black light flooded down and instantly swallowed Jiang Yang's body. Chapter 240. Boom! The terrifying aura had even surpassed the chaotic aura. There was a cracking sound in the space here. After all, this was a real great Tao treasure bottle. Divine light surged, condensed from the great Tao, and pressed down. Even if the seal of samsara shone and tried to resist, it was drowned by the dark light. Ah! Jiang Yang screamed, and his voice soon disappeared. Gradually there was no sign of life. Even the seal of samsara of the human ancestor dimmed and was shrouded by the dark light. The immortal aura was dazzling, and there was a rare balance. This balance was quickly broken. Of course, the devouring process would not be easy, and it would take time to slowly digest. After all, it was the accumulation of the human ancestor's Tao fruit over so many lifetimes. Even if the great Tao treasure bottle could devour everything, it still needed a process. At this time, Gu Chang'e also heard a notification from the system in his mind. The moment he attacked, he had already used the luck plunder card. Jiang Yang had been beaten to such a state, and it was the best time to plunder. Ding! Plunder successful. Obtained the luck of the human ancestor's reincarnation. Jiang Yang obtained 8,000 luck points and 40,000 fate points. Ding! Successfully killed the human ancestor's reincarnation, triggering the rules of luck dropping from 0. Obtained an additional heavenly Tao treasure chest. Ding! A series of system notifications sounded. Gu Chang'e did not care much about luck points and fate points. What he cared most now was what was in the additional heavenly Tao treasure chest after the human ancestor's death. Tao fruit? Seal of Samsara? Or something else? Do you want to open 653, Heavenly Tao Treasure Chest? Open. Guchanga did not hesitate at all. A familiar gold treasure chest dropped out. However, compared to the other treasure chests, this treasure chest had an additional ring of purple light. It has a purple luck? Guchanga was a little surprised. It seemed that the human ancestors' luck had indeed reached a relatively high level in the system. Buzz. Soon, only Guchanga could see what was in front of him. A layer of golden light burst out, followed by a layer of mystical patterns, simple and majestic, slowly flowing. 3 of them were floating up and down, shrouded in a layer of dense light. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on obtaining Seal of Samsara X1, Purple Destiny Crown X1, Guidance Tao Fruit X1. Seal of Samsara? Guchanga narrowed his eyes slightly. He recalled the reincarnation seal that he had condensed when he absorbed the reincarnation Tao platform left behind by the reincarnation ancient, heavenly sovereign in the immortal ancient continent. This kind of thing could be a life at a critical moment. In other words, he now had another life, unless he met another inheritor of demonic arts who also had the great Tao treasure bottle. Of course, this was just a metaphor. It was impossible to encounter such a thing. With a thought in his mind, Guchanga felt a vague and mysterious imprint disappear from his primordial spirit. Then it slowly landed on his primordial spirit and disappeared. Another life. With the protection of 2 seals of samsara, I have one more trump card. Guchanga was quite satisfied. As for the purple crown of destiny, what was that? Then, Guchanga looked at its introduction, and his expression became a little strange. The purple crown of destiny was actually a mysterious item of luck. Even if his luck was black and not controlled by the heavenly Tao, it represented unpredictability and the unknown. But he could still use it. When wearing the purple crown of destiny, he could have a purple level of luck. As far as Guchanga knew, purple luck was the highest level of luck that he currently knew. Of course, there was a time requirement for wearing it, and there were also many restrictions. At a critical moment, it might be an item with an extraordinary effect. After Guchanga accepted it, he did not pay much attention to it. Finally, he looked at the guidance Tao fruit. From the name, it was quite strange. There was a layer of strange and ancient runes on the surface, deep and boundless. It seems that this is the human ancestor's talent. The guidance talent is related to the divine soul. Borrowing the Tao fruit is actually an extension of this talent. Soon, Guchanga understood the function of this guidance Tao fruit and was a little stunned. Then he chose to fuse with it. This was a strange talent that belonged to the divine soul and could receive other people's Tao fruits. And this Tao fruit naturally included cultivation, essence spirit, and so on. Speaking of which, it was just a copy talent with a different name. Of course, it was not guaranteed to succeed. It depended on luck. However, the combination of the purple crown of destiny and the guidance Tao fruit, this was really a necessary method to dig a hole and throw the blame away. No wonder the human ancestor's divine soul can accommodate so many seals of samsara. Turns out that he has this kind of talent. Guchanga felt an inexplicable aura spread out in his divine soul. In the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara, there was a concealment technique, and naturally there was also a method to imitate. In the beginning, he used these methods to throw the blame of the inheritor of the demonic arts to Ing Shuang, the son of heavenly emperor Ing, on the day of the Gu family's banquet. But now that he had the guidance Tao fruit, this was even simpler. If Guchanga wanted to trick someone, it would be thousands of times more convenient. He felt that this was tailor-made for him. This time it was really a shocking harvest. You killed the human ancestor. At this moment, after seeing Guchanga put away the great Tao treasure bottle, Zhang Chuchu seemed to have come back to her senses. Her voice trembled slightly. Her face was pale, filled with fear and disbelief. She had personally witnessed the human ancestor die in front of her, but she couldn't do anything. She could only watch him die. This made her feel that her beliefs and world were collapsing. The majestic palace in the sea of consciousness between her eyebrows even began to glow, as if it was about to break out. So what if I killed him? Don't tell me you're waiting for him to kill me? Guchanga glanced at her and said casually. Zhang Chuchu found it difficult to accept this scene. For a moment, her heart was filled with guilt, regret, confusion, and doubt. If she had been braver and fought against Guchanga, would the outcome have been different? Would the human ancestor have died? However, Guchanga seemed to know what she was thinking. He said indifferently, "No, you will die here like him." Jiang Chuchu's face turned pale. She was not afraid of death, but when Guchanga said these words, she felt a kind of palpitating fear and dread. However, Guchanga changed the topic at this time. "However, I won't kill you. After all, I promised you." Speaking of this, he revealed a thought-provoking smile and continued, "You're right. Besides, you're my woman. I won't do anything to kill my own woman." Jiang Chuchu was stunned when she heard this. She did not expect Guchanga to suddenly say that because she was his woman, he would not kill her. For a moment she was silent, and her expression was very complicated. After all, to the outside world, there was currently a successor of the human ancestor's hall roaming the world. Since Guchanga had the means to make the human ancestor disappear without a trace, wouldn't it be easy for him to make her disappear without a trace? Therefore, she did not doubt the truth of Guchanga's words. It was not important. The human ancestor is dead, she murmured, thinking of the human ancestor's hall's purpose in existence. Now, even the human ancestor was dead. Was there any need for the human ancestor's hall to continue existing? When the time came, how would they explain themselves to the world? The human ancestor's hall would fall from its divine altar, consigned to eternal damnation. It would be difficult for it to return to its former glory. When she thought of this, Jiang Chuchu's expression became even more miserable. She did not know what she should do next. "Guchanga, you might as well kill me." She simply opened her mouth and stared at Guchanga. She planned to seek death without knowing the purpose of her cultivation in the future. After all, from the moment she was born, she was taught to work hard for the human ancestor's hall's glory. As a successor of the human ancestor's hall, she had to shoulder the responsibility. Now the human ancestor was dead. It was obvious that the human ancestor's hall would fall apart very soon. When that time came, where would she go? What a pitiful person. Are you planning to live for the human ancestor's hall for the rest of your life? I've said before that I won't kill you. However, I do have an idea that can help you. Hearing this, Guchanga showed some pity. He reached out his hand and tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. Chapter 241. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuchu was stunned. She looked at Guchanga's action of tucking her hair behind her ear, and her expression became even more complicated. She did not expect Guchanga to be so gentle. For a moment, she felt a little flattered because Guchanga was usually a cold and heartless person. She did not expect to see the slightest bit of warmth in his eyes. "What idea do you have?" Jiang Chuchu looked at him with sparkling eyes. She did not know why, but her voice lowered and was not as cold as usual. Hearing this, Guchanga smiled and said, "The idea is actually very simple. Isn't it just the human ancestor? The people of the world need such a belief. Now, other than you and me, who else knows that I killed him? As for the human ancestor palace behind you, they will not know. You can rest assured about my methods. Therefore, other than you and me, no one will know that the human ancestor is dead. What the people of the world need is not the human ancestor himself, but the human ancestor as a person." He smiled and guided her patiently. Of course, if he did not kill the human ancestor, there would not be so many problems. However, he was the human ancestor. Now, he was helping Jiang Chuchu with good intentions. If there were any outsiders at this moment, they would be extremely shocked to hear this. They would widen their eyes and feel a terrifying chill, thinking that Guchanga must be crazy. Jiang Chuchu was also stunned, and her eyes widened. She quickly shook her head. "No, how can this be? The human ancestor is irreplaceable. How can we find someone to pretend to be him? If this is the case, how am I different from betraying the sect?" She gritted her teeth and rejected Guchanga's idea. Guchanga interrupted her because he wanted to find someone to pretend to be the human ancestor. It was just like how he found someone to pretend to be the successor of the human ancestor palace, roaming the world and deceiving people. This made Jiang Chuchu feel uneasy. Not only was she betraying the sect, but it was more like she was in cahoots with Guchanga and walking down the path of evil. It was more like she and Guchanga had worked together to assassinate Renzu and replace him. This was something she was unwilling to accept. Guchanga wasn't surprised. If Jiang Chuchu had agreed, he would have been surprised. He simply smiled and continued, I just thought of a way for you. As for whether you accept it or not, that's your problem. Furthermore, the collapse of the human ancestor hall is a good thing for me. I can completely wash my hands of it. So don't try to make me accommodate you. Jiang Chuchu fell silent with a complicated expression. She knew what Guchanga meant. What did the survival of the human ancestor hall have to do with Guchanga? All he had to do was kill him. At that time, who would know that he was the one who killed the human ancestor? Who would know that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts? In that case, why should Guchanga ask for trouble? For a moment, Jiang Chuchu was somewhat taken aback. It was clear that Guchanga had said this because of her. Speaking of which, besides treating her rather badly at the beginning, Guchanga hadn't done anything else to her. She had truly harbored a deep malice toward Guchanga from the very beginning. She didn't believe that he was a good person. In truth, in some aspects he was evil to the core. When she thought of this, Jiang Chuchu's expression was incomparably complicated, as was her mood. But she really couldn't bring herself to betray her sect and wallow in evil with this great demon. Guchanga, you'd better kill me. Thus, after thinking for a long time, Jiang Chuchu still decided on this method. She planned to end things by dying. Guchanga frowned at these words. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a cold expression. Jiang Chuchu, don't try to test my patience. This time he directly called Jiang Chuchu by her full name. Before this, he had always referred to her as Saintess Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu's originally calm expression changed again. She naturally felt the difference in this form of address. Clearly, her lack of appreciation made Guchanga a little angry. For a moment, she couldn't tell whether this was Guchanga's kindness or something else. Then Jiang Chuchu slightly gritted her teeth and said, Don't force me, Guchanga. I'd rather die of old age than betray my sect. You killed Renzu. I already didn't do anything to you. You speak as if you dare to do anything to me. Guchanga coldly interrupted her, then said indifferently, You wanted to die, but I didn't kill you. In other words, the previous you is already dead. The current you, this life is given by me. What do you want to do with it? Did you ask for my permission? Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu's eyes suddenly widened. She was clearly stunned. Why did it sound so reasonable? But this was clearly Guchanga's sophistry. In the next moment, Guchanga waved his sleeve, and the door to the innerverse suddenly opened. He casually threw Jiang Chuchu in. Then he walked in as well. Guchanga, you're despicable and shameless. Soon, in the innerverse, Jiang Chuchu was so angry that she couldn't help but curse. The mental state that she had cultivated in the past was as calm as still water. In front of Guchanga, it was completely useless. In the deepest part of the heavenly feather lake, Zhao Yi, who had been guarding Jiang Yang, looked a little tired. At this moment, she suddenly felt the chaotic fog in front of her disperse. She couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. Jiang Yang, you've succeeded. However, before she could finish speaking, she froze in place, extremely shocked. Her eyes widened as she looked at Guchanga, who walked out of the fog in horror. She couldn't believe that this scene was real. Wasn't this immortal rumored to have fallen in the heavenly Yuhua Lake and been killed by Jiang Yang? But now, why did he suddenly walk out of it? Where was Jiang Yang? In all likelihood, he had met with misfortune. Oh no, Zhao Yi's expression was extremely shocked. She subconsciously planned to use the method that Jiang Yang taught her to activate the Seal of Immortals to deal with Guchanga. But in the next moment, before she had time to react, her vision turned black. She felt a giant hand reaching out and covering her in an instant. Even the celestial seal floating in the air was slapped until it was shaking. Poof! In the next moment, Zhao Yi was in despair and couldn't help but beg for mercy. Immortal, please spare me. All of this was set up by Jiang Yang. It has nothing to do with me. She begged for flowers. She couldn't withstand the fluctuation, and her body instantly exploded. Previously, Guchanga deliberately left her soul intact to cause trouble for Jiang Yang. Now that Jiang Yang was dead, there was naturally no need for Zhao Yi to stay. Her soul was immediately smashed into ashes, and her body and soul were destroyed. The weapon spirit in the Seal of Immortals also felt that something was wrong. It wanted to take the opportunity to break through the void and escape, but Gu Chang'e had already expected it. The golden Taoist scripture opened. The vast world within was like a scroll painting, enveloping all directions. The power of heaven and earth buzzed and opened up endless brilliance. The Seal of Immortals couldn't escape and fell directly into it. After Gu Chang'e kept this supreme weapon, he was not in a hurry to refine it, because he had things to do now. As for Jiang Chuchu, he was not in a hurry. He knew that she would choose sooner or later. Boom! And soon the terrifying gray fog above the heavenly Yuhua Lake became more and more shocking. It was as if it could break through the outer region. In a distant place, many powerful cultivators looked over. Their expressions were still filled with shock, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, the terrifying aura of the heavenly Yuhua Lake swept out in all directions like a huge wave, surging violently. Once again, many cultivators who wanted to find out what was going on stopped in their tracks and couldn't get close. Yu Mingkong's subordinates were in charge of guarding the surroundings, so no one dared to barge in. Looking at the current situation, it was a dead end. Jiang Yang's aura disappeared. What happened? Yu Mingkong frowned. Then her figure flashed, and she activated a forbidden weapon to resist the remnant aura in the surroundings. She quickly rushed toward the heavenly Yuhua Lake. This was because she saw that the terrifying figure in the sky seemed to have disappeared. She couldn't even feel the slightest bit of his aura. It was as if he had evaporated from the world. This was too strange. Moreover, she suddenly couldn't feel Jiang Yang's aura. She didn't know what had happened. Soon Yu Mingkong arrived at the location of the Nirvana Green Lotus. She was stunned and the doubt in her eyes deepened. The life force of the world Nirvana Green Lotus had already disappeared. It was obvious that it had been absorbed by someone. The first person Yu Mingkong eliminated was Jiang Yang. If Jiang Yang had successfully absorbed it, he would definitely rush out and take revenge on her. However, based on the current situation, Jiang Yang had failed. He might even have died here. This made Yu Mingkong's heart surge with shock. She found it hard to believe. Who had the means to kill Jiang Yang in this place? Moreover, it was in Jiang Yang's territory. There are Nirvana Green Lotus seeds in this place? Did they forget to take them away? Yu Mingkong was shocked when she noticed one of the items. She discovered the extremely precious Nirvana Green Lotus seeds. There were many of them, but they were not taken away. Instead, they were left in the lotus body. The many immortal opportunities in Taoist rhymes were still there. They were not affected at all. It was as if they were deliberately left here for her. I owe you a chapter, and I'll definitely return it tomorrow. 1000. Chapter 242. Yu Mingkong had her reasons for thinking that way. It was needless to say how precious the Nirvana Green Lotus was. Even the human ancestor had plotted for a long time for this green lotus. He had racked his brains and finally found a suitable place for it to grow in the heavenly stellar realm. When it matured, he would choose to pluck it. However, why did the mysterious existence that she did not know leave behind the equally precious lotus seeds after fusing with the Nirvana Green Lotus? Was he not going to take them away and leave them for the future generations? Yu Mingkong was very confused. She looked at the lotus seeds that were flickering with chaotic light in the depths of the lotus. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind. What if that mysterious existence had been carelessly forgotten? What were the chances of that? Soon, she shook her head and felt that it was impossible. This was too ridiculous. After all, even the human ancestor's reincarnation had died in the hands of the mysterious existence. Furthermore, it was in the Heavenly Ascension Lake, a place where the human ancestor had set up many contingencies. Would the mysterious existence make such an obvious mistake? Also, Yu Mingkong had already felt a faint sense of familiarity before this. Women always trusted their intuition. Yu Mingkong was no exception. Therefore, she immediately frowned. She was almost certain that the mysterious existence had deliberately left this for her. However, she had never seen his true appearance. She was not even sure who the mysterious existence was. She could not understand why the mysterious existence had left this for her. Or was it also the mysterious existence that had warned her not to go near the heavenly ascension lake? The two of them had never even seen each other before. Therefore, there was only one last possibility left. It was the mysterious exalted immortal who had died in the heavenly ascension lake. Why would he do that? Yu Mingkong frowned. She felt that she was very close to the truth of the matter. It seemed that the mysterious exalted immortal's death in the heavenly ascension lake was intentional. It was to confuse the world and to make the human ancestor's reincarnation lower his guard. This calculation instantly reminded Yu Mingkong of a person. Her fiancé Guchanga. Besides Guchanga, who else could have such means to destroy the human ancestor's reincarnation in his territory? Moreover, she connected the dots again. The truth had almost surfaced. Guchanga. It must be this guy. Yu Mingkong clenched her teeth slightly and made up her mind almost instantly. Other than Guchanga, she thought of all the possibilities, but could not think of anyone else who had such a terrifying method. She suddenly felt a little angry. This heartless guy actually hid it from her for so long. However, Yu Mingkong didn't know what to say when she thought about how she had secretly come to the lower realm without telling him. After all, she was in the wrong. Although she did have the intention of resolving the human ancestor's reincarnation and helping Guchanga, Guchanga did not know about it. Now it seemed that Guchanga had done something to her. That was why he was able to find out about her whereabouts and secretly follow her to the lower realm. Furthermore, he was able to hide in the dark and not show himself from the beginning to the end. The mysterious exalted immortal was also an image created by Guchanga. Moreover, Yu Mingkong thought of the strange thing when Zhang Yang came to the appointment. Now it seemed that Guchanga had secretly helped her at that time. Otherwise, Zhang Yang would not have come so obediently to let her set up an ambush. Yu Mingkong could not help but rub her eyebrows. Previously, she had felt that Guchanga had planted spies around her. He said that he trusted her very much, but in fact he was still paying attention to her movements. When they were in the immortal ancient continent, Guchanga had found her many times because of this method. However, she had clearly cleaned up the people around her. How did Guchanga find her? It seems that my actions when I left the Gu family aroused Changa's suspicion. That's why he followed me. Yu Mingkong softly muttered to herself. Very quickly, she found the suspicious point that would arouse Guchanga's suspicion. It should be that when she left the banquet, she appeared to be in too much of a hurry. And Guchanga's mind was like hair. He was incomparably meticulous. Naturally, he would notice this suspicious point. Yu Mingkong was not in a hurry to explain to Guchanga when she returned to the upper realm. Since Guchanga had followed her all the way here, he should have seen everything that she did. Yu Mingkong did not believe that Guchanga would continue to be suspicious of her. But this guy still has some conscience. He didn't plan to leave me with nothing to drink. After Yu Mingkong understood all this, she let out a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. At this time there was nothing strange. These nirvana green lotus seeds seemed to have been left behind by Guchanga specially for her. Buzz! Therefore she waved her sleeve. A wave of 5 colors divine light swept over and directly collected all of them. Then she left this place. She planned to wrap things up and solve some problems that could be easily exposed. Then she would return to the upper realm. Since Guchanga had personally dealt with the biggest hidden problem, the human ancestor, she had nothing to worry about. Now that Guchanga deliberately did not want to see her, she also knew that it was impossible to find Guchanga with her own methods. It seemed that some things could only be asked after returning to the upper realm. However, she was worried that with Guchanga's temperament, he would deny everything and say that all of this had nothing to do with him. In turn, he might even blame her for secretly coming to the lower realm. It had to be said that Yu Mingkong did not completely understand Guchanga's temperament, but she was very clear about it. Guchanga leaving behind the nirvana green lotus seeds for her already showed that she had a certain place in Guchanga's heart. This made Yu Mingkong very happy. She, who had always been indifferent in front of her subordinates and confidants, could not help but smile faintly today. Her celestial beauty was peerless and unparalleled. On the other side, after being shot down into the heavenly lake by the figure in the gray fog high in the sky, Yao Yao felt that she had retreated from the state of indifference and seeing everything as ants. She no longer had the strongest power and could destroy the world with a wave of her hand. Instead, she was once again that weak little girl who could not even be killed by a chicken. Now she was slowly falling into the depths of the lake. She was powerless and desperate. Not to mention struggling, she could not even muster a trace of strength. There was still that extremely terrifying pressure coming from above, which was still extremely shocking even through the lake water. Under that pressure, all living creatures could only choose to kneel on the ground and did not dare to move. Yao Yao knew that with Granny's strength, she could not save her at this time. Perhaps Granny would rush up and fight with that terrifying figure, and would be one step ahead of her. They had already fallen out with Zhang Yang, so it was impossible for him to save Granny. Thinking of this, Yao Yao was a little sad. Speaking of which, this matter had nothing to do with Granny. She had come here with her so she could have stayed outside, but because of her, she would lose her life here. After all, no one except for Master could defeat such a terrifying existence, right? She was going to die here to accompany Master, Granny, and her brother Zhang Yang, who was long gone. Various scenes flashed through her mind. There were scenes of her playing with her brother when she was young, and there were also scenes of her spending time with Granny, but most of them were scenes of her being with Master day and night. Yao Yao can't avenge you, Master, but I'll be able to see you soon. At this moment, the thing that she regretted the most was that she could not find Guchanga's trace and kill Zhang Yang to avenge her master and her brother. Buzz! Yao Yao's eyes were tightly shut, and she did not notice that the petal-like rune between her brows was currently blossoming with a resplendent light, illuminating the pitch-black bottom of the lake in a dazzling light. There was a strange light emerging from there. She could vaguely see a peach tree rooted in the endless chaos, and there were divine chains of order hanging there. It was at this moment that Yao Yao felt that she had fallen to the bottom. But why did she not feel like falling into mud but instead felt warm? There was also no coldness and darkness as she imagined. It was just like that day when she fell from the sky and was suddenly caught by Master. She wanted to open her eyes. But in the next moment, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in her ears, like a spring flowing through a mountain rock, natural and gentle. Little girl, why are you so disobedient? I told you to wait for me in the immortal Luan's sacred land. Why did you sneak here alone? Hearing this familiar voice, Yao Yao suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She did not know when the nearby lake water had been emptied, forming an absolutely gentle space. And the man in white who was talking in front of her and catching her, wasn't he the master she was familiar with? Impossible, Master is already dead, isn't he? Could it be that this is the legendary underworld, and I'm seeing Master in the underworld? Yao Yao looked at everything in front of her in disbelief, and then muttered softly, feeling that she was already dead, which was why she was seeing Master in this place. But Master, he's really good looking. No wonder I can't see his true appearance usually. He has to be covered with fog so that no one can see him clearly. Otherwise, so many women would fight to be her master's wife when they see him. Thinking of this, Yao Yao suddenly felt a little happy. Although she was dead, she had finally fulfilled a wish that she had always had. She finally saw what her master looked like. She had always known that her master should not be very old. He was not that kind of old antique with a gloomy aura. With this thought in mind, she suddenly found the courage to stretch out her small hand and touch her master's face as if she was possessed by gods and demons. It was as if she wanted to see if the master in front of her was real or fake. However, a hand blocked in front of her and knocked her on the head. At the same time, it was accompanied by a slightly helpless voice. You little girl, what are you thinking about? Your master is so powerful, how could he die? Even if he is in the underworld, Master can take you away. Huh? Yao Yao's little head suddenly couldn't turn around. Why would Master suddenly say this? Could it be that all of this was her imagination? Or was Master really not dead? She had always been wrong. Master, Yao Yao was about to open her mouth and ask again. However, in the next moment, the master in front of her suddenly moved. With a wave of his robes, the entire lake began to surge, as if it was pushed away by a pair of invisible hands, and was isolated. After that, he brought her into the sky and quickly left this place. Looking at the scene in front of her, even if Yao Yao's reaction was slow, she still reacted at this time. Master, you're really not dead. she couldn't help but make a sound. Her small face was full of tears, and she burst into tears. She hugged Guchanga tightly. Master was fine, he didn't die. During this period of time, the worry, uneasiness, sadness, and other emotions all burst out together like a burst dam, and her tears couldn't stop at all. How could Master die? What are you thinking? Guchanga helplessly patted her head, and his voice was unprecedentedly gentle. Then he said, "It seems that during this period of time when I was not here, a lot of things did happen. I'm sorry, Master, I made you worry." At this time, he definitely couldn't say that during this period of time. He had been hiding in the depths of the Heavenly Ascension Lake to watch the show. In any case, he would just tell Yao Yao that at that time he had an accident and was trapped here, and didn't know what was happening in the outside world. Guchanga didn't know what to say to this pure and kind girl, and could only do his best to compensate her in the future. Since he was her master, he naturally couldn't abandon her or anything. No matter how one looked at it, it was like this. Moreover, just now, even if he didn't show up, Yao Yao would be fine. As a Dao fruit, the power that she displayed now was only a small part of it. How could a mere bit of lake water drown her? It was just that she didn't know it herself, and had been worried for nothing. Hearing Guchanga's words, Yao Yao cried even harder, as if she wanted to cry out all the sadness in this period of time. Guchanga shook his head slightly, and at this time, he passed a breath of immortal qi to her, so that she wouldn't hurt her heart at this time. This was the easiest thing to do when in great joy and great sorrow. In this little girl's heart, he occupied an incomparable position. And soon Yao Yao also slowly recovered from this mood of great sorrow and great joy. Thinking about her almost disrespectful action just now, her face was a little red. She raised her head. That pair of flawless black gem-like eyes stared closely at Guchanga. "Master, next time don't let Yao Yao be alone, okay?" Looking at her almost begging tone, Guchanga couldn't help but shake his head slightly and smile. Then he said warmly, "How can Master let you be alone? Didn't I promise you that even if you can't cultivate, Master will still take care of you? Little girl, what nonsense are you thinking about all day? You are Master's disciple." Hearing this, Yao Yao was a little stunned, and for some reason she couldn't feel happy. Her tone was also a little depressed, as if she was disappointed. Yao Yao is just a disciple to Master. Of course, not just a disciple, didn't Master tell you before? Sometimes Master is even closer to you than family. Hearing this, Guchanga patted her head, and his voice was as gentle and calm as ever. Chapter 243. Although she was more satisfied with Guchanga's answer than before, Yao Yao still felt a little frustrated. She did not know why she was so frustrated at such a young age. Sometimes her master was closer to her than family. She had always kept these words firmly in her mind. Now that her brother was no longer around, and her mother-in-law was most likely dead, the only family she had left was her master. "I've already avenged your brother, Jiangyang. You don't have to feel sad anymore. I saw him in the depths of the Heavenly Ascension Lake. I found out about you from him, so I killed him. However, it was only a strand of immortal Luan's true soul that took over his body. The real culprit is still somewhere in the upper realm. However, don't worry, Yao Yao. I'll find him when the time comes." Guchanga continued to talk to Yao Yao about her brother. Jiangyang was already dead, and the seal of samsara was still being suppressed and digested in the Great Tao treasure bottle. Of course, he could not tell Yao Yao the details of the process. On the other hand, Yao Yao did not know Jiangyang's true identity. If Guchanga told her that the real culprit was Immortal Luan, she would definitely blame it on Immortal Luan. With this layer of karma, even if the peach tree behind Yao Yao wanted to calculate something, it would not be able to find out anything. After all, Immortal Luan was indeed the human ancestor's accomplice. Had Guchanga erased all traces of the human ancestor's existence? When the time came, they would only be able to find Immortal Luan's head. After all, the Immortal Luan seal and the Immortal Luan sacred land were left behind when he left the heavenly stellar realm. "I understand. Thank you, Master." Yao Yao could not help but nod when she heard Guchanga's words. Even if Guchanga did not do anything, she would have thought of ways to solve this hatred. Now that Guchanga had helped her solve part of it, Yao Yao felt that she had to solve the rest herself. "Yao Yao, At this moment, Grandma Silverflower, who had been hiding at the side of the heavenly lake, suddenly shouted in shock and surprise. Tears flowed down his old face. He was extremely emotional. When Yao Yao fell into the heavenly lake, she wanted to save her. However, the terrifying figure in the sky stood there. His aura was intimidating in all directions, enveloping the world. She didn't dare to move at all. Granny Silverflower was naturally extremely worried about Yao Yao's safety. However, all she could do was worry. She couldn't do anything. She really did not expect that Yao Yao would actually be brought out by Guchanga. Granny, Yao Yao was also very surprised at this time. She thought that her mother-in-law would die in the hands of that terrifying figure, but she didn't expect that she was alive and well. You two should reunite first. I still have some unfinished business here. At this time, Guchanga put Yao Yao down and said in a calm voice. His eyes fell on the terrifying figure in the sky. Yes, master. Yao Yao was very sensible. She knew what Guchanga was talking about. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Gray mist overflowed. Mountains collapsed and the earth split apart. Even a hole was torn open in the heavens. It was burned down like a mirror, breaking apart inch by inch and falling down. Such a scene was extremely terrifying. Not only did it make Yao Yao, Grandma Silverflower, and the rest uneasy, but it also made many of the supreme experts in the heaven region who had been paying attention to this place uneasy. The sky had collapsed, and such a terrifying crack had appeared. At this time, who could mend the sky? Boom! At this time, it seemed to have noticed Guchanga. The terrifying figure in the sky was shrouded in thick gray fog. His cold and emotionless eyes suddenly fell. His blood was surging, and it was accompanied by a terrifying pressure that could shake the universe and turn the sea into ashes. This aura was too terrifying. It was as if a supreme true demon was awakening. At this moment, not only the entire heaven region, but also the other regions in the heavenly stellar realm, the earth region, the Xian region, the flood region, all felt this peerless aura. All worlds were destroyed, and the universe was collapsing. Countless living beings and cultivators trembled under this aura. Their divine souls were about to collapse, as if they were facing a natural disaster. Terrifying divine chains of order intertwined there. Flames pierced through the sky, and one star after another trembled and fell to the ground. The entire world seemed to be heading toward its end. This is too terrifying. What is hidden under the heavenly ascension lake? Why do I feel that this aura has exceeded the range of what this realm can withstand? Yeah, what kind of terrifying demon is this? Just its awakening can destroy the sky. This is destined to bring disaster to all living beings. What should we do? The ancient existences in the divine mountains and forbidden areas watched this terrifying scene with trembling voices. Even their divine souls were trembling, and they began to feel despair. The higher one's level, the more they could feel this horror. This was no longer a power that the cultivators of the heavenly stellar realm could resist. The collapse of the sky was one thing. When that peerless true demon completely awakened and walked out of the heavenly ascension lake, it would sweep across the entire heavenly stellar realm. Looking at its current state, it seemed to be trapped in the heavenly ascension lake and could not leave. However, that peerless demonic power had already broken through the sky. At this moment, countless living beings and cultivators were pale and in despair. They all knelt on the ground, praying for a savior to save them. Do I look like a savior? But it's time for this disaster to end. Guchanga stood by the heavenly lake. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his figure was tall and straight. There seemed to be endless immortal chi lingering around him. At this moment, when he heard these words that came from all over the world, his peerlessly handsome face couldn't help but reveal a wisp of interest. Master is the savior sent by the heavens to save us. Yao Yao said firmly. Yao Yao said firmly. She now had incomparable worship and trust for Guchanga. Her master's power was beyond imagination. Did the exalted immortal descend to the lower realm waiting for this day? Grandma Silverflower now respected Guchanga to the extreme, as if she respected a god. She had thought that he had already fallen here. However, she did not expect that he would appear again today, as if he planned to suppress this true demon with his own power. He was going to save the world. Boom! At this moment, Guchanga took a step forward. Streaks of immortal chi appeared, and the five-colored divine light beside him boiled. Black specks filled the air as they floated up and down. They seemed to contain many dried-up worlds. Heaven and earth resonated, and all Taoists trembled. True dragons, immortal phoenixes, vermilion birds, kuan pongs, and many other peerless ferocious beasts appeared, as if a young immortal emperor was patrolling the sky. It was so powerful that it suppressed all the rules here. The sky trembled, and the heavenly ascension lake rumbled, and terrifying divine chains of order descended. The strength he displayed immediately far exceeded the restrictions of this world, reaching a world-shaking level. The majestic dragon of chi and blood was like a boundless mountain ridge. It pierced through the sky, tore through the universe, and was surrounded by endless chaotic immortal chi. Heaven and earth were shocked. Silence everywhere. It's that exalted immortal. Didn't he already fall in the heavenly ascension lake? A supreme expert from the divine mountain said in a trembling voice in disbelief. Countless cultivators and living beings watched this scene in fear. It was hard to imagine that a savior would appear at this time to save the world. Moreover, it was the exalted immortal who was suspected to have fallen in the heavenly ascension lake. For a time, cultivators and living beings from all over knelt down. They could not help but worship in that direction with incomparable reverence. The sound of prayer resounded throughout heaven and earth. Today I will suppress you, the true demon, and clear the world. Wuxia stood up and shouted at the terrifying figure in the gray fog. You are not allowed to wreak havoc in the world. Scram back to where you belong. At this moment, he was full of righteousness, and there seemed to be endless light of merit flowing on his body. Hearing this, countless cultivators and living beings were excited, and their blood surged. Some even had tears streaming down their faces. They were moved, feeling an unquestionable righteousness that was going to purge all evil. Rumble. Soon a huge battle broke out here. It was earth-shattering and extremely terrifying. The aura that Wuxia displayed was terrifying and boundless, covering the heavens and earth. The surroundings trembled as if there was a supreme universe pressing down from all directions. Every cell was emitting light, resplendent and releasing extreme power. Bang! Between heaven and earth, gray fog surged and surged. However, it was accompanied by a loud bang. The gray demonic chi dispersed as if bones were broken. Blood splattered everywhere, and a bloody mist swept out. In the world, only Wuxia's figure was left, eternally unparalleled, spanning the horizon. With a pung sound, this terrifying figure in the gray fog was blown apart. This place was like a bottomless black hole, and the demonic fog covered the sky. All the scenes disappeared. The scene just now became the last scene in the eyes of many living beings and cultivators. Their blood was boiling. I didn't expect this exalted immortal to be such a heartless person. I'm ashamed. If he had the courage of an exalted immortal, I wouldn't have to cower here. At this moment, many supreme existences were affected. They were also hot-blooded and rushed into the sky from all over to the heavenly ascension lake to help Wuxia suppress the true demon. Poof! However, before this group of living beings could get close to the heavenly ascension lake, they were blown by the terrifying wind in the broken sky. Including their essence spirits, they were instantly turned into dust. This scene shocked everyone, causing countless living beings to tremble in fear. Indeed, this was not something that an ordinary person could do. For a moment, their respect for Wuxia deepened. What kind of courage and righteousness was this to make him fight to the death there? Master, he will definitely be fine. He is the savior of the world. Yao Yao clenched her fists and was brought away by Grandma Silverflower. They were far away from the terrifying battlefield, afraid that they would be affected. She believed in Wuxia without a trace of doubt. Master would definitely be able to get rid of all the disasters. In the end, this terrifying battle that shocked the entire heavenly stellar realm lasted for half a day. Then it was accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. It was as if it was extremely unwilling. Then endless black light rushed out and covered the sky. No one could see what was happening inside. Then the gray fog that covered everything dissipated, and even the terrifying aftershocks disappeared without a trace. Of course, the heavenly ascension lake was also turned into ashes in this battle. Only ruins and dust were left. Nothing was left. The mountain range, the heavenly lake, the ancient trees, they were all turned into ashes. The gray fog dissipated. The sun shone down again, and the sky was clear again. Everyone was shocked and pleasantly surprised to find that the broken sky seemed to have been mended by that exalted immortal's supreme method. The chaos was stopped. However, that exalted immortal's whereabouts were unknown in the end. This became the greatest regret and suspense for countless cultivators and living beings. That exalted immortal had swept away all the disasters for the world, but in the end, his whereabouts were unknown. Even his fate was unknown. This matter became an eternal mystery. Even after countless years had passed, no one knew about it. However, many people believed that with the exalted immortal's strength, it was impossible for him to have any problems. It was very likely that after solving this disaster, he chose to fly away and return to the upper realm. Some people even felt that the exalted immortal had rushed to the Heavenly Ascension Lake to suppress the true demon inside. The Heavenly Ascension Lake 653 was a place where peerless demons were sealed. When the seal was broken, the Heavenly Stellar Realm would welcome its destruction. As for the exalted immortal, he was the savior sent by the heavens to save the Heavenly Stellar Realm. All kinds of rumors appeared, and the more they spread, the more ridiculous they became. Amazing, but many people still believed them without a doubt. After all, the scene that day was too shocking. Some people even used shadow recording stones to record the blurry scene and spread it everywhere. This matter was also recorded in the annals of history for all living beings and cultivators in the future to remember in awe. Of course, because of the exalted immortal's kindness, countless cultivators and living beings were grateful and built a ruin called the Exalted Immortal's Ruins. In the Exalted Immortal's Ruins, statues rose from the ground and were worshipped by incense and faith every day. Of course, this was all in the future. At this time, Wuxia had already left the heavenly region with Yao Yao and was ready to bring her back to the upper realm. In the end, Grandma Silverflower did not choose to leave with Yao Yao. With Wuxia taking care of Yao Yao, she was very relieved. She still had her own things to do and regrets. Back then, there were many things waiting for her in the sect, so she did not want to leave the Heavenly Stellar Realm. Although Yao Yao was reluctant, she expressed that she understood and would not force Grandma Silverflower to leave with her. Moreover, she believed that with her master's means, he could bring her back to the Heavenly Stellar Realm at any time. After all, such a powerful true demon that wreaked havoc in the world was suppressed by her master in the end. Back then, her master only seemed to be slightly injured. Of course, Wuxia would not tell her that the true demon that seemed to want to wreak havoc in the world was just his innate godly thought. He had no intention of wreaking havoc in the world at all, so he did not have the time. It was just a self-directed performance in front of all living beings, acting as a savior for once. The many effects that followed were actually not important. Of course, through this matter, he casually brushed up his great and righteous image as her master in front of Yao Yao. Besides, when the time came, even if there was a supreme existence that wanted to deduce the existence of the reincarnation of the human ancestor, and in the end it was deduced to the Heavenly Stellar Realm, they might suspect that he was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Wuxia had played this chess piece in advance. However, he was not sure if anyone would investigate. During this process he discovered many benefits. No wonder the human ancestor liked to use faith. The power of faith was the purest energy that could strengthen the primordial spirit. However, Wuxia had never believed in this. To him, faith was no more than rootless duckweed that could collapse at any time and could not last long. However, after devouring and refining it with the Great Tao treasure bottle, it could even be used as another resource to help his cultivation. After that, after cleaning up many traces, Wuxia brought Yao Yao to a mountain peak that he randomly found. Yao Yao, today I will take you out of the Heavenly Stellar Realm and return to the upper realm, he said with a smile. Chapter 244. The inner region of the upper realm, the territory of the Longevity Gu clan. Wuxia brought Yao Yao away from the Heavenly Stellar Realm, breaking through many boundaries along the way, and finally brought her to the territory of his clan. What she saw along the way made Yao Yao's eyes widen in shock. She saw many things that she had never seen or heard of before. The vast universe was magnificent and extraordinary. especially when she saw the guidance temple shuttling through the universe and the chaotic world. This was no longer something that could be explained by a miracle. If Guchanga had not patiently explained it to her, she would not have thought that there was such a Dharma artifact in this world that could travel freely between worlds. The heavenly stellar realm that she was in was extremely remote. It was hundreds of millions of miles away from the bustling area that Guchanga mentioned. At this moment, she finally understood why so many cultivators tried so hard to ascend to the upper realm. During this time, she also told Guchanga many things about the upper realm, so that he would not feel uneasy coming here and being unfamiliar with the place. Master, will you be very busy after returning to the upper realm? Yao Yao could not help but ask softly. After this period of understanding, Yao Yao also understood that Guchanga's identity in the entire upper realm was indescribably noble, the kind that people could not reach. He had to deal with many things every day, so it was impossible for him to be like in the lower realm where he could accompany her at any time. She was still clear about the secondary importance of these things. It's okay. Master won't be very busy. You have a special body, so I can send someone to investigate during this time. Who knows, maybe they can find out something. Guchanga smiled slightly when he heard this. Naturally, he knew what Yao Yao was worried about. Although she was young, the things she knew far surpassed those of her peers. Guchanga even felt that Gu Xian was not as sensible as her. After receiving Guchanga's answer, Yao Yao could not help but smile. Very quickly, Guchanga brought her all the way back to the Gu family. He saw Guchanga disappear quickly with a little girl. The clansmen patrolling outside the mountain gate couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. When did young lord leave the mountain gate? I don't know. Why did you bring a little girl back this time? What is the identity of this little girl? Why does she deserve such treatment from the young master? They were very surprised. During this period of time, Guchanga had spread the news to the outside world that he was in seclusion, but it was very obvious that he was not. Instead, at some point in time, he quietly left and went somewhere else. However, as servants, they didn't dare to ask. They were just curious. Very soon, many members of the Gu clan noticed that Guchanga, who had claimed to be in closed-door cultivation, had appeared with a little girl by his side. This shocked many of the clansmen. There were all kinds of guesses about the little girl's identity, but no one dared to say that she was Guchanga's daughter. She looked like a little follower that he had accepted. As for a disciple, no one thought in that direction. How old was Guchanga? How could he accept a disciple? Guchanga wasn't surprised by the clansmen's thoughts. After all, it wasn't like when he left last time where he hid it from everyone. This time he came directly from the mountain gate, so it was natural that he would attract attention. He also didn't want to go back quietly and let Yao Yao misunderstand, thinking that he was afraid of letting the clansmen notice her existence. The little girl's mind was very likely to wander for a long time because of a small detail. Very soon, Guchanga brought Yao Yao back to the Divine Island where he lived. Then, he instructed the maids to arrange for Yao Yao's daily life. After all, it was impossible to let this little girl live with him. Yao Yao was also very obedient. She followed the beautiful big sister in front of her to the place where she usually lived. When she arrived at the mountain gate where the Longevity Gu clan was located and saw the scene inside, she was already very surprised. For the first time, she discovered that a force could be like this. It was like a great world that had been established independently, vast and boundless with a myriad of scenes. Big sister, however, the first sentence that Yao Yao said made the maid in front of her so scared that her face turned white and she almost collapsed to the ground. Little ancestor, don't call me that. If other people hear it, I'll be in trouble. You can just call me by my name. The maid's face was pale and she couldn't help but tremble slightly. She could see that Yao Yao's identity was not simple. Guchanga's attitude towards her was very gentle, unlike the usual cold, high and mighty young master who looked down on everything. As a maid, she understood Guchanga's temperament quite well. It was because of this that she felt uneasy and afraid. If Yao Yao called her that in the Longevity Gu clan, where rules and regulations were extremely strict, she would inevitably be punished if someone found out. I'm sorry. After hearing this, Yao Yao quickly understood what she meant and felt a little guilty. However, from this, It could be seen how terrifying her revered master's power in the upper realm was. His every word and action carried great authority. Just the way he addressed her was enough to frighten people to this extent. When she thought of this, she admired Guchanga even more. On the other hand, after returning to the palace, Guchanga summoned his trusted aide, Ada, and asked him to report everything that had happened in the upper realm during this period. During this period, some ancient beings have discovered signs of Inde Ultimate, and are very uneasy. Therefore, various orthodoxies have discussed, and decided to build a true immortal academy together. During this period, they're preparing to start Project Immortal. I hope that someone in this generation can become an immortal and stop the descent of Inde Ultimate. In addition, during this period, many ancient freaks and sealed ancient kings have appeared, and the Golden Age has begun. Emperor Ying's son from Emperor Mountain has not left Emperor Mountain during this period because he is suspected to be the inheritor of the demonic arts. Another successor of the Ancestral Man Hall is also wandering around, trying to find the reincarnation of the Ancestral Man. Soon, Ada arrived and respectfully reported everything that had happened during this period. After hearing this, Guchanga did not pay much attention to it. Everything was still under his control. After all, he claimed to be in closed-door cultivation. Therefore, during this period, Guchanga seemed to have disappeared without a trace, and there were not many things about him. Moreover, without him stirring up trouble, Ying Shuang, who had been labeled as the inheritor of the demonic arts, did not dare to appear casually. The other ancient freaks and sealed young kings were not stupid either. They would not do anything to provoke him at this time. Except for the appearance of the Inde, which was a little out of Guchanga's expectations, everything was still developing in the direction that he wanted. "Oh right, young master, some time ago, the daughter of Emperor Ying from Emperor Mountain came to visit you. However, she waited outside the mountain for a long time and left in anger in the end." After that, Ada spoke again and reported something that happened when Guchanga had just left the Longevity Gu family. After all, the ancient princess had specifically asked to visit Guchanga. However, Guchanga was not there at that time. Without his permission, no one dared to talk to the ancient princess. Who knew what her purpose was at that time? Therefore, no one talked to her in the end. The ancient princess could only leave angrily with her people. It seems to be Ying Shuang's younger sister? Guchanga was a little interested. He was quite clear about the connections behind Ying Shuang, the scapegoat. Ying Shuang's younger sister, Ying Yu, was a very talented young supreme being. In terms of strength, it should not be a problem for her to crush all the young supreme beings today. After all, she had the bloodline of Emperor Ying, but she had been sealed until now. Therefore, Guchanga felt a little regretful when he heard that she had left, because he had planned to make a move on Ying Yu from the beginning. However, because he had to go to the heavenly stellar realm, he missed the time. Therefore, he needed to make some arrangements to make Ying Shuang, who was supposed to be a servant girl, give herself away. Guchanga did not expect that the title of the inheritor of demonic arts would always be on his head. After all, the calculation at that time was very shallow. As long as he used some tricks and schemes, he would be able to solve it. He felt that Ying Yu had most likely come to him because of this matter. If he spoke, Ying Shuang would be more likely to be cleared of suspicion as the inheritor of demonic arts. "Aren't you afraid that I will make it worse?" Guchanga could not help but laugh. He did not seem to care. Although the human ancestor had disappeared, it did not mean that his identity was not at risk of being exposed. Because in addition to the human ancestor, there were many ancient beings who knew a lot about the inheritors of demonic arts. In addition, a young supreme being with special talent like Zhang Chuchu might be able to detect his true identity. Therefore, Guchanga had to use up all of Ying Shuang's value, and then continue to find a third scapegoat. Then he waved his hand and asked Ada to leave. He began to think about what to do next. He should first deal with the Inde. He also said that he should first get rid of Ying Shuang, the child of Providence who had taken over the body of the big boss. After all, there would always be a general trend that would appear and give him some fancy sons of Providence to use as leaks. Guchanga did not know what to say about this. But before that, I should improve my strength first. Then, Guchanga sorted out and digested the many gains from this trip to the lower realm. The huge amount of fate points and fate points were one thing. In addition, he had gained a disciple, Yao Yao. The many divine items dropped by killing the human ancestor's reincarnation were another thing. Secondly, the Nirvana Green Lotus had improved his physical body to an extremely terrifying level. Now that my realm has reached the Saint Realm, my physical strength is probably close to the Great Saint Realm, and so is my spirit. Guchanga estimated his exact strength. Because realm did not represent true combat strength, he still had many magical powers, artifacts, and other means. In other words, even if he encountered a quasi-supreme, he had a way to deal with them. Of course, this kind of quasi-supreme referred to those who had just entered the quasi-supreme realm, at most the first or second heaven. As for the heavenly immortal canon's surface realm, Guchanga maintained it around the quasi-saint realm. It was not ridiculously high and was within the range that everyone could accept. Anyway, he could adjust his surface realm at any time through his fate points. He was not afraid that people would notice anything unusual. Then, Guchanga continued to use his fate points to exchange for 10 transcendence bones. A familiar, mysterious and clear aura flowed through his limbs and bones. Then the bones, which were already unusually bright, spewed out multicolored light, accompanied by waves of Tao sounds. An indescribable and mysterious feeling spread out from his bones. This was the meaning of transcendence. Guchanga felt that his understanding of the various magical powers and the laws of the great Tao had deepened by a lot. Cultivators of the same realm could not catch up to him even if they flattered him. At the same time, on another majestic divine island in the Longevity Gu clan, Gu Xian who was wearing a long dress with wide sleeves, recovered from her cultivation and slowly exhaled. Strands of immortal Tao Qi breathed in and out from her mouth and nose, slowly nourishing her body. Between heaven and earth, the supreme power of laws transformed into countless rays of multicolored light. As she breathed, they fused into her body, making her look like she was full of immortal intent and mystery. Countless Taoist rhymes and spiritual vigor also crazily surged from the 4 seas and were swallowed by her breath when she stopped cultivating. A sparkling and translucent bone overflowing with immortal intent was shining brightly. Its surface was filled with all kinds of complicated laws, and traces of the great Tao were firmly imprinted on it. Buzz! In the next moment, her cultivation suddenly changed and broke through to the mid-stage true God realm. She had already surpassed many young primes who were older than her. Xian'er's strength has broken through again. How long has it been since she last broke through? I'm afraid it won't be long before she can catch up to Chang'e. This girl has also suffered a lot. She is even more hard-working than the other disciples. When the few elders near the Divine Island saw this scene, they smiled with gratification and praised Gu Xian'er. During this time, Guchanga said that he was in seclusion, but in reality he had disappeared without a trace. Gu Xian'er went to look for her parents and returned. She found that they were fine, but they would not be able to return in a short time. Thus, she accompanied her parents for a while before returning to the clan and began to cultivate diligently. She discovered Guchanga's good intentions. After all, she had heard many things from her parents. She knew that there had always been people looking for them everywhere. Under her careful investigation, she found that those people were actually related to Guchanga. She had just returned to the clan when she heard news of her parents. All these coincidences could only mean that Guchanga had specially prepared for her. Unfortunately, Guchanga did not intend to tell her these things. This made Gu Xian'er angry and touched. Guchanga was a person who was cold and stubborn on the surface, but in reality he was more considerate of others than anyone else. However, he did not tell anyone and chose to bear all these by himself. That was why he used this opportunity to encourage her to cultivate diligently. He was worried that she would be killed by him when he could no longer suppress his demonic nature. All these pains made Gu Xian'er not know what to say to Guchanga. Guchanga did not care about her concern and refused to put down his high and mighty face. This was what angered Gu Xian'er the most. At the Nirvana Pond, Guchanga could not suppress his demonic nature. Many things that happened during this time still appeared in her mind from time to time. Gu Xian'er discovered the difficulties that Guchanga had been stubbornly hiding, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She could not help but feel sorry and guilty for Guchanga. That was why Gu Xian'er did not want to disappoint Guchanga and cultivated diligently. In addition, during this time, she was also thinking of ways to look up various ancient books to see if she could solve the problem of Guchanga's demonic nature. At this time, Gu Xian'er finished cultivating and was about to get up. A maid suddenly rushed over and quietly ran to her side to report the matter. Her expression was very serious. What? Body? After Guchanga disappeared, he actually brought a little girl back? As soon as Gu Xian'er heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable in her heart. Even her words had an inexplicable sour taste. She was Guchanga's sister, okay? Chapter 245. At that time, many of the clansmen saw young Master Changa bring a 5- or 6-year-old girl back from outside the mountain gate. That little girl looked quite obedient and quiet. Hearing the servant girl's report, Gu Xian'er fell silent. She felt more and more uncomfortable. Quite obedient and cute? Could it be that Guchanga liked a younger sister with that kind of personality? And her own personality was indeed not quiet and obedient at all. Sometimes she liked to be the opposite of Guchanga. So, Guchanga found a new younger sister? How is this possible? Gu Xian'er suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure. She didn't believe this news at first. But now, many of the clansmen had seen it with their own eyes. According to Guchanga's past behavior, how could he bring a little girl with him? That would be a burden to Guchanga. If the sun didn't rise from the west, then there must be something fishy about this. Was there something special about that little girl? But no matter what, at this moment Gu Xian'er felt sour in her heart. After all, before this, she was Guchanga's only younger sister. Now that there was another little girl, what if Guchanga didn't dote on her in the future? She didn't mean that she would compete with a little girl or anything. Bah! It was completely because Guchanga finally showed his gentleness to her. She really didn't want to see Guchanga treat other little girls so well. And she had spent so much effort to get what she wanted. Why did that little girl get it so easily? Gu Xian'er wasn't a saint. Naturally, she had her own selfish motives. Thinking of this, she felt even more sour in her heart. In the beginning, she was the one who hated Guchanga the most. Now the one who felt the most heartache and guilt for Guchanga was also her. But Guchanga's attitude towards her made her feel a little uncomfortable. For a moment Gu Xian'er was a little worried. Was it because she did not visit Guchanga some time ago, so he felt that it would be better to bring a new sister back? But it was clearly his attitude that was very cold, and he didn't care about her at all. She began to let her imagination run wild. She was no longer as smart and crafty as before. After that, Gu Xian'er heaved a sigh of relief, and his expression returned to its usual calm. She said, "Take me to see the little girl that Guchanga brought back. As her elder sister, I should take a good look at her." The last sentence seemed to be said to himself, giving himself an excuse. Yes, Mississippi, the servant girl who made the report smiled bitterly. She didn't dare to not report this matter. But after she did, Gu Xian'er wouldn't let this matter rest. She was a little worried that Guchanga would blame her when the time came. Soon Gu Xian'er was led by the servant girl to the Divine Island 657 Guchanga was on. Along the way, many of the clansmen who saw her were a little surprised and found it hard to believe. There was a deep hatred between Gu Xian'er and Guchanga. Before this, although they knew that Guchanga had already dug out his bones and returned his sister, how could this kind of hatred be so easily resolved? They didn't know that Gu Xian'er and Guchanga had many grievances during this period of time. Now they still thought that these two bloodlines didn't have any contact with each other. If I remember correctly, this is Miss Xian'er's first time coming to the Divine Island where young master is? Yes, before this I heard that she had never set foot here, but I don't know why. Could it be that she saw young master coming out of seclusion and decided to pay him a visit? I heard that last time at the Nirvana Pond, young master fell into chi deviation for some reason, and Miss Xian'er and the others were greatly affected. However, Miss Xian'er's cultivation had a breakthrough during this period of time. She's really too strong, but it's a pity. If she hadn't been wandering outside all these years, she would probably be comparable to young master now. Many of the clansmen watched this scene and discussed in low voices. They were very curious and amazed. There was no need to say much about Gu Xian'er's talent. Many of the elders in the clan thought that she could be compared to Gu Chang'e. Soon Gu Xian'er arrived at the palace where Yao Yao was currently staying. She didn't care about the discussions of the clansmen nearby. She mainly wanted to see who this little girl was. In the palace, the servant girl who brought Yao Yao here was telling her about the longevity Gu clan in a low voice. The two of them were completely unaware that Gu Xian'er had already arrived outside the palace. Yao Yao's little face was full of seriousness as she listened to some of the rules of the longevity Gu clan. The clan that Master belonged to was far more terrifying than any power that she knew of. Just the degree of strictness of the rules was incomparably shocking. "You're the little girl that Gu Chang'e brought back?" At this moment Gu Xian'er, who was at the entrance of the palace, suddenly spoke. Her voice was cold and calm, and she was sizing up the two people in the palace. Only then did they notice her arrival. "Miss Yin." The servant girl in the palace heard this voice and looked over in shock. Then, she hurriedly greeted her respectfully. However, she was curious as to why Miss Yin would come to this place. Yao Yao also looked over in shock. At the entrance of the palace, an extremely beautiful older sister was standing there without them noticing. Her figure was slender, and she wore a flowy dress with wide sleeves. She looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens, and her eyes were otherworldly and cold, without a trace of dust. "Are you Master's wife?" She was still a little confused and didn't understand who this beautiful older sister was. So, she subconsciously spoke, thinking that she was Master's Dao companion. However, looking at her age, she didn't seem old. "What?" Hearing this, Gu Xian'er's eyes suddenly widened. She couldn't maintain her cold expression at all. Her head buzzed for a moment, as if it was hit by a huge bell, and suddenly became empty. A blush instantly appeared on her flawless jade-like face. Then she hurriedly waved her hands to deny it. Her heart was beating very fast, and she was extremely flustered. It's not me, don't talk nonsense." This little girl, how could she speak like this? Asking if she was Master's wife the moment she arrived. She was only Gu Chang'e's younger sister. Master's wife. How could that be? However, this little girl looked quite well behaved, and her words were pleasant to hear. Gu Xian'er couldn't help but curve her eyebrows. Before she came, she still had some hostility, but inexplicably, that feeling disappeared like smoke in thin air. She was full of love for this fairy-like, porcelain doll-like little girl. After all, from the way she addressed her, she should be Gu Chang'e's little disciple. Therefore, she couldn't threaten her position as his younger sister at all. Moreover, Gu Xian'er felt a very strange and familiar aura from Yao Yao. It was incomparably natural and peaceful, like the feeling when listening to Sister Tao Yao's sermon in the Peach Village. How could she possibly be hostile to him again? She was now an elder. "What's your name?" "Gu Chang'e is my older brother. I'm not some Master's wife." Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er couldn't help but smile. She squatted down and patted Yao Yao's head. "Hello, little martial ant, I'm Yao Yao." Yao Yao also felt Gu Xian'er's kindness. She was originally a little timid, but she couldn't help but relax a lot. "Little martial ant? Yao Yao, this name is really nice, the Yao Yao of Peach Brilliant. Since you've called me that, then I have to give you a greeting gift. Otherwise, Gu Chang'e will probably scold me in the future." Gu Xian'er was slightly taken aback. He was still very satisfied with this form of address. Thinking of this, her smile deepened. With a wave of her jade hand, a series of magic tools suddenly appeared in the air in front of her. Jade cauldron, golden seal, large bell, plain belt, golden light surged, its power vast. Every one of them was extremely precious. In the outside world, it would cause cultivators to fight tooth and nail for it. With her stingy and money-grubbing personality, to be able to take out these precious magic tools as a gift, this was enough to show that she had put in a lot of effort. After all, in the past, she even wanted to get a few more of Gu Chang'e's magic tools. "Thank you, little martial ant." Yao Yao revealed an obedient smile. She knew a lot about the principles of how to deal with people. "I know, but to be wrongly accused like this, anyone would do the same." Hearing this, Ing Shuang revealed a bitter smile and sighed. I don't know who I offended to be framed like this for no reason. I have no enmity with Guchanga and the successor of the human ancestors' palace. Why would they splash this black water on me? Ing Shuang said, placing himself on the side of the victim. His tone was very helpless. However, in his heart, he hated Guchanga and the others so much that he gritted his teeth. During this period of time he found a lot of methods. Compared to the previous Ing Shuang, the difference wasn't that big. Other than his cultivation being weaker than the previous Ing Shuang, even Ing Yu couldn't find any abnormalities in other aspects. This made Ing Shuang sigh in relief. This was the only good thing among all the bad things. Being Prince Ing was getting more and more comfortable as if this was the real him. There must be something wrong with this matter. If it was just Guchanga saying this, then it might be an accident. However, the two successors of the human ancestors' palace both felt that the successor of the demonic technique was brother. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? I feel like there's something strange about this. Ing Yu said softly, her eyes fixed on Ing Shuang's expression, wanting to see if there was anything strange. She wasn't sure if Ing Shuang was hiding something from her. Hearing this, Ing Shuang's heart jumped, but his expression was very calm. Sister, what you said is also what I'm confused about. Logically speaking, I've never seen the three of them before. His biggest secret was that he had inexplicably taken over Ing Shuang's body. Being stared at by Ing Yu like this made him feel a little uncomfortable. Forget it. In any case, the true Immortal Academy will be established soon. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain will also send a supreme expert there. I heard that that person is someone from the same generation as Father. When the time comes with him protecting us, there won't be anyone who dares to provoke us in the true Immortal Academy. Then Ing Yu continued. When she mentioned the true Immortal Academy, a yearning look appeared in her eyes. After all, that was an academy that gathered the resources of many of the higher realms' great orthodoxies, and its purpose was to nurture a true immortal in this generation. Even though her talent was great, and she was also the descendant of Ing Tian Emperor, her bloodline astonishing, she still didn't have the confidence to compete against many young heavenly talents in this generation. Meanwhile, the true Immortal Academy was perfect for her to undergo tempering. It was an exceptionally good cultivation place. A place where heavenly talents gathered and stars gathered. All of the younger generation looked forward to it, hoping to become a fish that leaped over the dragon's gate there, stepping into a new world. Hearing this, Ing Shuang's smile became a bit stiff. Honestly speaking, he didn't want to head to the true Immortal Academy. He was clear about his own abilities. When the time came when he faced so many younger generation experts, how many people could he compete against? However, as Prince Ing, this wasn't up to him to decide. Sister is right. After staying in the Heavenly Emperor Palace for so long, when the time comes to head to the true Immortal Academy, it's time for me to show off my Heavenly Emperor Mountain's might. However, Ing Shuang had a confident and disdainful expression on his face. When he said this, Ing Yu couldn't help but feel admiration. This was the older brother she was familiar with. Chapter 246. With Brother Gu's talent, he should be heading to the Immortal Academy this time. I should be able to see Brother Gu again soon, and I can ask him about these things. At this time in the ancient Yi clan, Yi Langtian was pacing in the main hall with his hands behind his back. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes, and he seemed very serious. Brother, if this is true, then it's too scary. An inheritor of the demonic arts is scary enough. Beside him, Yi Liuli's expression was also very serious. There was worry on his face, and he was shocked by something that happened recently. Yes, this is too shocking. Otherwise, why would I be so cautious? Speaking of this, I have to discuss it with Brother Gu. Before this, it might be related to the inheritor of the demonic arts that appeared before. Hearing this, Yi Langtian sighed. His expression was unusually serious, and he rubbed the space between his eyebrows. But this possibility is too small. Besides, Prince Ing has never left Tianhuang Mountain during this time, and the place where this happened is very far away from Tianhuang Mountain. Hearing this, even Yi Liuli could not help but shudder. Then, he asked Brother, do you think this is related to the organization of the inheritor of the demonic arts? Yi Langtian shook his head. No, there's only one inheritor of the demonic arts in each generation. The people in the organization behind him at most have some tricks up their sleeves, and they were established to help him. It's impossible for another inheritor of the demonic arts to suddenly appear. His mood was even heavier. The appearance of an inheritor of the demonic arts was already scary enough. It was enough to set off a storm in the upper realm, and it was enough to make all living things tremble in fear. Now he found traces of another inheritor of the demonic arts, and it was very likely to involve an existence that existed in ancient books. His background was frightening. This matter made Yilongtian's back feel cold. He did not know what to do. Some time ago, he and Yuli went to an ancient city's auction site. They heard that an ancient weapon was unearthed and was being auctioned there. However, they were half a step too late. When they arrived, the ancient weapon had already been bought by someone. The two of them didn't want to give up on that ancient weapon because that ancient weapon had a very deep history. As such, they followed him. But they never thought that they would run into something that would shock them. In a desolate mountain range, he saw the mysterious person who had auctioned off the ancient weapon was cultivating with the essence of the ancient corpses nearby, swallowing and spitting out the moonlight of heaven and earth. As if sensing the two approaching, the mysterious person was extremely vigilant. Soon he disappeared without a trace. At that time, Yilangtian and Yuli both felt a chill run down their spines. They stood rooted to the ground, their limbs cold. If such a technique was not the rumored forbidden demonic arts, then what was it? Fortunately, that mysterious person didn't attack them and quickly fled. Otherwise, they were not confident that they could survive in the hands of the inheritor of demonic arts. Other than Yilangtian, the only other person who knew about this was Yuli. Even the elders in his clan had not been informed. As this was a matter of great importance, he couldn't make up his mind. The only person he could think of now was Guchanga. After all, Guchanga had dealt with the inheritor of demonic arts many times. He should have a deep understanding of it and know what to do. The upper realm is getting more and more chaotic. All kinds of demons and monsters are coming out. Yilangtian sighed. At this time we still need Brother Gu to be the backbone and take charge of the overall situation. Yuli nodded with an expression of agreement. My friends, I'll stop here. I'm going to visit young Master Chang'e at the Longevity Gu clan. I heard that he's come out of seclusion. That's good. There are some things that we need to discuss with him. At this time on a gigantic divine boat, Yanji, whose face was blurred and covered by a layer of fog, stood there as if she was standing in another world. Her voice was calm and tranquil, like the sound of nature. It was extremely pleasant to the ears as she spoke to the group of young prodigies behind her. Among the group of young prodigies, there were both men and women. There were also many young supreme venerables who came from various sects and clans. Their bodies were shrouded in radiance, and their strength was strong. They could be considered the best of the best in the upper realm. It was said that the successor of the human ancestors' hall had appeared and traveled the world, searching for traces of the human ancestors' reincarnation. At the same time, she also investigated information about the inheritor of demonic arts. That was why they came uninvited to protect the successor of the human ancestors' hall. They wanted to protect her and prevent her from being ambushed and killed by the inheritor of demonic arts. Therefore, during this period, Yanji could often see young supreme venerables of various clans and orthodoxies around her. They were all extremely respectful towards her. Even her admirers did not dare to act rashly and overstep their boundaries. They could only watch from afar and not get close. As the successor of the human ancestors' hall, her strength was needless to say. Many young supreme venerables knew that. Anyway, no one could see through Yanji's strength. Even if there were those who wanted to challenge her, they would be sent flying thousands of miles away by a casual wave of her sleeve. Such strength was even more revered by everyone. When they heard Yanji's words, many young supreme venerables had mixed feelings. They did not feel good, but they were very envious and jealous. In their eyes, the successor of the human ancestors' hall was a high and mighty fairy, who only existed in the 9 heavens. Her status was extraordinary, and her strength was terrifying. Even if they had the support of great sects and ancient orthodoxies, and could control terrifying energy, they could only watch from afar and hold a respectful attitude. They were not allowed to get close. However, in their eyes, the successor of the human ancestors' hall, who would usually make them feel flattered when they spoke to her, actually held a young man in such high regard. It was to the extent that when she heard that he had just come out of seclusion, she planned to pay him a visit. This made them extremely envious and jealous. Their eyes were about to turn red. What did an ordinary man do to deserve such treatment from such a fairy? However, that young man was Wuxia. He was now recognized as the #1 person of the younger generation. Everyone had to respect him like a god when he was mentioned. All of this was reasonable and completely reasonable. Therefore, they were very unwilling to accept this. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only hide this emotion deep in their hearts. On the surface, they still had to squeeze out a smile. In that case, we will not disturb your highness the saintess. The territory of the Longevity Gu clan is just ahead. If young Master Chang'e comes out of seclusion, then the matter of the successor of the demonic arts should be much simpler. That's right. After all, that is young Master Chang'e. After coming out of seclusion this time, who knows how terrifying his strength will be. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up to him. The group of young primes spoke one after another. They were incomparably respectful towards Wuxia. They did not dare to say anything disrespectful. It looks like Brother Chang'e has already reached such a level in everyone's hearts. It looks like I'll have to tell him when I see him. Hearing these words, Yanji smiled faintly. It was a rare smile. Hearing this, many people's hearts skipped a beat. They felt a sense of closeness. It seemed that the successor of the human ancestors' hall was quite close to young Master Chang'e. However, it made sense. In order to suppress the successor of the demonic arts, Wuxia had put in a lot of time and effort. The successor of the human ancestors' hall shouldered the heavy responsibility of the world. He also had to deal with the successor of the demonic arts. It was normal for him to be close to him. However, more people's eyes lit up when they heard this. They spoke again. All kinds of flattering and respectful words were endless. They hoped that when the time came, Yanji would mention it in front of Wuxia. This scene caused a strange look to flash through Yanji's eyes. The smile on his face deepened. It seemed that the young master's prestige had been deeply ingrained in the hearts of many of the younger generation in the outside world. Soon, the news of the successor of the human ancestors' hall visiting Wuxia again spread everywhere. This was because both Wuxia and the successor of the human ancestors' hall were particularly eye-catching. The meeting between the two of them was of great significance to the younger generation of the upper realm. In an extremely grand and unadorned hall of the Longevity Wang clan, Wang Zijin sat by the window. She looked bored. She hugged her legs and rested her chin on her knees. Her silky hair cascaded down softly. With Zhang Chuchu's temperament, why would he take the initiative to visit Wuxia again? She was a little surprised. Naturally, she had also heard the news. That was why she could not figure it out. In Zhang Chuchu's eyes, other than cultivation, there was only the great responsibility of shouldering the world's people, and the responsibility of being the successor of the human ancestors' hall. This was why she often said that she would find a man to marry Zhang Chuchu off. The two of them had cultivated together for more than 10 years. No matter what, they understood each other very well. This is a little strange. Wang Zijin frowned. Or could it be that after Zhang Chuchu visited Wuxia last time, he actually knew a lot about the successor of the demonic arts, so he planned to visit Wuxia again to discuss some things? As a transmigrator, Wang Zijin realized that her brain was not enough. Or could it be that a cold-faced iceberg like Zhang Chuchu would also melt one day? With this thought, Wang Zijin's figure moved. She had already left the palace, intending to find Zhang Chuchu to ask about the situation. Ever since she left the human ancestors' hall without permission, the two of them had not seen each other. Young master. That's about all the things that have happened recently. No one has suspected my identity because you gave me the human ancestors token. But I feel that many people seem to be suspicious. After all, I'm not the true successor of the human ancestors' hall. All my actions seem too aimless. I've worked for nothing for a while. In the palace, Yanji softly reported the events of this period. Wuxia listened quietly with a smile on her face. It's been hard on you. You've been pretending to be someone else. It's not hard. Yanji's glassy eyes gently blinked. Then he shook his head. It's my honor to solve your problems. Although you say it's not hard, I also know that this kind of thing requires constant vigilance. It's not that easy. My heart aches for you too. Hearing this, Guchanga smiled. You don't have to go anywhere. Just stay by my side. With that, he waved his sleeve. Many cultivation resources appeared. Hundreds of thousands of years old sacred medicines, a large number of Saint Realm pills, immortal essences, and so on were all things that Yanji could use. She had been working for Guchanga all this time. Although her cultivation was at the Great Saint Realm and it would be difficult for her to improve again in a short time, she still needed time to cultivate. During this time, Guchanga had nothing to instruct her to do, so he gave her a break to cultivate in peace. How could he keep asking someone to do things without giving them benefits? Even if it was Yanji who was dead set on him, he could not be so stingy. Thank you, young master. Yanji naturally understood Guchanga's meaning and was somewhat moved. Guchanga naturally treated her extremely well. He was always very polite and courteous, and did not treat her with the attitude of a servant or subordinate. On the contrary, no matter what, he always maintained a magnanimous and attentive demeanor. This was also the reason why she was willing to follow Guchanga. Sometimes, Yanji wondered where she would be now if she had not chosen to follow Guchanga. After that, Yanji left behind the Runzu token and left. Guchanga entered the inner verse. I'll return this to you. He waved the ancient and mysterious Ranzu token in his hand. Looking at the vigilant Jiang Chuchu, he could not help but smile faintly. Am I some kind of scourge? Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Chuchu noticed the Ranzu token in his hand. Back then, Guchanga had used despicable and shameless methods to take it from her. Now he wanted to return it to her? How could she not know what he was thinking? I don't want this thing. Guchanga, you can keep it for yourself. Jiang Chuchu stared at him coldly. She did not want this token at all. Asking for fresh flowers, hearing this, Guchanga looked a little surprised. He said to himself, as the successor of the human ancestors' hall, you don't even want the Ranzu token now? Chuchu, this is a great crime of deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors. If the ancestors of the human ancestors' hall find out, they will be angered to death by you. Listen to me. Keep this thing. After all, it was yours before. Shut up, Guchanga. You're really full of sophistry. Hearing his shameless words, Jiang Chuchu could not help but be angry. It was difficult for her to remain as calm as before. Don't call me Chuchu. We're not that close. Then what should I call you? Guchanga's smile did not fade. Besides, aren't we close? As he spoke, he waved the human ancestors token in front of her eyes. Jiang Chuchu stared at him coldly, unmoved. I thought you had thought it through during this period of time and was planning to let you out. But now your attitude is making it difficult for me. Seeing her like this, Guchanga sighed and said with a headache, I can't bear to kill you, but you don't listen. You don't even understand my good intentions. Where did your good intentions come from? Jiang Chuchu's attitude softened a little when she heard this, but her tone was still cold. It was mainly because she was angered by Guchanga's shameless words just now. Since you don't believe my good intentions, then forget it. Have you thought it through? My patience is running out. From today onwards, you're free. You're still the successor of the human ancestors' hall, upholding justice, purging the world, and returning peace to all living things. You can continue to search for the human ancestors' reincarnation and track down the successor of the demonic arts. And I won't care about you anymore. Whether you live or die, it's up to you. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. From now on, it doesn't matter if you're a stranger or an enemy. If you want to expose my true identity, that's fine, but you have to think about what you're going to do. Guchanga smiled calmly, not caring at all about Jiang Chuchu's increasingly pale face. We have nothing to do with each other anymore? After hearing these words, especially this sentence, Jiang Chuchu's face turned even paler. She could not help but tighten her grip on her dress. She and Guchanga had nothing to do with each other anymore? This meant that in the future, Guchanga would let her go and no longer care about her. She could continue to be the successor of the human ancestors' hall, and she could revive the human ancestors' hall and do what she should do. As for Guchanga, he would no longer care about her, including whether she lived or died. As such, whether she wanted to live or die, Guchanga would not care. This was clearly what she had always wanted, but why could she not be happy? What did Guchanga mean by his indifference? Jiang Chuchu's expression turned even colder. Guchanga, do you really think that after you let me go, everything that happened between us will be erased? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Nothing is impossible. What else do you want me to do? Not killing you and letting you go is already the greatest kindness I can show you. Hearing this, Guchanga was not surprised. His expression was still indifferent. Jiang Chuchu looked at him coldly and snatched the human ancestor's token from his hand. I will hate you for the rest of my life. There are plenty of people who hate me. You're not the only one. Guchanga smiled faintly, as if he did not care at all. He knew that Jiang Chuchu had already made her choice. At this time, regardless of her attitude towards him, she had already decided to walk the path of betraying the human ancestors' hall. Guchanga, you're a despicable person, an irresponsible bastard. Jiang Chuchu clenched her teeth, her face very pale. If you had made your choice earlier, you might not have ended up like this today. After all, a person's patience is very limited. Holy Maiden Chuchu. The smile on Guchanga's face had already disappeared. After saying this, he ignored her. A silver door appeared in the space in front of him. Then he took the lead and walked out of it. When Jiang Chuchu heard this, she was stunned. She felt somewhat lost. Why was she not happy when she had regained her freedom? Was Guchanga referring to what happened that day? As expected, a person like him would not always have good intentions. The human ancestor had disappeared. The human ancestor's hall could not fall, so a new human ancestor was needed. However, this completely contradicted what she had always believed. She was the one who had made things difficult for Guchanga. That was why he had said that his patience had run out. After that, Jiang Chuchu did not know how she had walked out of the Chongshenggu clan and arrived outside. She looked back and did not see Guchanga's figure. As expected, letting her go was like throwing away a troublesome burden for him. What's not to like? When she thought of this, Jiang Chuchu's face actually showed a slight hint of grievance. After a while, all these emotions quietly dissipated. Her face was once again like an unmelted ice, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. Holy Maiden. When the old woman who had been following the successor of the human ancestors' hall saw this, she was shocked and puzzled. She did not know that the successor of the human ancestors' hall was a fake. Seeing Jiang Chuchu's expression just now, she thought that she had been bullied. Return to the human ancestors' hall, Jiang Chuchu said calmly. She did not mention anything about what had happened before. Just as Guchanga had said, with her current ability, she was completely unable to shake his position. The only way was to find the reincarnation of the human ancestor. However, the human ancestor had already been killed by Guchanga. What else could she do? Guchanga had calculated everything. He would not do anything stupid for no reason. Chapter 247. After watching Jiang Chuchu leave the territory of the Longevity Gu clan, Guchanga finally retracted his gaze. No matter what, one of the problems had been resolved. Jiang Chuchu was known as the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. There was clearly an inexplicably powerful force residing in that mysterious palace in her knowledge sea. That was much more difficult to deal with than the human ancestor's seal of samsara. That was because the human ancestor's seal of samsara needed to reside in his physical body. However, Jiang Chuchu's mysterious force could be triggered at any time. It was extremely difficult to deal with. If Guchanga really intended to kill Jiang Chuchu, he would inevitably trigger that mysterious palace. If that happened, the human ancestors' hall would very likely sense Jiang Chuchu's situation and bring him unnecessary trouble. Therefore, the best solution was to let her go. As for what Jiang Chuchu said about hating him, Guchanga didn't care at all. Since he could make Jiang Chuchu hate him, he could easily make her change her attitude. Since she chose to betray the human ancestors' hall, That meant that in the future, whether she was willing or not, she would stand on the same side as Guchanga. After that, Guchanga got up and left the place. He planned to see how Yao Yao was doing these past few days. To be honest, as her master, he hadn't gone to see Yao Yao after bringing her back to the Gu clan. He was more or less incompetent. Perhaps I can also see that guy Gu Xian'er along the way. That's a good idea. Looking at the time, it's about time she returned to Peach Village. Thinking of this, Guchanga couldn't help but smile meaningfully. In the past few days, he had heard that Gu Xian'er often ran to Yao Yao's place. The two seemed to have a good relationship. It was obvious that she had noticed something special about Yao Yao. The mysterious peach tree behind her had a deep relationship with Yao Yao. Logically speaking, the reincarnation of the human ancestor should be related to Yao Yao. Even the mysterious peach tree would have a lot to do with the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Thus, they would be able to increase their influence after returning to the upper realm. At that time, it would be very difficult to make a move against him. Fortunately, Yu Mingkong had foresight and knew that Renzu's reincarnation was in the lower realm. She brought Guchanga to find Renzu's reincarnation and solve this problem. Now, on the other hand, Yao Yao was his disciple and there was also Gu Xian'er. That mysterious peach tree had a lot of karma with him. Although it was called karma, Guchanga had the means to turn it into a favor. In the end, it was a simple matter for him to make use of the mysterious peach tree. With this thought in mind, Guchanga soon arrived at the palace where Yao Yao was. He waved his hand to signal the maids at the entrance of the hall not to make a sound, and watched the scene with interest. As expected, Gu Xian'er was here as well. After not seeing her for a while, her cultivation had improved a lot. She did not disappoint Guchanga. Although she lacked training, she had 2 sets of Mandate of Destiny templates, which was enough to let her cultivation surpass many of the younger generation. In the hall, Yao Yao and Gu Xian'er were talking about something. There was a smile on her little face, and she seemed very happy. But soon, as if thinking of something, her expression suddenly became a little sad. "Little martial ant, do you think Master is very busy? He doesn't have time to come and see Yao Yao." Previously, Master clearly said that he had time. She pinched the corner of her skirt and asked in a low voice. In these few days of interacting with Gu Xian'er, she had become very familiar with him. And because of a strange feeling, she felt a natural closeness from Gu Xian'er. Some things he told her very frankly. "Your master has a lot of things to do, but I think he will come to see you soon." Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was slightly startled, then smiled and comforted her. She could also see that Yao Yao had a deep dependence on Guchanga. But she also did not know why Guchanga took her as a disciple and brought her to the upper realm. In fact, she was a little worried that Guchanga would not care about her anymore. Because she had not seen Guchanga come over these few days, she seemed to have overestimated Yao Yao's importance in his heart. "So it's like that. I thought Master had forgotten about Yao." Yao Yao's black jewel-like flawless eyes blinked. After hearing Gu Xian'er's words, she seemed to relax a lot. In fact, she said this just to ask, to find out what Master was doing from Gu Xian'er. Master was not the kind of person who would forget about her so easily. But if she asked directly, Gu Xian'er would inevitably think that a little girl like her was thinking about these things. She could feel that Gu Xian'er seemed to be very concerned about Master. He kept asking about what happened in the lower realm, what Master did, and so on. Yao Yao was very mature and smart. It was not good for her to talk about these things, so she was still a little worried. "Yao Yao, Master has a lot of things to deal with these few days, so I left you hanging. Sorry." At this time, Yao Yao suddenly heard a familiar gentle voice, and her little face was a little surprised. "Master." She looked out of the hall, overflowing with joy. A tall and handsome man was standing there. Guchanga walked over with a smile on his face. "It seems that you are quite used to this place. I was worried that you would not be used to it." "Master, I am very used to it. Master Xian'er is also very good to me," Yao Yao said happily. Guchanga nodded. "That's good. I was worried that you would not be used to it." As for Gu Xian'er, who looked a little embarrassed beside Yao Yao, Guchanga did not look at her, as if he deliberately came to see Yao Yao, and did not care about her existence. This scene made Gu Xian'er a little sad. Why was Guchanga so gentle to Yao Yao, but so cold to her? Was she not as cute as Yao Yao? Clearly, Guchanga was very good to her before. Although he was very cold on the surface, he did not have this attitude of ignoring her when he saw her. Was it because he could not put down his pride after she found out about his unspeakable secret? Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er stared at Guchanga and spoke first. Her voice was very cold, but it was mixed with anger. Guchanga, why are you ignoring me? What do you mean? At this time, Guchanga looked at her with some surprise. Why did you not greet me when you saw me? Gu Xian'er was angry and glared at him, indignation in her crystal-clear eyes. Isn't it too late? Guchanga shook his head and said calmly, Liar, if I did not take the initiative to speak, you would definitely ignore me. As a man, how can you be so petty? Remembering such small things for so long, I look down on you, Guchanga. Gu Xian'er finally had the chance to talk to Guchanga, and immediately did not let it go. She wanted to grab his robes and ask him why he was so cold to her. I don't need you to think highly of me. Gu Xian'er, I think you have forgotten again? Guchanga casually replied. His attitude made Gu Xian'er gnash her teeth, but she remembered the scene in the Nirvana pond. Guchanga's demonic aura was overwhelming, and his will was cold and heartless, but he would rather break his own arms than hurt her. So her eyes immediately softened and she snorted. You have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. If I really wanted to argue with you, I'm afraid I would be angered to death. She was telling the truth. Since she already knew Guchanga's difficulties all these years, she also understood why he did the act of digging out the bones. After all, at that time, Guchanga's mind was occupied by the demonic nature, and he was completely helpless. So later on, he gradually suppressed the demonic nature, and felt guilty about what happened in the past. Then, he secretly helped her search for her parents, stood up for her in the palace of heavenly Tao, and helped her become a disciple of the great elder. He took a knife from her, killed the princess of the ocean palace in the immortal ancient continent, and admitted her identity as a member of the Gu family in front of everyone in the ancient Tao Heaven City, confessed what happened in the past, dug out the bones and returned them to her. These were the many things that happened after that. Gu Xian'er felt that she had a deep understanding of Guchanga's character. She was not someone who did not know what was good for her. Hearing this, Guchanga made a sound of indifference, and did not bother with her. During this period of time, I've read many ancient books and asked many elders. Actually, they don't understand your situation. He then looked at Yao Yao and said apologetically, but there should be a solution. He had indeed read many books about the Tao fruit, but it was more or less what he guessed. But Guchanga did not intend to tell Yao Yao these things. After all, telling her that she was actually a Tao fruit split from some supreme being would be a little cruel to Yao Yao. Of course, according to normal logic, that mysterious peach tree could not possibly merge with Yao Yao. Guchanga did not have any doubts about this. Yao Yao, who was watching her master and little senior aunt bicker, was stunned when she heard Guchanga's words. So, Master has been reading these books these days? She was very moved. Before this, she had been curious about what Guchanga was busy with. She did not expect that her master was busy with her matters. Is there anything special about Yao Yao? Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was a little surprised. Although she felt that Yao Yao was special, she could not tell what was special about her. Guchanga's expression was calm and he did not answer. Yao Yao said crisply, little senior aunt, Yao Yao can't actually cultivate. Master has been helping me find a solution. Gu Xian'er was stunned. She thought that Yao Yao did not have spirit energy because she did not cultivate. She did not expect this to be the reason. Since she could not cultivate, why did Guchanga accept her as a disciple and bring her back to the upper realm? Gu Xian'er was even more confused. But at this moment, she looked at Guchanga and suddenly thought of something she had been thinking about. Didn't Guchanga have a natural demonic nature that was difficult to suppress? Gu Xian'er had always thought that her Tao bone could suppress Guchanga's demonic nature. That was why Guchanga dug out the bone in the past. After he gave her that piece of Tao bone, he could no longer suppress his demonic nature. Just like that day at the Nirvana pond, his mind was taken over by the demonic nature. Who knew when it would erupt again? Gu Xian'er felt that she had to help Guchanga solve this problem. After all, Peach Village's sister Tao Yao had such a mysterious background. Her masters were also very resourceful and knowledgeable. Maybe they really had a solution. Gu Xian'er was not stupid. She knew that this was Gu Chang'e's unspeakable problem. It was impossible for her to ask the Gu family's ancestors. Probably other than her father, not many people knew about this. Therefore, the only ones who could think of a solution now were her masters. Gu Xian'er trusted her masters. They would not expose this matter. After all, it was a good thing for Gu Chang'e to solve the problem of the demonic nature. Why not? If it had been in the past, Gu Chang'e would have been dismissive and would never have agreed to it. But now, with Yao Yao as an excuse, she did not believe that Gu Chang'e would not agree. Actually, Gu Chang'e, I think that you can bring Yao Yao along. We can go back to Peach Village together. Maybe my masters will have a solution. So Gu Xian'er thought for a while. She sorted out her words and made herself look natural. Peach Village? Gu Chang'e heard this and frowned slightly. He could not help but smile in his heart. He was waiting for Gu Xian'er to take the bait and bring him to Peach Village. Before he came, he was still thinking about how to make Gu Xian'er speak. Now it seemed that things were much simpler. Yes, before this, I grew up in Peach Village. Gu Xian'er thought that Gu Chang'e did not know about this matter and wanted to explain. However, Gu Chang'e waved his hand and interrupted her. He said calmly, I know about the Peach Village in the Forsaken Land of Immortals. You have a few mysterious masters there. There is also a mysterious peach tree there. You know? Gu Xian'er was suspicious. Of course I know, Gu Chang'e said. You even investigated this so thoroughly, and you still say that you don't care about me? Gu Xian'er smiled faintly and whispered softly. She was still very happy. If Gu Chang'e did not care about her, why did he investigate everything about her so thoroughly? Of course I have to investigate thoroughly. I don't want your masters to seek revenge on me, Gu Chang'e replied casually. Gu Chang'e, do you know that chatting like this will kill the conversation? Gu Xian'er was originally very happy, but when she heard Gu Chang'e's words, she immediately became angry. Gu Chang'e said calmly, I have no intention of chatting with you. I'll fight it out with you. When she heard this, Gu Xian'er raised her eyebrows. At this moment, she really could not take it anymore. Gu Chang'e angered her so much that her liver hurt time and time again. To think that she actually felt so sorry for him. Gu Chang'e looked at her with interest, then said to Yao Yao, whose face was full of shock. Yao Yao, watch carefully. In the future, if you don't listen to me, I will beat you like this. Master, when she heard this, Yao Yao was very surprised. She did not expect that this was the way Master and little martial ant interacted. I want to see how much weight you've put on in this period of time. Now that the scars have healed, you've forgotten the pain. Looking at Gu Xian'er who was attacking him, Gu Chang'e could not help but let out a contemptuous sneer. This exclusive punching bag. Looks like her guts have grown again. Rumble. He took the initiative to attack Gu Xian'er. Still, he only used one hand. Incomparable contempt and casualness. Gu Chang'e, don't look down on me. If you have the ability, then use only one palm. Gu Xian'er's eyebrows were filled with a sense of pride, and a surge of battle intent emerged. It was as if she wanted to vent all the grievances that she had been suppressed by Gu Chang'e these days. She was very satisfied with the results of her cultivation during this period of time. She did not believe that she could still not withstand one palm from Gu Chang'e. Buzz! Her long dress danced, and the falling petals were like rain, covering the void in front of her. She was in the middle of it and attacked Gu Chang'e. She was otherworldly and cold, like an orchid in the deep mountains. Her white hands moved, and it was as if a large number of celestial flowers were blooming. This was the great technique contained in her celestial bone. In each flower there was a world. One could even see the chaotic fog rolling in it. It was thick and surging, and it was terrifying and shocking. But in the next moment, something unbelievable happened. Fancy! I can suppress you with one palm. Gu Chang'e's hand reached out and covered the void in the main hall. A clear light appeared, like the first ray of light that separated heaven and earth. It was accompanied by a rumbling sound. It was as if there was an explosion of unparalleled power, and it came crashing down. 4. 2 1 flower 1 world and all the worlds collapsed with 1 palm. You bully! This palm doesn't count. Gu Xian'er cried out. She did not admit to it, and she was very dissatisfied. She did not expect that Guchanga's strength had increased to a much more terrifying level than before. With just 1 palm, her celestial bone treasured technique was destroyed. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. With a bang she was already knocked to the ground and she took a solid hit. Yao Yao was dumbfounded. She did not expect little martial ant to be defeated so quickly. She thought that she could do something. Guchanga, you're too much. Don't you know how to give in to me? Gu Xian'er cried out and she was practically gnashing her teeth. She felt that her dignity as little martial ant in front of Yao Yao was gone. Giving in to you will only make you more annoying. See? If you don't listen to master in the future, you will end up like your little martial ant. Guchanga shook his head and turned to Yao Yao with a smile. Yao Yao hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking rice. But why did she feel that it was not bad to be lectured by master like this? After that, this farce with Gu Xian'er ended quickly, no matter how dissatisfied she was. At this time she did not dare to provoke Guchanga again. In the Longevity Gu clan, no one dared to help her. Gu Xian'er only remembered this. In the future, when she could beat Guchanga, she would think of a way to get back at him. She could not let him be so smug every time. However, after being lectured by Guchanga, Gu Xian'er found that her mood was much better than before. This discovery made her a little worried. Was there something wrong with her brain? After being bullied for so long, did she really get used to it? If Guchanga did not bully her, she would really feel uncomfortable and not used to it? With this thought, Gu Xian'er's expression was a little bitter all day. But soon, under her plan, the cunning Guchanga finally took the bait and agreed to return to Peach Village with her. This more or less comforted Gu Xian'er a little. The plan worked. Guchanga also had a day when he fell into her scheme. Chapter 248. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Upper realm, outer realm. In the depths of the forsaken immortal land, chaotic fog shrouded the surroundings. The mountain range was majestic and could not be seen. It was accompanied by an endless stretch of ancient trees. All kinds of ferocious beasts lived here. It was like an abandoned land that existed before the creation of the world. Usually, no cultivator dared to pass through this area. Even outside the forsaken immortal land, they would be torn apart by all kinds of powerful beasts. Moreover, this place was filled with all kinds of miasma. Even if a cultivator breathed it in, it would leave behind an illness that was difficult to cure. Over time, the forsaken immortal land became an abandoned land. Very few cultivators would come here to train. In the depths of the forsaken immortal land sat a small village. It was not very big and looked very peaceful. There were very few villagers in the village, about 100 of them. There were men and women, old and young, and their faces were plain. However, each of them had a shocking aura, even stronger than some cultivators. At the entrance of the village stood a tall and dazzling peach tree. Every peach blossom was sparkling like jade. All kinds of divine chains of order hung down, accompanied by chaotic fog. It was very magical. Xian'er left for so long. I wonder how she's doing now? At that time, Old Cripple said that he was going out to settle some things. He hasn't returned yet. Old Cripple's saber skills are unparalleled. What can't he solve with one slash? If he can't, he'll just slash again. At the entrance of the village, a few old guys were gathered together. They were either smoking cigarettes or sipping tea. They looked very relaxed. However, their appearances were very strange. They were either blind or had broken arms. Some had no ears and some were mute. At this moment, the one who spoke was a blind man. He put his hands behind his back and sighed. Gu Xian'er, who had been away from the Peach Village for a long time, was very worried. He knew that she carried a deep hatred. They did not know what happened outside the Peach Village. They had been living in seclusion here for a long time, almost avoiding the world. If they were not worried about Gu Xian'er, they would not care about what happened outside at all. Xian'er carries our inheritances on her shoulders. Who can harm her when she travels outside? Not to mention, She has Lord Peach Demon's protection. Let's not worry blindly. The one who spoke was an old man with a broken arm. He smiled and was very confident in their common successor. I'm not worried about that. I'm just worried that Xian Er's worry before she left last time will come true, and she will bring back someone she likes. This time, the one who spoke was the village chief of Peach Village. He looked like a normal person. He was neither deaf nor mute, nor was he missing any limbs. But those who knew him well knew that he was actually missing a soul. Now, it was just a physical body. His words also caused the old fellow's expressions to become ugly. That was because the village chief's words were very likely to come true. Although he was a jinx, he was able to predict many good things. But when it came to Xian Er, it made them feel like a cabbage that had been waiting for a long time had been eaten by a pig. Someone's coming. At this moment, the old fellow's expressions suddenly changed. They felt the branches and leaves on the peach tree rustling and making sounds. They all looked at the mountain range in the distance. There seemed to be a divine rainbow crossing the sky and rushing here. First master, second master, third master, fourth master. At the entrance of Peach Village, a group of 3 people was standing there. They were Guchanga, Yao Yao, and Gu Xian Er, who had come all the way to the forsaken immortal land. Gu Xian Er had taken the initiative to come here. Guchanga could not have asked for more. Although the forsaken immortal land was full of dangers, it was not a problem for the 3 of them to pass through. Not to mention that the big red bird beside Gu Xian Er knew the way and was very familiar with the path. There were no twists and turns in the middle. At this moment, Gu Xian Er's eyes were curved. He was very happy and was greeting the masters at the entrance of the village one by one. The villagers of Peach Village also appeared. They surrounded the surroundings. There were men and women, old and young. It was very lively. They were very happy about Gu Xian Er's return. A few aunties even pulled Gu Xian Er aside and asked about her well-being. They even asked about her relationship with Guchanga. Guchanga, on the other hand, stood quietly at the entrance of the village. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He was sizing up the peach tree at the entrance of Peach Village. From his point of view, it did not look very different from the peach tree in the system notification image. It was just that it lacked the power to destroy the heavens and earth, and had a natural tranquility. Moreover, while he was sizing up the peach tree was also sizing him up. To be honest, it was sizing up Yao Yao beside him. The branches and leaves were colorful and brilliant. There was a mysterious aura circulating around. However, Guchanga felt that its condition was not quite right. Although he could feel the origin connection between Yao Yao and it, he could not recall much. Perhaps it had indeed suffered a great calamity in that destructive chaotic true lightning tribulation, and had forgotten many things. Moreover, Yao Yao herself seemed to have noticed that strange connection. Master. She was still a little worried and afraid about this situation. She hid behind Guchanga. With me here it will be fine. Guchanga comforted her. He believed in his judgment. This mysterious peach tree would not do anything to Yao Yao. If Yao Yao met it, it might be able to improve her situation. After all, the little girl had always been worried about her inability to grow up. Xian Er, who is this young master? At this time, after catching up with her masters, Gu Xian Er was about to introduce Guchanga to them. However, the village chief of Peach Village spoke first. His eyes were filled with scrutiny. As if he was guarding against a wolf, he sized up Guchanga from head to toe. Have you forgotten what master told you? You have to be careful when you are outside. Those good-looking men like to trick innocent girls like you. Another old woman with a hunched back also spoke. She looked as if she was disappointed. How could she bring a strange man back to the village in such a short time? They did not directly investigate Guchanga's background. After all, it was Gu Xian Er who brought him here. If they did so, it would be too rude. Gu Xian Er's other masters also had different expressions. They sized up Guchanga as if they were guarding against a thief. They were afraid that he would kidnap Gu Xian Er. Moreover, the village chief had just said that he was worried that Gu Xian Er would bring back his sweetheart. In the next moment, someone came from outside the village. This crow's mouth. What should they say? It was not that they did not want to see Gu Xian or bring someone back. However, they had to let them take a look to avoid being tricked. Is Xian planning to bring someone back to her home? An auntie also said with a smile. She felt that the white-clothed man in front of her was extremely handsome, like an immortal. He gave off the feeling of a young 657 god. He was a perfect match for Gu Xian. Hearing this, Gu Xian, who was about to introduce him, blushed. She quickly waved her hand and denied, "Master, what are you all blindly guessing about? It's not what you think." She also did not know why the masters and auntie would make such guesses. Could it be that she really looked like a good match for Guchanga? But they were only cousins. At this time the calm Guchanga finally spoke. "My surname is Gu. Seniors, please don't think too much." "Surname Gu?" Hearing this, the village chief and the others were stunned. Then their expressions softened. Since his surname was Gu, it meant that he came from the everlasting family behind Xian. Perhaps they were overthinking it. "Yes, I am Guchanga. Greetings, seniors." Guchanga nodded and said calmly again. His expression did not change much. "What? Guchanga? You are that Guchanga who dug out Xian-er's bone of Tao when she was young?" Hearing this, everyone at the entrance of Peach Village was stunned. Then their expressions changed. They thought they heard wrong. They turned pale with fright and disbelief. How dare he come here? Especially the village chief and the others. Their expressions changed and became extremely gloomy. Boom! A terrifying pressure appeared here. It caused a terrifying phenomenon to appear in the sky above the abandoned land of immortals. The stars collapsed and turned into dust. It shook the area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. This was the situation that they were deliberately suppressing. This kind of powerhouse had reached an unfathomable level of cultivation. He could easily destroy everything. Chapter 249. In their opinion, Gu Xian was most likely threatened by Guchanga, which was why she brought him here. But they could not understand where Guchanga got the guts to do this. Did he not put them in his eyes? Was it because of his identity as the young master of the Gu clan? Guchanga, what is the meaning of this? Do you think we are easy to bully? How dare you be so arrogant and take the initiative to come here? Xian, don't be afraid. We are here. If this Guchanga dares to threaten you, we will not let him leave this place alive. Even if we have to offend the Longevity Gu clan behind him, we will not hesitate. At that moment the few old men spoke. Their words were very cold. They stared at Guchanga with murderous intent and coldness. They had the intention to take Guchanga down if they did not agree. It should be known that an ordinary person would have been paralyzed with fear under their pressure. Their souls would have trembled and they would not be able to stand up. But Guchanga did not. His expression was still calm and composed, as if he did not feel anything. He did not speak, as if he was an outsider. This scene made the few old men's hearts sink. This Guchanga did not look simple. Moreover, he had probably come fully prepared. He was not afraid of them at all. "Master, you have misunderstood. Things are not like this. Can you listen to my explanation?" Seeing this scene, although Gu Xian had expected it, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, she still felt very warm in her heart. Her masters did not hesitate to offend the Longevity Gu clan for her. She also understood that no matter how mysterious and powerful her masters were, they were not a match for the clan behind her. Hearing Gu Xian's words, the few old men still frowned. They thought that there was something wrong with her brain. Or was she bewitched after talking about going out? What kind of misunderstanding could there be? There was a blood feud between her and Guchanga. All those years ago, Guchanga took advantage of the fact that she was young to dig out her grand Tao bone, and it almost caused her to lose her life. If it wasn't for her luck being strong, she would have already become a handful of dirt by now. In addition, the clansmen behind her were also suppressed and exiled. How could this hatred be erased by a mere misunderstanding? For a moment they all felt that Gu Xian must have been coerced and deceived. Or rather, the clansmen behind her were controlled by Guchanga, so he took the opportunity to threaten her. "Junior, I advise you to be a little smarter and play less tricks. In front of us, any schemes and tricks are useless. The village chief of Peach Village stared coldly at Guchanga, trying to find a flaw in his expression. However, Guchanga remained calm and composed from beginning to end, and his tone did not fluctuate in the slightest. Seniors, if you think there's a problem, you can just do it. Why waste your breath? How dare you? Are you threatening us? Gu Xian'er's third master spoke, his voice cold. He was deaf, but that didn't mean that he couldn't hear Guchanga's words. When one's cultivation reached an extremely high level, it didn't matter whether or not these organs were needed. Guchanga, can't you keep your mouth shut? Have you forgotten why you're here? Gu Xian'er was also troubled by Guchanga's stubborn attitude, no matter who he was facing. Therefore, she could only speak like this, to make Guchanga take Yao Yao into consideration. She also took this opportunity to send a voice transmission to her masters, informing them of what had happened between her and Guchanga during this period of time. Their expressions quickly changed, becoming complicated. There's such an unspeakable secret? This is too unbelievable. After hearing this, the village chief of Peach Village immediately frowned. In their opinion, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with Gu Xian'er's words, especially after Gu Xian'er's painstaking investigation. They discovered this secret from various clues. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to discover it. All these details caused the old fellows to fall silent. After all, from Gu Xian'er's words, the credibility of the matter had increased by more than 100 times. It should be known that Guchanga had never been honest with her from the beginning to the end. Everything had been discovered by her own investigation. Innate demonic nature? Which one is the cause of it? That's possible. According to the Chongshengu family's style, it doesn't seem like they would do such a thing. There's actually such a secret behind what happened back then. Did we blame them wrongly just now? After thinking through this, the old guy's expressions became a little awkward. It wouldn't be bad if this hatred could be resolved like this. They also didn't want Gu Xian'er to carry a blood feud on her back. Looking at her now, she was much happier and more relaxed than before. The great enemy that she would hate to the core in the future was now standing in front of her. Not only did she not hate him, but she even wanted to protect him. This was really fate making fools of people. What are you looking at? However, at this moment, everyone suddenly heard a soft and pleasant voice. It was like the sound of nature with an ethereal feeling. Lord Peach Demon. All the villagers of Peach Village were excited. They bowed and kowtowed to the peach tree at the entrance of the village. In the beginning, before the village chief and the others came, the peach tree at the entrance of the village had always protected their safety. For generations it had never changed. They revered this peach tree from the bottom of their hearts. However, Lord Peach Demon rarely spoke these years. Everyone thought that it had fallen into a deep sleep. They didn't expect that it would suddenly speak today. Lord Peach Demon actually took the initiative to speak today. He spoke to this guy. The village chief and the other old guys were also a little surprised. Although they were very old, they still couldn't compare to the mysterious peach tree in front of them, so they were very respectful to it. Lord Peach Demon wouldn't speak except for a few rare moments. It was a little strange that it would take the initiative to speak to Guchanga today. Nothing much. I just feel that Senior's aura is a little similar to Yao Yao's. Guchanga said slowly, retracting his gaze from the peach tree. Guchanga wasn't surprised that it would take the initiative to speak. It must have sensed Yao Yao's uniqueness. As he spoke, Yao Yao, who was behind Guchanga, also looked curiously at the peach tree. The initial uneasiness and worry had already dissipated. Now, there was only a natural familiarity. It was as if this peach tree was inseparable from her. It was more like a blood relative. There is indeed a deep connection between her and me. I can sense what she's thinking, and she's probably able to sense my existence as well. The pleasant voice came from the peach tree again. It was still gentle and gentle, without a trace of malice or malice. Master, I seem to be able to sense her existence just like Big Sister. At this time Yao Yao also spoke. Her little face was filled with doubt and confusion, but also a sense of closeness. She couldn't help but want to get closer to the peach tree. Guchanga was silent, as if he was also deep in thought. Could it be that Big Sister Peach Demon and Yao Yao really have some kind of connection? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? At this time, Gu Xian'er was very surprised to hear these words. At first, she said that she wanted to bring Yao Yao to Peach Village to try her luck. Her main purpose was to ask her masters if they had any ideas on Guchanga's situation. But she really didn't expect this to happen. Come to my side. The voice came from the peach tree again. Yao Yao hesitated. She felt that the other party wouldn't hurt her, but she still asked for Guchanga's opinion. Guchanga nodded and said calmly, Yao Yao's existence is not as simple as a disciple to me. I hope that Senior doesn't have any ill intentions towards her. Otherwise, Senior will know the meaning of regret. Of course, he knew that this peach tree wouldn't hurt Yao Yao, but he still had to leave some harsh words behind. After all, he could make a good impression. Interesting. You're threatening me? The words in the peach tree seemed to be taken aback for a moment, before a soft chuckle sounded like the sound of nature. I can feel Yao Yao's thoughts. You're not bad as a master. Buzz. Suddenly the peach tree swayed gently, its branches and leaves dazzling. Then a white fog appeared in all directions. The rules of heaven and earth fell, and the sound of Tao reverberated. Even the few old guys in Peach Village couldn't see what was happening. Only Guchanga noticed that after Yao Yao walked over, a beautiful figure appeared in the peach tree. With a wave of her hand, immortal light fell from the sky and entered Yao Yao's body. The other party seemed to be deliberately drawing his attention. Moreover, Guchanga felt that a pair of eyes as gentle and calm as autumn water seemed to be able to see through the universe. They were coming from there, as if they wanted to see through him. Guchanga's expression was calm and indifferent. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Then there was a buzzing sound in his heart. Strands of connate demonic nature appeared. But there was no abnormality on his face. Chapter 250. All of a sudden the peach tree shook. Divine clouds filled the sky like blooming flowers, covering the sky and earth, accompanied by Tao sounds. Everyone at the entrance of Peach Village was stunned. Even the few old fellows with very ancient backgrounds were puzzled. They heard what Tao Yao said just now, which was why they were shocked. She actually took the initiative to speak to a young man like that. Before this, they'd never seen Tao Yao display such an attitude. What is so special about Guchanga? Why is Master Tao Yao like that too? It seems that we have a deep prejudice against Guchanga. If even Master Tao Yao is like that, it means that there is nothing wrong with him. The old guys who were still doubtful of Gu Xian'er's explanation just now and did not believe it. At this time they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They still trusted Tao Yao's judgment. Even she praised Guchanga, which meant that there was nothing wrong with Guchanga. The few of them thought carefully and even had a good impression of Guchanga. After all, from Gu Xian'er's words, Guchanga had indeed done many things for her in secret. It was not surprising that Gu Xian'er would have such an attitude towards Guchanga. At this thought, their gazes towards Guchanga became much gentler. Soon, a white fog rose from the surroundings, becoming thicker and thicker, covering the entire scene in front of the Peach Village. The petals were sparkling and translucent, dazzling and resplendent, accompanied by a fragrance. It looked like a fairyland. Divine chains of rules and order hung down, as if formed by the light of the great Tao, mysterious and vast. However, except for Guchanga, the rest of the people, including Gu Xian'er, could not see clearly what was happening. They could not even hear the voices within. What is wrong with Sister Tao Yao today? Why is she like that towards Guchanga, who is meeting for the first time? Gu Xian'er looked at this scene and frowned slightly. She was a little confused. In her opinion, although Yao Yao had a lot of contact with Sister Tao Yao, she had nothing to do with Guchanga. Why would she talk to Guchanga like that? Was it because Guchanga was Yao Yao's master? Make Sister Tao Yao have a good impression of Guchanga? With Gu Xian'er's familiarity with Sister Tao Yao, if she wasn't very familiar with Sister Tao Yao, she wouldn't have such an attitude. Not to mention that today was her first time meeting Guchanga. Could it be that there was some unknown secret? Or could it be that Sister Tao Yao also noticed Guchanga's innate demonic nature, so she took action to investigate? For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Gu Xian'er's mind. He was a little expectant and hoped that Sister Tao Yao could find a way to help Guchanga. If she could really get rid of the innate demonic nature, that would be even better. And at this time Guchanga's eyes were filled with a strange color as he looked at the peerless figure in the peach tree. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He felt a wave of probing like the rules and order, but also not. It was a supreme power, different from the rules and order, and involved the origin of the great Tao. As a living creature of a different level, it was impossible to resist. However, Guchanga felt that the great Tao treasure bottle in the depths of his spirit sea seemed to be disturbed by this power, and made a slight trembling sound. This probing power would soon disappear without a trace, and would not have the slightest effect on him. That was what he thought. Guchanga narrowed his 660 eyes. The demon heart that had been silent for a long time. At this time, as his heart beat, wisps of demonic chi once again spread out. It's actually the demon heart. How can it be? So that's how it is. The figure in the peach tree made a very surprised sound, trembling a little and stunned. Then it fell silent. The gaze that was looking at Guchanga also slowly retracted, as if there was no fluctuation in its aura. Guchanga's expression was calm, and his eyes were still looking at the peach tree in front of him. Naturally, he had deliberately exposed the existence of the demon heart. Now, he was firmly in the position of young master of the Gu family, and no one could shake him in the slightest. In addition, his identity as a successor of the heavenly palace of immortals was not affected in any way. Therefore, he was not worried that the existence of the demon heart would cause him any trouble. After all, the connate demon heart was just a kind of talent, and not a taboo demonic technique that would cause the whole world to be enemies. At most, it would make people feel that he was ominous and avoid him like a snake or a scorpion. "Senior, have you seen it just now?" At this time Guchanga spoke. His expression was calm, and he asked knowingly. "I saw it." Tao Yao's figure was very blurry, and through the vast divine light of rules, one could faintly see her peerless divine appearance. She replied with a very natural expression, which was also an explanation. "Xian'er is half my disciple after all, so I naturally have to pay attention to her matters. I'm just afraid that she's young and insensible and will be fooled by you." "What? Did I discover the secret of the demon heart? Are you unhappy?" Her voice was very gentle and pleasant, as if one would think that she would never be angry. "There's nothing to be unhappy about. Senior is very resourceful, and this junior admires you very much." Hearing this, Guchanga's expression was very calm, but he sneered inwardly. If he had not deliberately let the demon heart emit demonic chi, what could Tao Yao in front of him discover? She had underestimated his ability too much. Did she really think that she could discover it with just a casual probe? Did she really think that the great Tao treasure bottle could only devour the source? But on the surface, he still had to pretend that he was angry but did not dare to say anything. "You don't mean what you say." But when she heard Guchanga's words, Tao Yao suddenly burst out laughing. Her voice was still as gentle as the sound of nature, but there was a demonic nature to it. If the villagers of Peach Village heard this, their eyes would definitely widen and their mouths would be agape. Was this still the Lord Tao Yao that they were familiar with? Usually, she was as solemn and dignified as a god, exuding a high and mighty divine majesty that made people revere her. How could she be like now, filled with a demonic nature? But this was indeed Tao Yao's true nature. Because of Yao Yao, she could feel every bit of the time that she spent with Guchanga during this period of time. She knew that although Guchanga looked unreliable, he was still a good teacher. As a teacher, he was still quite competent and responsible. So Tao Yao still had a good impression of Guchanga, or else she would not speak to him like this. In addition, she already knew what she wanted to know. The innate demonic nature that Gu Xian had just mentioned was not a groundless lie. Guchanga did indeed have a problem. Those with innate demon hearts were born with inauspiciousness. Since ancient times, those with demon hearts had not had a good ending. The existence of demon hearts was very rare. Since ancient times, there had only been a few. Those with such talent were buried in the torrent of history, washed away by the rolling river, and could not even cause a ripple. The strong only left their names, so that future generations would know of their tragic lives. Even those with demon hearts whose names were the greatest taboo in the world, and who only left a few words in the ancient books, did not have a good ending. For Guchanga to be born with such talent, other than the initial shock, she could only say that he was unlucky. Otherwise she would not know what to say. However, since Guchanga could suppress the demonic nature, it meant that his willpower was still very strong. This made Tao Yao admire him a little. "Senior, why are you laughing?" Hearing this laughter, Guchanga's expression flashed, and then he asked with a calm expression, "Was this name Tao Yao or Tao Yao?" This demonic nature surprised him a little. But on the other hand, just as he had guessed, Tao Yao had no ill intentions towards Yao Yao. Now, he was even using all kinds of great Tao laws to comb her body. As for Yao Yao, she had fallen into a deep sleep. If she wanted to wake up, Guchanga estimated that it would take a long time. Everything he had done before was not useless. Judging from Tao Yao's current attitude towards him, it had played a huge role. After so many years other than Xian I've met another interesting person. I just feel that it's funny. Tao Yao's voice gradually calmed down as he replied. Guchanga did not mind and nodded. Then he looked at Yao Yao, who was surrounded by countless immortal spirit Tao runes, and asked, "Senior, what do you plan to do to Yao Yao?" Although he knew that Tao Yao would not hurt Yao Yao, but at this time as her master, he had to show his worry and vigilance. Tao Yao was not too surprised by Guchanga's question. She answered, "Help her wash away some of her Tao injuries. So Yao Yao will be asleep for a period of time. But you can rest assured that I won't hurt her. To me, her existence is like a family member, like a younger sister." "I hope so." Hearing this, Guchanga nodded non-committally. "You actually don't believe me?" Tao Yao could not help but laugh when he saw Zhou Yuan's expression. "I will return Yao Yao to you safe and sound. As for you, if you dare to bully her, I won't let you off." Guchanga said nonchalantly, "I won't bully the young." "Oh, are you mocking me?" Tao Yao's voice became interested and full of demonic nature. "Since Senior can tell, that's good." Hearing this question, Guchanga finally looked at her seriously. "Interesting. It's been a long time since I've met someone who isn't afraid of me like you. If you had done this earlier, my days wouldn't have been so boring." Tao Yao was stunned. Then she could not help but laugh. She did not care about Guchanga's sarcasm. She suddenly sighed. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Guchanga's eyes. This was not a human but a demon. She hugged her knees and sat in the endless wilderness. Behind her was a withered peach tree. She was very beautiful. Her long dark green hair was like a mirror, so bright that it could reflect one's reflection. She looked at the sea of clouds from afar. Her eyes reflected the clear sky and mountains, but her expression was lonely, as if she was waiting for someone. Is it a memory? Or is it a scene that she deliberately let me see? At this moment, Guchanga was also a little stunned. He could not tell if he had seen this scene or if Tao Yao had deliberately let him see it. However, he was certain that Tao Yao's current existence was fundamentally different from the mysterious peach tree that he had seen in the system's notification. Tao Yao and Yao Yao. They were like an elder sister and a younger sister. Only when the two of them merged could they become the peach tree that floated in the sea of chaotic true lightning. But at that time, would the two of them still be the same? Perhaps Tao Yao was already very clear about this problem, which was why she felt like family to Yao Yao. In this way, Guchanga did not need to think about what would happen next. "I can't help you with the connate demonic nature now, but take this thing and find an old guy. He once owed me a favor. If he's not dead, he might be able to help you." At this moment, Tao Yao spoke again. At the same time, a sparkling peach leaf fell from the sky. There were great Tao runes condensed on it, looking extremely mysterious. Consider it a thank you gift for taking care of Yao Yao for so long. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure gradually disappeared from the peach tree. Then not a trace of her could be seen. It was as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Even the white fog in the vicinity had disappeared. Everything around Peach Village gradually became clear. Only Yao Yao was sleeping peacefully under the peach tree. Traces of Tao runes and immortal opportunities fell, undisturbed. Guchanga took the peach leaf and could not help but narrow his eyes. Tao Yao's words gave him a lot of information. An old guy. It seemed to be someone who was in the same era as Tao Yao. However, his demonic nature had already been resolved and could be controlled at any time. It was the same whether he found the person or not. Therefore, the value of this peach leaf was far beyond imagination. This was equivalent to a favor from an old guy who was in the same era as Tao Yao. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e could not help but smile. All the goals of this trip were more or less completed. The attitude of Tao Yao and the group of old guys in Peach Village towards him determined how many fate points Gu Chang'e could obtain from Gu Xian'er. In this way, the grudge of digging out his bones could finally be put to an end. What did Sister Tao Yao tell you? At this moment, seeing that Gu Chang'e's expression seemed to be a little dazed, Gu Xian'er could not help but ask curiously. Nothing much. Gu Chang'e glanced at her and took the peach leaf without saying anything. Forget it if you don't want to say. I'll ask Sister Tao Yao myself. Gu Xian'er snorted. She knew that Gu Chang'e would not tell her this easily. Soon she ran to the peach tree and secretly asked. Although Tao Yao did not continue to appear, hearing Gu Xian'er ask these questions, she told her in full detail. She did not hide anything. When Gu Chang'e was born, she actually gave birth to this. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er's beautiful eyes widened. She was extremely shocked. When Tao Yao mentioned that Gu Chang'e had incarnate demon heart, she could not believe it. All this time she had been investigating this matter, but she never thought that it would be the connate demon heart. Since ancient times, only a few people would be born with the demon heart, which represented inauspiciousness and bad luck. No wonder Gu Chang'e's lineage tried so hard to hide these things. If the other clansmen knew, wouldn't it be terrible? Especially when Gu Chang'e was the young master of the Gu clan, who represented the future of the Gu clan. At this moment, she already thought of all the troubles that would arise if the other clansmen found out about Gu Chang'e's connate demon heart. Even if Gu Chang'e had terrifying power now, it would be very difficult for him to face these troubles. Gu Xian'er suddenly felt a little regret and guilt. Why had she been so reckless to plot to bring Gu Chang'e to the Peach Village and expose the secret of his connate demon heart? However, the masters of the Peach Village and Sister Tao Yao probably would not expose this of their own accord. Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er could not help but sigh in relief. Sister Tao Yao, is there any way to solve the problem of the demon heart? At this moment, Gu Xian'er thought of the most important thing. Tao Yao was a little taken aback. To be honest, she did not have a solution now. Otherwise, she would not have given the peach leaf to Gu Chang'e. Because the demon heart was located in the heart of a cultivator, it was not a simple part. Cultivators could be reborn from a drop of blood when they reached a certain level. But that was under the condition that the blood essence had not dried up. In Gu Chang'e's situation, the demonic nature was deeply rooted. Even if the demon heart was removed, there would be no effect. Tao Yao was silent. Gu Xian'er was a little anxious. She knew Tao Yao's character very well. Sometimes silence was tacit agreement. Sister Tao Yao, do you know of a way? It's okay. Even if it's difficult, I'm willing to try. Gu Chang'e has done a lot for me. I also want to help him. Xian'er, if you insist on this. Tao Yao was also a little conflicted. Seeing Gu Xian'er's determined expression, she could not help but sigh and say slowly, Gu Chang'e has the connate demon heart. He needs to suppress the demonic nature in order to stay awake. Just like when he dug out your Dao bone. Although the demonic nature led, it was actually his subconscious action. So, the Dao bone can help him suppress the demonic nature, right? Gu Xian'er also understood when Tao Yao said this. Because she had thought of this before. It was because Gu Chang'e had returned the Dao bone to her that he had fallen into the demonic nature in the Nirvana pond, and could not suppress it. She knew that Gu Chang'e definitely understood this. But he still insisted on returning the Dao bone to her to repay the grudge of the past. He did not care about the terrifying situation that would follow. Tao Yao said, that's part of the reason. Then will it be useful to give him the Dao bone now and let him fuse with it again? Gu Xian'er asked. Tao Yao was silent for a moment before speaking. It's very unlikely. The existence of the demonic nature is not fixed and unchanging. At this moment the demonic nature grows. At that moment the demonic nature grows. Xian'er, have you thought about it? Are you sure? After hearing this, Gu Xian'er already knew what to do. No wonder Sister Taoyao said all this to her. Now it was up to her to choose. Thinking of this, she suddenly looked at Gu Chang'e, who was not far away. Her expression was a little angry, but there was more gentleness in her eyes. She could not help but shout, "Gu Chang'e, you are clearly such a smart person. Why were you so stupid back then?" Gu Chang'e was discussing some things with the Peach village chief and the others. He suddenly heard Gu Xian'er's words. He turned back and looked at her in confusion. "Are you itching for a beating again? Wasn't the lesson from a few days ago enough?" But very quickly, Gu Chang'e noticed Gu Xian'er's expression and actions. He cursed in his heart. "Idiot." With a buzz, the space fluctuated. His figure disappeared into thin air and appeared in front of her in an instant. Then he grabbed Gu Xian'er's wrists tightly and stopped her. This guy actually took out a divine weapon and planned to dig out his own immortal bone. From the very beginning, Gu Chang'e had never intended to take her immortal bone. His expression suddenly became very cold, like a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. He exuded a cold aura. "Gu Xian, you idiot, what are you trying to do?" "Gu Chang'e, let go of me. You are the idiot. I clearly want to save you." Gu Xian'er glared at him, but her strength was not as good as Gu Chang'e's. She could not break free even if she wanted to. "As long as I dig out the immortal bone for you, I can suppress your demonic nature. Then, something like the Nirvana pawn will not happen again. To me, the immortal bone might be able to be reborn again. Nothing will happen to me. Whoa, shut the hell up." Hearing these words, Gu Chang'e's face was gloomy and ugly. She hurriedly covered her mouth. "Listen carefully. You have to take good care of the immortal bone for me. When I need it in the future, I will come and get it from you. If you dare to act on your own and dig it out, Gu Xian'er, I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." Whoa. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was not at all reconciled. She was still glaring at him like an angry kitten. But with Gu Chang'e covering her mouth tightly, she could not make a sound. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She had good intentions. But Gu Chang'e did not appreciate it at all. He even looked so scary. "I am not at the point where I need you to use an immortal bone to save me." At this moment, seeing Gu Xian'er's expression, Gu Chang'e sighed. His tone gradually became gentler. "Why are you so insensible? If that day really comes, I would rather die than let you get hurt like this." Hearing this, Gu Xian'er's eyes suddenly widened. Then her mind buzzed and went blank. She was completely stunned. Chapter 251. Near Peach Village. Everyone who saw this scene could not help but be stunned. Even the few old fellows had their eyes wide open and were flabbergasted. They simply didn't dare believe this scene. The village chief held his forehead helplessly. The other old fellows also had helpless expressions on their faces. Gu Xian'er would choose to help Gu Chang'e by digging out her own immortal bones. This surprised them a little, but they could not say anything. After all, this was a private matter between the two of them. As their masters, the most they could do was to prevent Gu Chang'e from bullying Gu Xian. If Gu Xian'er wanted to do this, they could not stop her. However, Gu Chang'e actually stopped her and said such words. This surprised them a little. Then it made these old fellows blush with embarrassment. But thinking about it carefully, as an elder brother, Gu Chang'e did not seem to be wrong to speak to his younger sister like this. At this moment, Gu Chang'e also let go of Gu Xian'er after saying this. He looked at her with his deep, bottomless eyes. He did not speak and appeared very calm. "Oh, Gu Chang'e, what are you talking about?" He realized the meaning of Gu Chang'e's words. Gu Xian'er's face suddenly turned red. And it was frighteningly red. She was very anxious. Her heart was beating fast, and her voice was trembling. She could not even complete her sentence. She did not expect Gu Chang'e, who had always been cold to her, to suddenly say such gentle words. What did he mean by saying that he would rather die than see her hurt like this? It was really too mushy. And in front of everyone in Peach Village. This made Gu Xian'er's head buzz for a long time, as if she had been struck by a huge bell. Her hands and feet were weak, as if she could not summon any strength. If it was any other time, she would definitely talk back to Guchanga. But today, wasn't he worried about her and showing his true feelings? This left Gu Xian'er at a loss for words. Guchanga suddenly revealing his true feelings was completely out of her expectations. He was afraid that he would not be able to dig out the immortal bone today. What nonsense am I talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. I'm just telling the truth. Guchanga shook his head, his expression returning to normal. In any case, as your elder brother, I won't fall to the point where you have to dig out my bones to save me. To me, this kind of humiliation is worse than death. The grudges between us have long been settled. You don't owe me anything and I don't owe you anything. I don't need you to repay anything for me. His voice was still calm and composed. At this time, if he didn't make things clear, Gu Xian'er, this idiot, might even think about digging up bones. Although she did have the experience of nirvana, it was hard to say whether she could survive after digging out the immortal bone. Not to mention growing a third bone. Guchanga also didn't want her to take the risk for no reason. After all, what was the use of digging out the immortal bone? The demonic nature in his body had long been resolved. Of course, this kind of truth could not be told to Gu Xian. Stubborn. That's not what you said just now. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was a little angry. She glared at him with her clear eyes. She still remembered what Guchanga had said just now. He was obviously worried about her safety and didn't want to see her hurt. Didn't I say just now? Guchanga said calmly. Why are you so stubborn? Can't you admit that you care about my matters? Gu Xian'er snorted. She looked as if she could see through Guchanga's thoughts. But in Guchanga's eyes, her expression meant that she was asking for a beating. It seemed that he couldn't spoil her too much. Senior Tao Yao has already told me how to deal with the demonic nature. I don't need you to add to the trouble, Guchanga said. What do you mean by adding to the trouble? Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was very unhappy. Guchanga shook his head and didn't say anything more. Since Senior has already told me how to deal with it, why did you tell this idiot this method? Then he looked at Tao Yao. There was a deeper meaning in his words. Although this Tao Yao looked calm and gentle, in fact it seemed like she was enjoying the show. Her demonic nature was overflowing. Are you blaming me? After all, this is what Xian'er asked of me. Since I said so, it means that I am confident. A voice came from the peach tree. It was as calm as water. It was impossible to tell whether it was happy or angry. Back then, Gu Xian'er was able to achieve nirvana and birth the immortal bone. To be honest, it had something to do with her. She dared to tell Gu Xian'er this because she wasn't afraid that her life would be in danger. I was the one who begged Big Sister Tao Yao to tell me. Guchanga, don't blame Big Sister Tao Yao. Seeing Guchanga's reproachful tone, Gu Xian'er also hurriedly said. She was a little anxious. She was afraid that Guchanga would hold a grudge against Big Sister Tao Yao because of this. She was very clear about Guchanga's vengeful personality. Although his current strength couldn't compare to Big Sister Tao Yao's, if Guchanga really wanted to deal with someone with his background and power, it was still very frightening. But speaking of which, Guchanga's original intention of reproaching Big Sister Tao Yao was because he was worried about her. This made Gu Xian'er a little happy. Since Gu Xian'er had said so, Guchanga naturally didn't say anything more. And Tao Yao also didn't speak anymore. She regained her calm. Strands of divine light fell, cleansing the Tao injuries of Yao Yao, who was sleeping quietly under the peach tree. This scene made the old guy sigh with emotion. In the next few days, Guchanga temporarily stayed in Peach Village with Gu Xian'er. It had to be said that although it was deep in the forsaken immortal land, the scenery here was very beautiful, like a paradise. The morning sun shone down, specks of golden light and dense spirit qi. As the peach trees here stretched, they were dyed with a layer of dazzling brilliance. There were also many spirit birds and auspicious beasts nearby, but the large ferocious beasts didn't dare to come close. Although the villagers here didn't cultivate, their strength and qi far exceeded that of many cultivators. In Guchanga's opinion, it had to do with Tao Yao often grooming their bodies. As the guardian of Peach Village, she was very good to these villagers. Perhaps it was as she said, she had lived for too long and was very bored, so she needed to find something to do. During this period, Gu Chang'e became more familiar with Gu Xian'er's masters. After beating around the bush, he learned a lot of their origins. As he speculated, Gu Xian'er had 2 sets of destiny templates, and none of her masters were easy to deal with. Each of them had a very shocking origin, and had made a name for themselves in the outside world. They came here for various unknown reasons. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, their true cultivation was probably beyond the Supreme Realm, or even the Emperor Realm that had been sealed until now. As everyone knew, when a cultivator reached the 9th heaven of the quasi-Supreme Realm, they could break through to the Supreme Realm. There was actually a threshold between the Supreme Realm and the Emperor Realm, which was called the Quasi-Emperor Realm by cultivators. However, the Quasi-Emperor Realm was not a realm. It was a name for cultivators who had surpassed the Supreme Realm, but had not yet reached the Emperor Realm. Some time ago, the shocking blade qi that appeared in the sky above the Ocean Palace was actually caused by one of Gu Xian'er's masters. That master of hers, for some personal reasons, temporarily left Peach Village and went to the outside world. Then, when he learned that Gu Xian'er was bullied by the people of the Ocean Palace, he immediately slashed, and the blade qi instantly injured the current palace master of the Ocean Palace. In addition, the ancestor of the Gu family was also there at that time, which forced the Ocean Palace to seal off the sea for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, although Peach Village here was very small, its true strength was more shocking than some of the eternal forbidden zones. Gu Xian'er, with this terrifying background, could even challenge some of the imperishable sects at will. From these old guys, Gu Chang'e also obtained a lot of good things. During the discussion, from their perspective, they were full of admiration for some of Gu Chang'e's insights, and felt that the rumors of his true immortal talent were not false. This title of the number 1 person of the younger generation was well deserved. As expected of Gu Xian'er's cousin, the person who would be in charge of the imperishable sect and the Chongqing family in the future. As long as the problem of the innate demonic nature was solved, this upper realm would be Gu Chang'e's world in the future. Therefore, these old guys were happy to teach Gu Chang'e some wonderful techniques, and Gu Chang'e naturally did not reject them. After all, his method of making a good impression in front of everyone played a big role. In the beginning, they were very rude to him, and did not have a good impression of him at all. They were not as polite as they were now, and he also got a lot of fate points in passing. Gu Chang'e guessed that it was related to the Daughter of Fate mission that he accepted at the beginning, which was related to Gu Xian'er. Gu Xian'er did not know what Gu Chang'e was thinking. Seeing him get along so well with her honored masters, she could not help but feel gratified. She was worried that her honored masters would still not get along with Gu Chang'e. On the other hand, Gu Xian'er hoped that this period of time could last a little longer. After all, it was rare to see another side of Gu Chang'e. He could actually get along well with a group of children in the village. In the past, he gave people a feeling of being high and mighty, looking down on everything indifferently. He rarely had such a human touch. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Gu Chang'e's figure appeared outside Peach Village. Asking for fresh flowers, a group of villagers, including Gu Xian'er's honored masters, came to see him off. Many of the children were even reluctant to see him go. This was because in the past few days Gu Chang'e had taught them a lot of things, and also gave them a lot of things including cultivation scriptures and so on. Many of the children felt that this big brother who was like a banished immortal was very good. After all, people who could be good to children could not be bad people. This was basically the consensus of everyone, and also the reason why Gu Chang'e could quickly gain the trust of the villagers of Peach Village. I will take my leave first. If there is time in the future, I will come and chat with all of you. At this time Gu Chang'e spoke. There was a faint, gentle smile on his face. He said goodbye to everyone, and planned to leave Peach Village. After all, there were still many things waiting for him to solve. He could not stay in this place forever. Gu Xian'er did not plan to leave. Because of Yao Yao, he planned to cultivate in Peach Village for a while. At the same time, his honored masters could take the opportunity to guide her. Although her strength was not weak, compared to many of the ancient freaks who had revived today, she was still much weaker. From the words of these old guys, Gu Chang'e also knew that they were going to give Gu Xian'er special treatment. The next time he saw her, her strength should have improved a lot. As for Yao Yao, He did not know how long it would take for her to wake up. From Tao Yao's words, although Yao Yao was his Dao fruit, she was also seriously injured in the Chaos Thunder tribulation back then. After all, it was a Dao injury, and it had a great impact on her. If he wanted to clean it up, it would definitely take some time. Zero Gu Chang'e naturally had nothing to say about this. Chang'e, remember to come next time. The aunties love you. Why don't you stay for a few more days? Look at Xian Er's reluctant look. You are so heartless. At this time, seeing that Gu Chang'e was about to leave, the auntie started to talk and tease him. Gu Xian Er, who was originally a little unhappy, suddenly blushed. Gu Chang'e smiled. I will come next time. Look at Xian Er's reluctant look. Why don't you stay for a few more days? An auntie asked with a smile. She looked as if she did not mind the matter. Who's reluctant? Auntie, don't talk nonsense. I can't wait for this stubborn guy to disappear from my sight. Hearing these words, Gu Xian Er hurriedly denied, as if she was afraid that Gu Chang'e would misunderstand. I can't wait to have some peace and quiet around my ear. Otherwise, it'll always feel like there's a fly buzzing around me. Gu Chang'e looked at her and said calmly, Gu Chang'e, what do you mean? Are you saying that I'm annoying you when I'm near your ear? Then keep your eyes on me in the future and stay away from me. Gu Xian Er snorted. She did not expect that Gu Chang'e would make her angry before he left. However, Gu Chang'e could not hear her words. The moment he finished speaking, Gu Chang'e turned into a ray of divine light and shot into the sky. He left Peach Village directly without any hesitation. Gu Xian Er was a little angry. She waved her fist. Damn it, this guy didn't even listen to what I had to say. However, very quickly, the expression on her little face became a little dejected. She showed her reluctance. Xian Er, don't tell me you really have feelings for your cousin? Can't be, can it? Your brother and sister. Seeing her expression, the aunties started to make fun of her. Gu Xian Er looked at them angrily. Can you stop talking nonsense? Besides, what's wrong with being brother and sister? He's not even my biological brother. However, as soon as she said this, she felt that something was wrong. She quickly changed the topic. Today's weather is not bad. The sun is quite strong. Who would have thought that today would come? All of this is fate making fools of people. This scene caused her several masters to laugh involuntarily. Then they all sighed and lamented. After leaving Peach Village, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared on a mountain peak outside the forsaken immortal land. Master! Several figures appeared in front of him. Their auras were very powerful, and their expressions were very respectful. The leader was a creature that looked like a Wuxia. Its cultivation level was at the true immortal realm. Among the rest of the people, there were both men and women. There were also humans from other clans. They were all followers of Gu Chang'e. In other places, they were all famous young supreme beings. After the incident in the immortal ancient continent, many young supreme beings had sought out Gu Chang'e and planned to follow him. Gu Chang'e did not reject anyone who came, so he took them in. After all, there were many things that could be left to them. For example, this time he asked them to pay attention to the Inde. They had already received Gu Chang'e's orders and were waiting for him here. Chin. Chapter 252. How's the investigation going? Gu Chang'e nodded slightly and asked calmly. Master, the Inde has already appeared, but we don't know its exact location. During this period of time, the Inde aura has already swept through many regions and annexed the territories of many forces. Now there is a Inde battlefield in southern heaven. A large number of Inde beings are surging out from it, and many cultivators have already rushed there. And I heard that the quota for the True Immortal Academy this time is related to the Inde battlefield. Only by killing a certain number of Inde beings will one be qualified to enter the True Immortal Academy. The creature of the Wuxia tribe reported respectfully. His name was Yi Han, and he could be considered Gu Chang'e's confidant. Gu Chang'e handed many important matters to him. Even many cultivators in the outside world knew that this Wuxia was one of his people, and did not dare to provoke him. So many things have happened while I was in seclusion. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly and seemed to be deep in thought. The early appearance of the Inde did not affect him much. After all, not many people dared to risk their lives to go to the area covered by the Inde aura. Other than himself, no one would know the purpose of his search for the Inde. Many people would even think that he was trying to stop the spread of the Inde. And this was the benefit of reputation. The construction of the True Immortal Academy was almost complete, but at this time, there was no news of the selection of candidates. It seemed that it was indeed related to the Inde. When the time comes, as long as the young people want to enter the True Immortal Academy, they will rush to the Inde. After being a coward for so long, that boy who feeds the horse can't sit still at this time. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e could not help but smile with interest. Let's go to Southern Heaven. Then he said and waved his sleeve. An incomparably huge ancient warship suddenly fell into the air and expanded with the wind. The huge Gu word on it was simple and majestic, swaying in the air. Then it rumbled across the sky. Southern Heaven was located in the extreme south of the Upper Realm, close to the extremely prosperous and boundless world of the Upper Realm, the Demon Realm. The Demon World was an ancient world that belonged solely to the demon race. It had existed for a very long time and could even be traced back to the most ancient times. Since ancient times, there had been many demon emperors, and other existences. Even the imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies were wary of the monster realm and would not easily provoke them. However, what left the deepest impression on cultivators was the 9 suns hanging in the sky. The 9 suns hung in the sky, raining down terrifying solar primordial fire, causing the extremely hot weather in the southern Shang heaven. For cultivators with slightly weaker cultivation bases, it was very likely that their souls would be damaged after being exposed to the sun for too long. Legend has it that in ancient times, Nanxing Sky was the territory of the Demon Realm's Golden Crow clan. However, for some unknown reason, the 8 most powerful existences of the Golden Crow clan were killed by an unknown existence. Then he used his magic power to refine 8 suns and hung them high in the sky as a warning to others. However, there were very few members of the Golden Crow clan now. They were almost nowhere to be seen. Whether this rumor was true or false, there was no way to verify. Nanxing Sky had become a place where good and bad people mixed together. Many orthodoxies and clans had left many people here. Now this place had become even more lively. Almost every day, cultivators could be seen coming from all over. They were either riding on divine lights, ferocious beasts, ancient warships, or flying boats. However, most of them were the younger generation. They came from the imperishable sects, supreme Taoist orthodoxies, or some forbidden areas. They were the current generation successors, sealed ancient young kings, ancient freaks, and so on. Their strength and cultivation bases were all very shocking. Their backgrounds were even more terrifying. Ordinary cultivators would turn pale and retreat when they saw them. They did not dare to provoke them. In this golden age, all kinds of young existences appeared in Nanxing Sky. Everyone knew their purpose. The Yin battlefield. At this moment, Yi Langtian and his sister Yi Liuli were leading a large group of people in a pavilion in an ancient city. Opposite them was the Longevity Wang family's young supreme, Wang Wushuang. There were other people in the other direction, such as the successor of the Vermilion Bird clan, Qi Ling, and the others. They were all familiar faces from the immortal ancient continent. During this period they had all had fortuitous encounters. Their cultivation bases had improved a lot, and they had all broken through to the true God realm. Now that they were gathered here, it was obvious that they were discussing something. The appearance of the Yin battlefield recently has surprised many forces. Many territories and orthodoxies have been affected. The appearance of the Yin battlefield in Nanxing Sky is a good opportunity for us to train. However, you should know that we are the current generation's prodigies. In terms of cultivation base, we are naturally weaker than those ancient freaks. If we clash with them, we won't be able to gain any advantage. It would be even more regrettable if we miss out on something important because of this. The one who spoke was Wang Wushuang. Golden patterns appeared in his eyes, making him look very mysterious. As he spoke, the others had strange expressions on their faces. They nodded one after another. After all, they were all here for the Yin battlefield. Naturally, they knew how important it was. What Wang Wushuang said was what they were worried about. Otherwise, they would not have come here to discuss and think of countermeasures. Brother Wang, what you said is what we are worried about. After all, the Yin battlefield this time is related to the quota of the True Immortal Academy. Even if we have powerful backgrounds, the True Immortal Academy will not give us any face. Yi Langtian sighed and said. When the True Immortal Academy was mentioned, everyone, including him, had a sincere yearning. After all, that was an immortal. That was the realm that countless cultivators dreamed of. The True Immortal Academy's existence was to nurture a true immortal in this era. If the true immortal did not appear, the Yin battlefield would not be able to stop the spread of the Yin battlefield. When that time came, countless orthodoxies and living beings would suffer. Since everyone knows this, that's good. Now that the True Immortal Academy has appeared, it's a chance for us. Only by entering the True Immortal Academy will we have a chance to surpass those ancient freaks. They have cultivated longer than us, and their foundation and cultivation base are deeper than ours. For us, only by obtaining the quota to enter the True Immortal Academy will we have the qualifications to compete with them. Wang Wushuang said slowly. He was confident that he would obtain the quota to enter the True Immortal Academy. And the way to obtain the quota to enter the True Immortal Academy was to enter the Yin battlefield and kill Yin spirits to obtain points. This was also the requirement that the True Immortal Academy gave to all the younger generation. After all, if they did not even have the courage to enter the Yin battlefield, was there a need to fight for the position of True Immortal? So when the time comes for us to enter the Yin battlefield, we have to think of a way to walk together and help each other. I think everyone already knows how powerful and difficult the Yin spirits are. Wang Wushuang continued speaking. His gaze slowly swept across the crowd as he proposed his idea. If young Master Chang'e was here at this time, perhaps things would be much better. Even those ancient freaks would be fearful when they meet him. At this moment, two young supreme beings spoke softly. These words were immediately approved by many people. Even Wang Wushuang nodded. Apart from his sister, in this generation, only Gu Chang'e and the inheritor of the demonic arts had the ability to fight against the ancient freaks. Speaking of Brother Gu, he should be here soon. At this moment, Yi Langtian could not help but reveal a slight smile. Coincidentally, after Brother Gu came out of seclusion, I sent him a message. Logically speaking, he should be here soon. Hearing him speak, the eyes of the Vermilion Bird clan's successor, Qi Ling, who had been silent all this while, could not help but light up slightly. She revealed a look of surprise. Fellow Taoist Chang'e, are you also coming? Many young supreme beings also revealed expressions of joy as reverence rose in their hearts. Gu Chang'e was undoubtedly in existence like the backbone of this generation of young people. Whether it was status or strength, they all stood at the top of their generation, to the point where there were few who could compare to them. With Gu Chang'e here, the pressure they faced against the ancient freaks would be much less. You're saying that Gu Chang'e is coming here? At this moment, a clear and crisp voice suddenly sounded from the corner of the stairs below the pavilion. A tall and beautiful girl with shoulder-length silver hair was standing there. She was Ying Yu, who had come to inquire after coming to Nanxing Sky. There were many young people beside her. In terms of appearance, they were very different from the human race. They either had horns on their heads and looked like dragons, or had wings on their backs and looked like phoenixes. They were all shrouded in splendor, walking with majestic steps and looking around disdainfully. Their auras were powerful, and their vitality was astonishing. This was a group of young supreme beings from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Among them, there was a black-robed man with slightly closed eyes. There was a scale pattern between his eyebrows, and his aura was much stronger than the rest. He was an ancient freak. He had been sealed since ancient times until now. His father was a follower of Heavenly Emperor Ying, so he was also sealed until now, and became a follower of Heavenly Emperor Ying's son. Although he couldn't be compared to the son of the Heavenly Emperor like Ying Shuang, his cultivation was much stronger than the young supreme beings of this generation. At this moment, after hearing Ying Yu's question, the expressions of many young supreme beings in the pavilion changed slightly. Obviously, they recognized Ying Yu's identity now. Although her brother Ying Shuang was very suspected to be the inheritor of the demonic arts and had been secretly attacked by many cultivators, her strength was still very strong. However, his strength was there for all to see. If they really encountered him, they would not be his match. Yu's own strength was also not to be underestimated. It was extremely terrifying, and her body already had the pressure of a quasi-sage. This meant that she had already surpassed many young supreme beings. For a moment, the expressions of the young supreme beings, including Wang Wushuang and Yilang Tian, became unsightly. "Mrs. asking you a question. Why aren't you answering?" The black-robed man, who had been looking down, suddenly shouted. A terrifying faint golden pattern flashed between his eyebrows. Then strands of laws and order burst out from the void. Dong! It was as if a huge bell had exploded. The terrifying fluctuation seemed to roar in their ears. Many people's faces turned pale, and they directly took a few steps back. Some people were even worse. Blood flowed out of their facial orifices. They were seriously injured by the sound. Peak of the Divine King realm. Yilang Tian and Wang Wushuang were both protected by a secret technique. For a moment they were fine, but their expressions darkened. This person's strength was definitely not something the two of them could fight against. "Don't be ungrateful." The black-robed man smiled coldly again. He looked down on the group of young supreme beings in front of him. "Agu, don't be rude. Gu Chang'e will come here?" Yu frowned at this moment and spoke again. She first reprimanded the black-robed man, then asked the people in front of her. She still remembered the last time she went to the Longevity Gu family to visit Gu Chang'e. In the end, he made her wait bitterly in front of the Gu family's mountain gate for more than half a month with the excuse that he was in seclusion. In the end, he made her leave in anger. This humiliation was still fresh in Yu's mind. If Gu Chang'e was going to come here today, she would ask for the reason. Also, why did he want to frame her brother? Brother Chang'e did say that he would come, but I'm not sure when he will come. Yilang Tian frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied with the other party's attitude. However, due to the other party's power, he still said so. "Very well, I'll wait here for him. I don't believe that I won't see him like last time." Yu nodded and said indifferently. She knew that Gu Chang'e was very strong, so she didn't want to provoke him. She only wanted to ask him some questions and help her brother get rid of suspicion. In the current younger generation, besides Gu Chang'e, only the successor of the human ancestor palace had the right to speak. Although the other ancient freaks and young kings were powerful, they were far inferior to Gu Chang'e in terms of power and influence. "There's no need for you to wait. I'm already here." At this moment a faint laugh sounded. 4. Yu's expression changed. The expression of the black-robed man beside her also changed abruptly. He turned very pale and didn't dare to be as arrogant and domineering as before. A large group of people suddenly appeared outside the pavilion. The person leading them was Gu Chang'e, who had just arrived in Nanxing Sky. Behind him was a large group of followers with shocking qi and blood, causing the expressions of the cultivators along the way to change and turn a little pale. Needless to say, they knew who he was from such a powerful aura. Their expressions couldn't help but become extremely fearful. Brother Chang'e, Brother Gu. Upon seeing Gu Chang'e's arrival, the young supremes in the pavilion were overjoyed and hurriedly went forward to greet him. As if they had seen their backbone, their fear and grievance were swept away. Brother Yi, Brother Wang, Miss Chiliang. There was a strange look in Gu Chang'e's eyes. Then he greeted everyone with a smile that made people feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. He looked even more extraordinary and handsome. As for Yu and the others on the other side, they were ignored by him. "It's been a long time since we last met. Brother Gu, you're even more elegant than before. Even your cultivation is more unfathomable. Brother Chang'e, you came at the right time." Yilang Tian, Chiliang, and the others also spoke with joy on their faces. Although they were of the same generation, they couldn't help but lower their heads in front of Gu Chang'e. This made them feel very emotional. Even the black-robed man, who was very arrogant and domineering, just now paled after seeing Gu Chang'e's arrival. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead and he didn't dare to speak, remaining silent like a cicada in winter. It was obvious how powerful Gu Chang'e was. Even the people from Tianhuang Mountain didn't dare to be presumptuous when seeing him. Chapter 253. Gu Chang'e. At this time Yingyu spoke first. This was the first time she saw Gu Chang'e in person. He was far more terrifying than the rumors said. Just the large group of followers behind him was enough to explain everything. Not to mention Gu Chang'e's cultivation. Even as a quasi-saint, she couldn't see through it clearly, as if there was a layer of fog. This reminded Yingyu of the rumor that Gu Chang'e had fought with a supreme saint in the immortal ancient continent. This man was far more unfathomable than she had imagined. This made Yingyu more cautious. She had planned to ask about the humiliation she had suffered at the Gu family's mountain gate. But now she had forgotten about it. "Oh, what can I do for you, Miss Yingyu?" Hearing Yingyu call his name, Gu Chang'e seemed to notice her and said in surprise. When he was investigating Ying Shuang, he knew about her sister, Yingyu. He didn't expect that she would come to him as soon as he arrived in Nanxing Heaven. This made Gu Chang'e a little surprised. It had been a long time since he had the feeling of a leak coming to him. "Gu Chang'e, you said that my brother is the inheritor of demonic arts. Isn't that too presumptuous?" Yingyu was very direct. Her silver eyes stared at him. She went straight to the point and asked this question in front of everyone. Gu Chang'e was a little surprised when she heard this. "Did I mention this before? Miss Yingyu, perhaps you are mistaken?" He was telling the truth. He really didn't say this. Oh no, it wasn't that he didn't say anything, but that he didn't mention Ying Shuang at all. Back at the Longevity Gu family, when he put the blame on Ying Shuang, Gu Chang'e was just agreeing with the guess of the successor of the human ancestor hall, Wang Zijin. Even if Yingyu wanted to settle the score, she should look for Wang Zijin. It had nothing to do with Gu Chang'e. Yingyu's expression changed slightly. She realized that this sentence was wrong. Indeed, Gu Chang'e had never said that. But at that time, everyone felt that someone was framing Tianhuang Mountain. Only Gu Chang'e and Wang Zijin did the opposite. They felt that Tianhuang Mountain was purposely trying to confuse the public and make everyone overlook them. After all, everyone felt that Tianhuang Mountain was framed. In that case, when they were investigating the inheritor of the demonic arts, they would definitely overlook Sky Emperor Mountain and think that they were also victims. Such a method was even more despicable than directly saying that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. Unfortunately, they couldn't find a way to wash away all of this. "Gu Chang'e, that was clearly what you meant at that time, and now you still want to quibble. My brother has no enmity with you, why do you want to frame him?" Yingyu was still unwilling to give up. After all, it wasn't easy for her to meet Gu Chang'e. She wouldn't give up so easily. At this time, she hoped that her brother would come with her and confront Gu Chang'e. But after Ying Shuang came to southern Shengtian, she didn't leave her residence. She said that she was waiting for news from the Absolute in battlefield. This made Yingyu very helpless. There was nothing she could do. Why should I quibble? I also didn't directly conclude who is the inheritor of the demonic arts. Could it be that Miss Yingyu thinks that the matter of the inheritor of the demonic arts is child's play, and you can casually close the coffin? And as you said, I have no enmity with Prince Ying. Is there a need for me to do this? What I said to Saintess Zijin was just a possibility. Even if you want to blame someone, you should blame Saintess Zijin, right? You came to find trouble with me because you think that I'm gentle and easy to deal with? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. But towards the end, his smile also disappeared. His expression was deep and cold. I don't have such thoughts. Gu Chang'e, you think too much. Yingyu gritted her teeth. Her spirit trembled as she felt that terrifying power. She felt like she was suffocating. Gu Chang'e was still fine when he spoke earlier. But now that he changed his expression, she could feel that terrifying feeling even more directly. Gu Chang'e's words made the expressions of the cultivators in the pavilion and nearby, who were paying close attention to this place, change drastically. After all, the matter of the inheritor of the demonic arts was of great importance. Now, Yingyu's actions were unreasonable in the eyes of the crowd. Gu Chang'e and the successor of the human ancestors hall did not say that Prince Ying was the inheritor of the demonic arts. They merely mentioned their own thoughts at that time. After many cultivators discussed it, that was what they thought. No one was a fool who would do something that was difficult and unrewarding. At the end of the day, The human ancestors' hall had resisted the inheritor of the demonic arts for many years. Many people believed Wang Zijin's words. Not to mention, a while ago, another successor of the human ancestors' hall also stopped outside the Tianhuang mountain and left in the end. With all these signs, the Tianhuang mountain was the greatest suspect. How else did Yu want to clear her name? There were many experts in the ancient city of the southern flourishing heavens. Even if Yu was the biological daughter of Emperor Ying, she would not dare to incur the wrath of the masses. In my opinion, it's obvious that she can't find a solution, and that's why she looked for young Master Chang'e. She's already anxious. Let's wait until the day her brother's identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts is exposed. Let's see what expression she'll have then. I think she's completely covering up for the inheritor of the demonic arts and intends to make the entire world her enemy. Why don't we kill her here today so that we don't leave behind a scourge in the future? Immediately, the surrounding cultivators discuss coldly and murderously. When they reached Yu's ears, her face turned slightly pale. After Gu Chang'e's words, her actions earlier on had clearly incurred the wrath of the masses. Forget it. It seems like Miss Yu has a pure personality and is a straightforward person. I won't be calculative about today's matter. I know you'll come around. At this moment, Gu Chang'e sighed somewhat helplessly and waved his hand. When his followers saw this, they immediately understood what he meant and began to chase away the surrounding cultivators. Even Gu Chang'e did so. At this moment, the surrounding crowd also understood that he did not want to pursue the matter. Immediately, they did not dare to disrespect him and dispersed from the surroundings, not daring to continue watching the commotion. When the crowd's anger dissipated, the black-robed man and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Inexplicably, they felt somewhat grateful to Gu Chang'e. They also knew that if the crowd's anger had erupted with their strength, there was no way they could have stopped so many cultivators. Today they would have either died or been injured. Who asked them to be so unlucky to be involved with the inheritor of the demonic arts? Very quickly, only Wang Wushuang, Yilang Tian Qi Ling, and the other young supremes were left in the pavilion, as well as the pale-faced Yu and the people around her. Gu Chang'e's sudden rescue made her a little surprised and puzzled. Logically speaking, Gu Chang'e should have been angry and attacked her when she came so aggressively and asked directly, why did he help her? Since you're already here, why don't you sit down and have a drink, Miss Yu? At this time, Gu Chang'e sat down with a calm and natural expression, and then greeted the somewhat stunned Yu. Miss, this is young Master Chang'e's invitation. Don't be stubborn anymore. At the same time, apologize to young Master Chang'e for your disrespect just now. The black-robed man beside Yu saw this and immediately whispered to her. At the same time, he looked at Gu Chang'e with a slightly flattering and fawning look. Although he was asked by his father to follow Prince Ying, he was not stupid. He understood that now Ying Shuang was like a clay Buddha crossing the river. She could not even protect herself. Before the matter of the inheritor of the demonic arts was settled, there was no other way to follow Ying Shuang except to be beaten like a rat crossing the street. He might as well take the opportunity to express his goodwill to Gu Chang'e. Whether in terms of status or strength, the current Gu Chang'e was far superior to Ying Shuang. This scene shocked the group of young supreme martial artists who had just been injured by this ancient freak. Then they could not help but be silent, and their hearts were filled with emotion. When could they be like Gu Chang'e? Without doing anything, he could deter many existences with just his power. Gu Chang'e, thank you for helping me out just now. Yu wasn't someone who couldn't tell good from bad. She knew how to prioritize. At this time she sat down naturally and gracefully. Everyone was also very tactful, and gave her the seat beside Gu Chang'e. She hesitated for a moment and then sat down. If she sat too far away from Gu Chang'e, it would inevitably be a little rude. Gu Chang'e did not seem to care about this. He minded his own business and drank his wine, chatting with Wang Wushuang and the others. After Yu sat down, he no longer paid attention to her. Gradually, Yu felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Her whole body was uncomfortable, and it reminded her of the scene when she was waiting in front of the Longevity Gu family's mountain gate. She thought that Gu Chang'e had helped her out just now because he wanted something from her. But now, it seemed that Gu Chang'e had done it in passing. She was thinking too much. Otherwise, why would he ignore her after letting her sit down? For a moment, Yu could not understand Gu Chang'e's actions. He did not look like he had any ill intentions towards her and her brother. At this time, the black-clothed man behind Yu kept winking at her, indicating that she should take the initiative to toast. After all, at this time, standing there like a block of wood and not doing anything was not only silly but also stupid. Yu also reacted abruptly. When did she become so stupid? Gu Chang'e, this toast is to you for helping me out just now. However, it was obvious that this was her first toast, so she was very unfamiliar with it. Her words were also very stiff. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e turned his head to look at her. His eyes were somewhat interested, but he was not surprised. After all, everything was within his expectations. There is no need for this wine. Then he waved his hand and casually said, "Just now, I just saw that you have a simple and straightforward personality. I know that you have no ill intentions, so I did this. If you came with ill intentions, do you believe that I would have already crushed your head?" His words were understated, but they carried a bone-piercing chill. Yu could not help but shiver, and her face paled. She knew that Gu Chang'e's words were not empty words. Gu Chang'e was completely capable of this. "If I were you, instead of wasting time on me, why don't you ask your brother instead? Maybe he has something that he is hiding from you? He won't come out and confront me." Then Gu Chang'e smiled as if nothing had happened. Of course, Ying Shuang did not dare to confront him. After all, Gu Chang'e still had something on her. Ying Shuang was also very clear about this. "I understand," then Yu quickly recovered. From Gu Chang'e's actions, it showed that he indeed had no enmity with Ying Shuang and the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The reason why she had such a guess was only based on the most appropriate possibility at that time. Therefore, the problem did not lie with Gu Chang'e. Then who did it lie with? Yu fell into deep thought. Looking at this scene, Gu Chang'e's expression was somewhat thought-provoking. The person who seized the body of the child of destiny, his biggest weakness was the person who was most familiar with him. Some things he would stop at that. As for the rest, as long as Yu was not stupid, she would be able to find out. Ying Shuang had been lying to her. Gu Chang'e could already faintly see the scene of the brother and sister turning against each other. Then, he began to take the initiative to pour wine for Yu. It could be seen that she rarely drank wine. And the wine here, even if it was dissolved by cultivator 660, the aftereffect was still very strong. Yu did not expect that Gu Chang'e would actually pour wine for her. For a moment she was a little flattered. Although her alcohol tolerance was not good at this time, it was not good to brush away Gu Chang'e's face. Soon a few cups were down. She was a little dizzy and almost fell. Fortunately, Gu Chang'e's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast, supporting her. "Thank you, young Master Gu." At this time Yu's head was even more dizzy, and her face was slightly red. However, the way she addressed Gu Chang'e had also changed. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly helplessly. "Missing you, your alcohol tolerance." The black-clothed man named Agu scratched his head and said flatteringly, "Miss rarely drinks wine. I hope young Master Chang'e will not blame us." Gu Chang'e waved his hand. "Then you can bring Missing you back." He finished speaking. Yu's two maids immediately stepped forward and supported her to leave. "Young Master Chang'e, then we will take our leave first." The black-clothed man revealed a smile, and then left with his men. Gu Chang'e's eyes flashed with a strange light. Except for him, the others did not see any abnormalities. When he was supporting Yu just now, he took the opportunity to leave a rune mark, just enough to determine her and Ying Shuang's location. Moreover, if Yu went back drunk, what would her brother think? After all, the person who was drinking with her was him. Then, the rest of the young Supreme Masters also took their leave. But in the end, Yi Langtian and Yi Liuli chose to stay. They told Gu Chang'e a lot of news about the True Immortal Academy this time, and even told Gu Chang'e another thing that interested him more. "Another inheritor of demonic arts has appeared?" Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows, and asked without much change in his expression, "Are you sure this is true? My sister and I saw it with our own eyes." According to my understanding of the inheritors of demonic arts during this period of time, it shouldn't be wrong. At that time, that mysterious person should have been cultivating in the wilderness with some ancient corpse essence, swallowing and exhaling the moonlight. All kinds of scenes are exactly the same as the forbidden demonic arts in the records, Yi Langtian said with a heavy expression. At that time there was an ancient artifact that also involved the forbidden demonic arts, and it happened to be bought by that mysterious person. Yi Liuli also said. I see. After hearing this, Gu Chang'e nodded a little thoughtful. Interesting. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. In this world there was another inheritor of demonic arts besides him. Was it true? Or was it a disguise? The demonic arts he had were innate, not inherited from anyone. And now the inheritor of demonic arts, could it be that he had received the inheritance of a certain generation of demonic arts? However, in Gu Chang'e's mind, a figure inexplicably appeared. Whether it was true or not, he would only know after confirming it. Chapter 254. After Yi Langtian and Yi Liuli finished talking about this matter, they stood up and left. After all, their purpose was to tell Gu Chang'e about this. The inheritor of the demonic arts was very important. Even if they told Gu Chang'e, they would still feel very uneasy. Although Gu Chang'e was strong, he might not be able to deal with two inheritors of the demonic arts. It had been really eventful recently. The Absolutine battlefield attracted countless cultivators, a mix of good and bad people. Not only was the most suspicious Prince Ing Shuang among them, but now another inheritor of the demonic arts could also be among them. When they entered the ultimate Yin battlefield, not only would they have to be wary of the Yin spirit, but they would also have to worry about the inheritor of the demonic arts hiding in the dark. It was really bad news. Brother Yi, take care. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly. After the two left, he could not help but have a strange look in his eyes. No matter what, he had to find out who this inheritor of the demonic arts that suddenly appeared was first. Although he had some guesses in his heart, he could not be sure before he saw the person. Then, he thought of something and wrote a letter telling Yanji to investigate some things first. Although the entrance to the ultimate Yin battlefield is still uncertain, the location of the ultimate Yin sky can be narrowed down. At the same time, we have to find a tool to scout the way. Gu Chang'e could not help but fall into deep thought. He was determined to get the ultimate Yin sky. Even if his demonic arts were to be exposed in the future, as long as he occupied the ultimate Yin sky, he would still be able to make the entire upper realm wary. Not to mention that there was no risk of his demonic arts being exposed now. Occupying the ultimate Yin sky was just a precaution. It could also become his ultimate trump card. Therefore, very quickly, Gu Chang'e thought of a person. Wang Zijin, his fellow transmigrator. According to Wang Wushuang, Wang Zijin had actually also come to Nansheng Sky. However, for some reason she was now nowhere to be found. However, Gu Chang'e had a way to get her to appear. Wang Zijin was the daughter of Providence with the immortal spirit body. Her own Providence points were also shocking. With such Providence points, Wang Zijin's luck was definitely not bad. Judging from the fact that her cultivation far exceeded that of her peers, she must have obtained a lot of opportunities. Therefore, what Gu Chang'e was thinking about now was how to make Wang Zijin the scavenger. Wang Zijin was a transmigrator. Although he was smart and cunning, he also brought with him his previous life's idleness and egoism. He liked to ridicule and join in the fun when he had nothing to do. This was something that Gu Chang'e had a deep understanding of from his previous interactions with her. Others might not know what Wang Zijin was talking about, but he understood him very well. He knew what kind of person he was. Therefore, it was not difficult to scheme against her. Not to mention that Wang Zijin seemed to be very interested in him. Someone send a message to Wang Wushuang. Tell him to tell me once he knows where his sister is. After that, Gu Chang'e called for Yi Han and instructed him. Yes, master. Yi Han obeyed and left. Not long after, Gu Chang'e also heard a notification from the system. Ing Shuang's providence had been damaged. This was within his expectations. Although this amount of providence points was not a lot, and Gu Chang'e did not care about them at all, It was enough to show that Ing Shuang's providence points were decreasing. Everything was going according to his plan. System, was the scene I saw in Peach Village a few days ago a sign of the next child of providence? At this moment, Gu Chang'e thought of something important and asked the system. In the scene he saw back then, a woman with black hair hugged her knees and looked very lonely. She was waiting for something under a withered peach tree. Gu Chang'e felt that the scene was related to Tao Yao. However, since he saw it, it meant that it was most likely related to him. However, Gu Chang'e was not sure about this. This was because even he did not know what would appear in his memory one day. Just like the immortal devouring demonic technique back then, one after another, they would suddenly appear in his mind one day. Who could say for sure about something like the previous life? Who wasn't an avatar maniac? Hearing Gu Chang'e's question, the system could not help but answer. This matter is temporarily out of the system's deduction range. Master, please ask another question. Gu Chang'e didn't expect it to answer so straightforwardly. However, this answer was really hard to explain. What did it mean by temporarily out of the deduction range? Did it mean that it could only be deduced in the future? This damn system was still not reliable at crucial times. Then what about the memory that appeared when I accepted Yao Yao as my disciple in the heavenly stellar realm? That should be the next child of providence, right? Gu Chang'e asked again. Every time he encountered such a situation, he had to first notice that it was the child of providence before the system gave him a notification. Or he had to be very close to the child of providence to trigger the system's mission. Therefore, Gu Chang'e might as well test it out directly. At that time, that familiar yet strange feeling was still fresh in his mind. At this moment, hearing Gu Chang'e's question, the system gave him a notification. Ding! Triggered child of providence in red. She had already died in time, and her body sank into the endless abyss. However, even in the most terrifying hell, it could not erase her hatred for you. Her consciousness has returned from the darkness, and she can massacre the entire world out of hatred at any time, just to take revenge on you. Hearing the system's notification, Gu Chang'e could not help but raise his eyebrows. What kind of child of providence was this? Why was it so different from what he was familiar with? How much did she have to hate him to return from the endless darkness just to take revenge? Could it be that hate was born out of love? Gu Chang'e felt that it was enough to have a Yu Mingkong take revenge on him. Now there was a red demoness taking revenge on him? Sure enough, every child of providence represented the deep malice of the heavens towards him. System. What's the notification this time? Then Gu Chang'e opened his mouth again and asked. After all, the appearance of a new child of providence always represented a new notification. To him they were just like leeks waiting to be harvested. Buzz! In the next moment as Gu Chang'e finished speaking, a flash of light flashed across his eyes. A burst of brilliance flashed in front of his eyes, and then some images appeared, but it was more like a distant memory was recovering in his mind. At the foot of the mountain, a little girl who liked to wear red tugged at his sleeve, timidly silent. A group of bandits knelt in front of him, their faces full of fear and despair. These are all your enemies. Your family was killed by them and your village was set on fire by them. Now that I've captured them, you can do whatever you want with them. Kill them or let them go, it's up to you. He stroked her head and said softly. Thus, the little girl sliced off their heads one by one with her sword. Master, when I grow up, I want to marry you, he smiled. Let's talk about it when you grow up. 20 years later, the girl who had grown up ran to him with a face full of pain. Master, you were the one who arranged for the bandits back then, right? His expression did not change at all. Yes, you know all this? The girl stabbed her sword, but it did not land in the end. Her tears fell like rain. I can't do it. Master, can you tell me the reason? His expression did not change at all. No. And the image ended there. Gu Chang'e was silent for a long time, and only one melodramatic sentence could be said about this. Why was it this kind of bitter and vengeful drama again? Now, he did not even know who the red-clothed female demon was. The only thing he knew was that he was her master, and she hated him very much. He had gained a disciple who wanted to take revenge on him for no reason. In terms of strength, Yiling Longtong, and the reincarnation of Ranzu were definitely not comparable. However, combined with the memory of when he was in the lower realm, a red-clothed figure was struck down into the abyss by him with a demonic halberd. Wuxia more or less guessed something. From the many clues, he might still have a demon master's disguise on him. So maybe that red-clothed figure was related to his disguise at that time. He could only take one step at a time. There was no need to worry about too many deaths. Oh no, it was too many leaks. There was no hurry. According to the current clues, I should not be able to touch the red-clothed female demon. Thinking of this, Wuxia put this matter aside for the time being. At the same time, runes flickered in a grand and tall palace. In the middle, a young man in a gorgeous robe was cultivating. It was Ying Shuang. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Wisps of heaven and earth spirit chi were gathering here as he breathed. A faint emperor's shadow, incomparably majestic, stood proudly in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, exuding an incomparably vast divine might. It appeared behind him, looking extremely mystical. I have more or less figured out the divine powers that Ying Shuang knew. When the time comes, even if the others have doubts, they will not be able to find out that I am a fake. Ying Shuang heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and said softly. He was finally relieved. Then he opened his eyes. His gaze was extremely calm and peaceful, and there was an indescribable sense of nobility. During this period of time, he had become very proficient in pretending to be Prince Ying. Even his expression and tone were gradually no different from the previous Ying Shuang. Of course, what he told his sister Ying Yu was that he had recovered part of his memories, and that he had almost resolved the drawbacks of his cultivation. Ying Yu did not doubt this statement. As for the rest of the people in the Heavenly Emperor Mountain who felt that something was wrong with Ying Shuang, there was almost no one. After all, during this period of time, Ying Shuang had been obediently staying in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, not daring to go out casually. As for the cultivators in the outside world who thought that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts, Ying Shuang was used to it. In any case, this suspicion could not be cleared at the moment. He did not believe that anyone would dare to casually make a move on him in the southern heaven. After all, no one had seen him use the forbidden demonic arts to kill with their own eyes. Everything was just a guess. Before this, as long as there was not enough evidence to prove that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts, nothing would happen to him. And Ying Shuang was clear. Now that the southern heaven was in the southern heaven, whether it was cultivators or living beings, they were all here for the true Immortal Academy's spot. Their attention was on searching for the absolute Yin battlefield, and they would not care about him and waste time on him. Other than him, there were many ancient freaks here, and this was what he needed to pay attention to. There is also that Wuxia. I don't know if he found out about that servant's abnormality. Thinking of Wuxia, Ying Shuang's face darkened, and he was very afraid. Even now, he was not very sure if the servant that Prince Ying possessed, which was him in the past, had fallen into Wuxia's hands. If so, then Wuxia might have already found out about his weakness. This made Ying Shuang very uneasy. If it was someone else, then it would be fine, but that person was Wuxia. The other party's power was far above his. With his current methods, how could he deal with him? Ying Yu went out for so long, saying that she was going to scout for information, but why hasn't she returned yet? Did something unexpected happen? Ying Shuang suddenly thought of Ying Yu and was a little worried. During this period of time together, he was very satisfied with Ying Shuang. He was very satisfied with this little sister of his. Although Ying Yu's character was a little straightforward and even liked to doubt him, it did not affect his fondness for her. He had already completely treated Ying Yu as his sister. Before, he was only a servant who fed the horses, and had no relatives or friends. Apart from the young Miss Yin Mei who treated him well, everyone else looked down on him. But now he had such a relative. Ying Shuang naturally had to cherish it. Then he got up and walked out of the hall, intending to ask about Ying Yu's whereabouts. However, just as Ying Shuang walked out, he saw Gu and the others returning from outside the mansion. Ying Yu, who was completely drunk, was being supported by 2 maids as they brought her back. "Greetings, young master." Seeing Ying Shuang standing there expressionlessly, everyone's expression changed. and they hurriedly greeted. Although Ing Shuang usually lived in seclusion, in the hearts of the people of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, he was still very terrifying. What happened? How did little Yu become so drunk? His gaze fell on Ing Yu, and Ing Shuang could not help but ask with a frown. Even from a distance he could smell a strong smell of alcohol. Ing Yu, who usually did not touch a drop of alcohol, why did she drink alcohol today? And she was so drunk. Reporting to young master, it's like this. Not long after the young miss went out, she happened to meet young master Chang'e in a pavilion. At that time something happened. Then young master Chang'e invited her, and the young miss could not refuse. So, a maid's expression changed slightly, and she explained the ins and outs of the matter, afraid that Ing Shuang would blame her. What happened, Gu Chang'e? After hearing this, Ing Shuang's expression changed, and there was shock and fear in his eyes. Then it quickly became gloomy. He never expected that Ing Yu would meet Gu Chang'e so soon after going out. Moreover, she was forced to drink with Gu Chang'e. No wonder Ing Yu, who usually did not touch a drop of alcohol, would be so drunk today. Gu Chang'e, you are simply going too far. Suddenly, Ing Shuang's expression was extremely ugly and gloomy, and he clenched his fists, very angry. The others were silent like cicadas in winter. Only as an ancient freak Gu, who was in the same era as Ing Shuang, was not as afraid of Ing Shuang as the others. He took the initiative to speak and said with a slightly changed expression, "Young master, the situation was very special at that time. Mrs. Words and actions accidentally angered the crowd. Fortunately, young master Chang'e helped us out and dispersed the crowd. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for us to return safely." Speaking until here, he looked at Ing Shuang's increasingly ugly expression and shook his head in his heart. He did not know what happened to Ing Shuang during this period of time. He did not have the confidence and arrogance that he used to have. Such a small matter would make him angry. The current Ing Shuang had become like the rumors, like a rat crossing the street, extremely embarrassed. He did not have the bearing of a Prince Ing. He did not even dare to confront Gu Chang'e, and only dared to curse him in secret. You believe Gu Chang'e's words? If it was not his doing, why would little Yu provoke public anger? Hearing Gu defend Gu Chang'e, Ing Shuang's expression became even more ugly. Ing Shuang's face turned even uglier. She couldn't help but shout, "You're all stupid. Do you think Gu Chang'e has good intentions? Little Yu is not sensible, and you are also going to be stupid with her?" Seeing Ing Shuang angry, everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. Even Gu bitterly smiled and chose to keep his mouth shut. In the end, he was just a follower, and his words could not affect Ing Shuang's judgment of Gu Chang'e. "Forget it, let's forget about today's matter. I don't want to see it again." Ing Shuang waved her hand, knowing that it was useless to blame them. She was so angry just now purely because she was worried that Gu Chang'e would say something to Ing Yu. But at this moment, even Ing Shuang herself did not know that unknowingly, her followers' attitude toward her had changed greatly. Gu's expression changed several times, and in the end, he seemed to have made a decision. Chapter 255. Not long after Ing Yu woke up. She opened her eyes, her expression was still a little confused. She was still a little confused about what happened in the pavilion. She seemed to have gotten drunk in the end and took the initiative to toast Gu Chang'e. And he did not refuse. In the end she was the one who drank first and he was the one who helped her up. Too embarrassing. Getting drunk in front of others? Fortunately, I did not say anything nonsense at that time. Ing Yu heaved a sigh of relief, but thinking of this she could not help but blush. Little Yu. At this time Ing Shuang, who was about to visit Ing Yu, happened to see this scene. He could not help but frown. Could it be that Ing Yu was thinking of someone? Why did she look a little shy? This made Ing Shuang's expression unsightly, and he subconsciously thought of Gu Chang'e. After going out for a while, Ing Yu was thinking of Gu Chang'e? Brother. At this time Ing Yu also noticed Ing Shuang at the door, and her expression quickly became serious, asking, "Why are you here?" "I came to see how you are, but it seems that I am a little redundant," Ing Shuang said indifferently, holding a bowl of pill soup for sobering up. Yu did not notice the emotions in Shuang's words. She said, "Oh right, there is something I have to tell you. Tianhuang Mountain is very likely to have been schemed against by someone else, including young Master Gu. In fact, he was also used." This was the last thing she thought of. Why would Guchanga harm them for no reason? And the other two successors of Human Ancestor Palace also had the same attitude. Unless Shuang had been hiding something from her. Either that, or the true inheritor of the demonic arts in the dark was using everyone and making Shuang the scapegoat. Guchanga was also the one who was being used. However, hearing Yu's words, Shuang's expression became even more unsightly, and she directly said, "Impossible." Then what did Guchanga say to make you go out and call him young Master Gu? Yu was stunned and did not know why Shuang was so decisive, thinking that this was impossible. For a moment, her gaze turned suspicious. However, she didn't say anything else. It seemed that Shuang was indeed hiding a lot of things from her. Her attitude towards Guchanga was full of deep hatred. Logically speaking, knowing that someone was plotting against them, Guchanga had no grudge against Shuang. All Shuang needed to do was show up and take the initiative to explain everything. Guchanga must have understood this as well. Using this, Tianhuang Mountain could wash away the suspicion of being the inheritor of the demonic arts. Why didn't he do that? Inside a pavilion, Wang Zijin was dressed in a light blue dress. Her face was incomparably beautiful, and her entire body was flawless and perfect. She was sitting by the window. She propped up her chin and looked at the table in front of her again and again, looking bored to death. Xiao was diligently pouring tea for her. "Sister." Wang Wushuang stood in front of him with a somewhat embarrassed smile. He looked simple and honest. He rubbed the back of his head. He didn't look as capable and reliable as he did in front of everyone. "What's the matter?" Wang Zijin looked at her cheap brother and asked angrily, "If it's not a big matter, how dare you use the amulet I gave you? I'll let you know why the flowers are so red later." She didn't expect that Wang Wushuang's purpose of using the amulet was not because of any danger at all. It was to summon her. Did he use this amulet as a summoning talisman? Wang Zijin felt that she had given him this amulet in vain. She was not going to give it to him next time. He had said all kinds of nonsense about his sister. Wang Wushuang had gotten used to it during this period of time. Although he didn't understand, he also knew that she wanted to teach him a lesson. However, he still hurriedly said, "Sister, didn't you say that if there was an emergency, you would let me activate the amulet and you would come over?" "That's what I said. But emergency refers to when your life is in danger. Do you know that I'm very busy now?" That guy Jiang Chuchu rushed to the elimination land rashly. Wang Zijin said speechlessly. She was actually quite concerned about Jiang Chuchu, who was one of the few people who could talk to her and had a good relationship with her, who could barely be considered her best friend. That day, she left the Longevity Wang family and went to look for Jiang Chuchu. She wanted to ask Jiang Chuchu something. However, when she mentioned Guchanga in front of Jiang Chuchu's expression became even colder. It was at least 100 times colder than usual. After that, when Jiang Chuchu heard that the elimination sky had appeared, he rushed over. She had no choice but to follow him. The two of them had a lot of secret techniques, so they found the place where the elimination energy was spreading out. Then Jiang Chuchu ignored her attempts to stop her and directly rushed in. This made her very helpless. Wang Wushuang was afraid that he would be blamed by his sister, so he hurriedly said, "Sister, you were the one who said that if there was anything about young Master Chang'e, I would immediately tell you. This time it was young Master Chang'e who took the initiative to ask me to tell him your whereabouts. That's why I immediately informed you, because I knew the importance of this matter." "Guchanga?" Hearing this, Wang Zijin's interest was immediately piqued. She no longer continued to blame Wang Wushuang. "You said that he's asking about my whereabouts?" Wang Zijin naturally paid special attention to this man who was very tempted but completely unmoved. After parting ways at the Longevity Gu family that day, she and Guchanga had not seen each other again. She did not expect that Guchanga would actually take the initiative to contact her. With his personality, It could only be said that one would not visit a temple without a cause. Could it be that this guy has something to ask me for help with? Soon, Wang Zijin threw the matter of Jiang Chuchu to the back of her mind. At this time, how could her best friend be more important than the person she was attracted to? Although she knew that Gu Chang'e was very likely to have something to ask of her, Wang Zijin was still a little happy. After all, this meant that Gu Chang'e still remembered her, and did not forget her in the blink of an eye. Alright, then tell Gu Chang'e that I'm waiting for him here. Then Wang Zijin thought for a while and said with a smile. Gu Chang'e was a smart person. He would definitely rush over after knowing. This is the entrance to the ultimate in battlefield? Nanxing Heaven, in a very desolate mountain range. In the sky, two figures appeared and arrived here. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Yes, if you don't pay attention you won't be able to find it. But there should be more than one in trance like this. Beside him was Wang Zijin. She put her hands behind her back and said with a smile. Gu Chang'e had already heard a lot about the location of the ultimate in battlefield from her. After receiving Wang Wushuang's reply, he did not hesitate at all and went to meet Wang Zijin. He learned a lot from her. Wang Zijin did not hide anything from him and told him everything, saving Gu Chang'e a lot of trouble. She told him about the entrance to the ultimate in battlefield. Gu Chang'e was too lazy to send people to investigate, so he asked her directly. The existence of the ultimate in battlefield was similar to a small mystic realm. Because of the descent of the ultimate in heaven, it had seeped and devoured many worlds. When the ultimate in aura spread, it would cause cracks to appear in the barriers of many worlds, giving birth to areas like small worlds. This was also the ultimate in battlefield. Didn't you say anything to thank me? Wang Zijin looked at him with a faint smile on her face. There are still very few people who know about the existence of the ultimate in battlefield. Thank you very much. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, and there was a hint of gratitude on his face. I can use this opportunity to get a few more slots. In my opinion, Brother Gu's gratitude is not very sincere. It's just a sentence, and it's already half-hearted. Hearing this, Wang Zijin shook her head and looked troubled. In order to find this place we spent a lot of time. She did not intend to let Gu Chang'e gain something without risking anything. A sentence of gratitude? She did not need that. Us? Gu Chang'e's eyes moved slightly, and he clearly caught this word. He guessed that it might have something to do with the other successor of the human ancestor palace, Jiang Chuchu. Why did Jiang Chuchu go to the ultimate in battlefield? However, his expression did not change much, and he said with some surprise, then how does Miss Zijin want this Gu to thank you? How about giving yourself to me? Wang Zijin said with a smile. She did not believe that under this situation, Gu Chang'e could still remain as calm as before. Although she knew that Gu Chang'e probably wanted to strangle her to death with his own hands right now for throwing out such a difficult question, she did not care. After all, this kind of strategy was more interesting. Gu Chang'e was slightly stunned, and seemed to be a little surprised. Then he shook his head and said with a look of Miss Zijin, please respect yourself. This Gu has a fiancé, Miss Zijin, this kind of joke can't be made. If Mingkong hears this, her vinegar jar will overturn. Wang Zijin looked at him. She only wanted to roll her eyes in her heart. Why was he pretending to be a decent person, and even acting like a righteous person? However, she still showed a pondering look, and then changed her tone and asked, since ancient times, men have many wives and concubines, I didn't expect Brother Gu to be such a loyal person. I was rude. How about this, Brother Gu, give me one of your personal items. Like this? That's fine. Gu Chang'e did not hesitate when he heard this. He directly took off a sparkling jade pendant that was tied to his waist. When the Tao patterns flowed, it looked quite extraordinary. He handed it to Wang Zijin. If I have any problems in the future, can I use this jade pendant to look for Brother Gu? Wang Zijin took it with a smile, seeming to be quite happy. Of course you can. Gu Chang'e smiled and nodded. However, he was sneering in his heart. It's not a problem for you to look for me, but if you want me to help you, then it's my loss. Soon after, the two of them found an obscure spatial fluctuation in this desolate mountain range. There was an extremely cold aura circulating and spreading, causing the nearby plants to wither and be stained with small black and brown particles. Even the 9 days in the sky could not dispel this cold aura. Although the absolute aura is not very pure, it is indeed seeping out from here. Looking at these substances, Gu Chang'e could not help but say. Wang Zijin also nodded and said, "From here we can go to the absolute battlefield. As for the entrance in the other direction, I don't know." Gu Chang'e could not help but narrow his eyes. It was actually very difficult to determine the true location of the absolute sky, but it was very simple to find it according to the direction of the absolute aura, in the absolute battlefield. Then the two of them returned along the way. In the absolute battlefield, apart from the younger generation, there were almost no older generation cultivators, unless they were righteous people who wanted to sacrifice themselves to stop the eruption of the absolute sky. Many of the younger generation braced themselves and came. After all, if one wanted to obtain a spot to enter the Immortal Academy, they had to kill a certain number of absolute beings. There was nothing they could do if they did not want to come. Therefore, Gu Chang'e was not worried that there would be some powerful existence that would disturb his plan. "I heard that Brother Gu has contacted Yu of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. What do you think of her brother?" Halfway through, Wang Zijin suddenly asked about this matter. Back at the Longevity Gu family, she was suddenly attacked by the inheritor of the demonic arts and suffered serious injuries. She had always remembered this enmity, and in her opinion, no matter which possibility it was, the inheritor of the demonic arts was definitely related to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and Prince Ying. Missing Yu is quite straightforward. "I don't know about her brother. I haven't seen him before," Gu Chang'e said with a natural expression when he heard this. Is that Prince Ying really planning to be a coward for the rest of his life? If he is not the inheritor of the demonic arts, why doesn't he dare to show himself? Wang Zijin firmly believed in her own judgment. Moreover, when she asked Zhang Chuchu, the answer she received was silence. If there was no problem with the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, with Zhang Chuchu's fair personality, he would definitely defend it. But she chose to remain silent. This meant that even she felt that there was something wrong with the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. "If that's the case, I have a way to making Shuang show herself." When Gu Chang'e heard her say this, he revealed a serious expression and said, "When the time comes, we will know whether it is true or not." Wang Zijin nodded and did not doubt it. The inheritor of the demonic arts had caused the Gu family to lose a lot of face. It was normal for Gu Chang'e to choose to do this. In the next few days, Yi Langtian, Yi Liuli, Qi Ling and the others all received news from Gu Chang'e regarding the location of the absolute battlefield. This made them very shocked, but it was followed by joy. During this period of time they had painstakingly searched for news from all sides, but they still could not find the location of the absolute battlefield. Now Gu Chang'e had just arrived in southern Shangtian for a few days, and he had already found out everything. Of course, they did not know that this news came from Prince Jin, and had nothing to do with Gu Chang'e at all. He purely felt that there should be a few acquaintances in the absolute battlefield so that he could have an alibi when the time came. On the other side, Yu also received the news from Gu Chang'e. Her silver eyes widened and she was very shocked. She had also been looking for news about the absolute battlefield, but there was no result at all. After all, it involved the quota for the true Immortal Academy. If one less person knew, they would have a higher chance. Gu Chang'e actually gave her a chance now. This made Yu feel touched. However, this news also included Gu Chang'e's request. If they met his people in the absolute battlefield, they should help them if they had the chance. Yu naturally felt that this was not a problem. This was just a small matter. From this matter, she could also see Gu Chang'e's magnanimous and confident character, because he knew that others could not compete with him for the quota for the true Immortal Academy. Then, Yu told this news to the other younger generation of Sky Emperor Mountain. However, she did not say that it was Gu Chang'e who told her. She was afraid that it would cause Shuang to be dissatisfied and choose to continue staying in the residence and not go anywhere. She would not help him fight for the quota for the true Immortal Academy. This is the will of the heavens. Since we have found the absolute battlefield, then let's go. Shuang did not know the source of the news. After hearing Ying Yu's words, he thought for a moment and decided to move. If he did not go at this time, what he would lose was not only his face, but also Sky Emperor Mountain's face. There might even be people who would doubt the authenticity of his identity. Very quickly, several days passed. Everyone finally arrived at the Absolute Yin battlefield according to the location provided by Wang Zijin. This was a gray sky with gloomy clouds floating. Although there was sunlight shining down, there was a very cold aura pervading the air. The mountain range was vast and the terrain was far away. However, the only thing special about it was that it was barren, without any signs of life. The so-called Absolute Yin life spirits were actually normal cultivators and life forms that were infected with Absolute Yin life spirit and transformed into Absolute Yin life spirits. Many of them would lose their consciousness and become walking corpses that only knew how to devour life forms. Only a few would gain consciousness, but they would be incompatible with the outside world. Some people have already arrived here. Yi Langtian and the others were very shocked. They found that the Absolute Yin life spirits near the entrance had already been cleared. The Absolute Yin life spirit here already made them feel very uncomfortable. If they went deeper, they might encounter life-threatening dangers. Guchanga didn't come with us. He should have gone in very early, Yi Liuli looked around and said. Then they left this place and headed to where the Absolute Yin life spirits were. After a while, ripples appeared in this place again. The life forms of Sky Emperor Mountain had arrived. Ying Shuang, Ying Yu and the others were all there. There were also a few ancient freaks like the black-clothed man, a Gu. They had been sealed until now and were the followers of the two. Ying Shuang was dressed in a long robe and stood with her hands behind her back. She looked around and said with a calm expression, "It seems that someone has arrived first. I want to see who has the guts to come before us." At this time it was time to stabilize his prestige as Prince Ying. It was time to make a move and intimidate those people. See, he really couldn't resist coming. No matter how you look at it, the current Absolute Yin battlefield is the biggest hotbed for inheritors of demonic arts. There's no reason not to come. In another direction, Guchanga, who had been watching this entrance, couldn't help but smile faintly. Wang Zijin nodded in agreement. But he seems to have noticed us. What a powerful divine sense. Then she was a little surprised. She felt that Ying Shuang's divine sense was very powerful and could sense her location from afar. As expected of Prince Ying, Guchanga smiled. Then I'll leave the rest to Miss Zijin. After saying that, the void in front of him became blurry, and his figure merged into it and disappeared. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes in her heart. She knew that Guchanga was going to stand aside and watch the show, but she didn't care. At this time she would definitely take revenge on Ying Shuang. Even if there was no evidence that he was the inheritor of demonic arts, it wouldn't affect anything. Wang. Soon Wang Zijin's figure disappeared like a wisp of smoke, and in the area where Ying Shuang and the others were, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly appeared. Dazzling runes directly exploded there. Ying Shuang was the first to bear the brunt. Before she could react, her expression changed. "Who are you?" "Wah." But before he could finish his words, Wang Zijin's fist landed on his body. Immediately, he let out a muffled groan and flew backwards. He spat out blood and many of his bones were broken. "Young master, big brother." The expressions of the people from Sky Emperor Mountain changed. They were incomparably shocked. "Imposter, let's see how you're going to pretend at this time." Guchanga's figure was hidden in the void. Looking at this scene, he couldn't help but say with interest. Chapter 256. Guchanga's plan was actually very good. Now he didn't need to do anything. He just planned to watch the show from the side. Ying Shuang hid it very well. Although he was a fake, his expression and actions were comparable to the real Prince Ying. Normal people wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Ying Shuang was not stupid. After so long, even a pig would know how to disguise himself. During this period of time, the people around Ying Shuang didn't notice anything, which showed that he was not simple. Guchanga had expected this, so he planned to let Wang Zijin's confidant take action, so that it would be difficult for Ying Shuang to continue pretending. After all, his expression and actions could be disguised, but in terms of strength, he didn't believe that Ying Shuang could be the same as the real Prince Ying. At this time, as long as one was familiar with him, they would be able to notice Ying Shuang's abnormality. Therefore, Gu Chang'e had already predicted Ying Shuang's next move. With the excuse of showing weakness, he would tell the people of Sky Emperor Mountain that something had happened to his cultivation recently. With Ying Yu's personality, she would definitely have suspected Ying Shuang's abnormality before this. As long as Ying Shuang had a bit of brain, he would definitely say that something had happened to his cultivation, causing part of his memory to be chaotic. At most, he would use this reason to fool everyone again. And Gu Chang'e was waiting for him to say that. After all, it could be that something had happened to his cultivation, but it could also be that he changed to a cultivation method. As the successor of Sky Emperor Mountain, Ying Shuang took the initiative to give up his original inheritance and change to another cultivation method. If this dirty water was splashed, Ying Shuang's luck points would be greatly affected again. Gu Chang'e didn't plan to harvest Ying Shuang so quickly. Before that, he had to harvest all of Ying Shuang's luck points. After all, he still needed Ying Shuang to wear the title of successor of demonic arts for a long time. It was not easy to find a scapegoat. Before he squeezed all of his value, Gu Chang'e would not let him go. Then Gu Chang'e's gaze once again fell with interest. Boom! Terrifying rune fluctuations, accompanied by shocking rules and order, fell from all directions. It was as if many stars had exploded, and the energy fluctuations were terrifying to the extreme. Many mountain ranges collapsed, turning into powder under this type of aura. Wang Zijin's sudden attack not only shocked the people from Mount Tianhuang, it also shocked many of the younger generation near the Absolute Yin battlefield. They naturally recognized that this was someone from Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Among them was Prince Ying Shuang, who had an extraordinary bearing and was surrounded by an immortal aura. He was also the most suspected inheritor of the demonic arts. Although Ying Shuang rarely showed herself due to the demonic arts incident, she was still the direct descendant of one of the immemorial imperial family's emperors. He had been sealed away for a very long time, and his innate talent was extremely strong. Many people believed that he would be one of the most powerful young existences in this world. There was no need to say more about his strength. But now, he was instantly injured by the hands of a woman in a blue dress, and blood kept flowing out. This really shocked everyone. Even Ying Yu, Gu, and the others widened their eyes in shock. They simply couldn't believe it. Many of them were Ying Shuang's former followers, and their strength surpassed their peers. They all felt that the scene before them was too inconceivable. Why did Ying Shuang become so weak? He couldn't even block a single attack from his opponent? Or was it because he didn't react in time? Young master, stop. Then everyone reacted. They all took out various instruments, and all kinds of powerful fluctuations erupted. Brilliant light shone in all directions, and they attacked Wang Zijin, wanting to stop all of this. How can he only have this much strength? Wang Zijin frowned slightly, and she was a little surprised. Even she didn't expect Ying Shuang to be so weak. He couldn't even block a single attack from her. In her perception, Ying Shuang was at least at the quasi-saint realm. There was no way he was that weak. Even if he didn't dare to use the forbidden demonic arts, with the inheritance of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, it should be enough to deal with her attack. Are you showing weakness? She shook her head lightly and waved her hand again. A large amount of clear light appeared, and a powerful aura filled the air. The sky trembled, and all directions resonated. At this moment she was like a supreme female immortal king. All kinds of runes interweaved, like two huge moon seals, and she pushed them forward to suppress Ying Shuang. Boom! Such an attack instantly changed the expressions of the nearby Heavenly Emperor Mountain creatures. They were afraid and didn't dare to take it head-on. This already involved the power of the laws of the Saint Realm. Only a power of the same level could block it. You are the successor of the human ancestor palace. At this moment, Ying Yu's expression changed slightly. Then she raised her hand, and her sparkling fingers pointed at the void. Light filled the sky, and she used a powerful technique to block. However, she only resisted for a breath before breaking. She wasn't Wang Zijin's match at all. At this moment, She recognized Wang Zijin's identity. Her silver eyes were filled with shock. She never expected that they would encounter the successor of the human ancestor palace as soon as they arrived at the Absolute battlefield. Her strength was so terrifying that unless her brother made a move, they wouldn't be her match. However, Shuang's condition didn't seem right at this moment. She was in a passive state, constantly coughing up blood. She didn't have the terrifying strength of Prince at all. It's good that you recognized me. Wang Zijin still had a smile on her face. Her blue dress fluttered, and she was unparalleled. However, she didn't show any mercy when she attacked. As the successor of the human ancestor palace, it was normal for her to deal with the successor of the demonic arts. At this moment, no one could say anything. My brother has nothing to do with the successor of the demonic arts. Stop. Don't hurt a good person. And you couldn't help but shout. Although she suspected that Shuang was hiding something from her, she didn't believe that he had anything to do with the successor of the demonic arts. However, Wang Zijin's expression didn't change much. She said indifferently, "It's not like he has nothing to do with the successor of the demonic arts just because you said so. All the evidence points to him. If you want me to stop, then sure. Ask your brother to show his true strength. Is there a need to show weakness at this moment?" As she said this, she showed no mercy. Buzz! Divine light blossomed all over the sky, like large expanses of flower petals, gorgeous and sparkling. Even more runes appeared, as if they had taken root in the small world. This was a vast and ancient divine technique that evolved endless mysteries. In a daze, everyone seemed to notice a door opening. Countless divine chains of order appeared from within, causing the expressions of the people from Sky Emperor Mountain to change. Buzz! Some people instantly took out forbidden artifacts in an attempt to defend themselves. This kind of power was too terrifying. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could block. As the successor of the human ancestor palace, Wang Zijin's strength was too strong. Even Guchanga, who had been watching from afar, felt that Wang Zijin's strength wasn't bad. He was only at the quasi-sage realm, but he displayed a strength that even sages were afraid of, as expected of a fellow transmigrator. Wah! Facing this terrifying attack, Shuang's expression changed. He wanted to resist, but a blurry and imposing figure appeared behind him. At this moment, Shuang's face didn't have the calm and confidence he had when he entered the Absolute battlefield. It was completely gloomy and ugly. At this moment, how could he not understand that Wang Zijin was waiting at the entrance for his arrival? However, he wasn't the original Prince. In just a moment, light exploded. It was as if countless stars had exploded. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc here. In the next moment, Shuang spat out blood again. His body flew backward. His whole body was in intense pain, and many of his bones were broken. Wang Zijin's palm landed on his body. The terrifying strength was like a divine mountain crushing down on him. Are you still going to show weakness? I've underestimated your tolerance. Wang Zijin frowned. She didn't expect Shuang to not fight back at this moment. He was still showing weakness. During the time she cultivated in the human ancestor palace, she had learned many ultimate techniques and abilities passed down from various orthodoxies. Among them, the Sky Emperor Mountain's abilities were definitely not limited to this level. Therefore, she couldn't understand why Shuang would choose to show weakness in front of everyone. This was a slap to the Sky Emperor Mountain's face. He was actually able to endure such a humiliating thing. She could only say that he was indeed the successor of demonic arts. His temperament was far better than most of the young supremes she had met. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin's expression couldn't help but become colder. However, she still chose to stop. "Young master, are you okay?" The rest of the people from the Sky Emperor Mountain also quickly went to help Shuang. However, Shuang's appearance was too miserable. His whole body was covered in blood. His hair was disheveled, and many of his bones were broken. The shock caused by this scene was too great. Many of the young people who found other entrances to the Absolute battlefield were shocked. It was hard to believe that the person in front of them was the legendary Prince. He didn't even have the strength to fight back against this mysterious woman. However, Even more people stared at Wang Zijin, as if they wanted to see through her. Who is Prince Ying's opponent? Why is she so strong? From the looks of it, she seems to be the successor of the human ancestor palace, the mysterious Wang clan's heavenly daughter. No wonder it's like this. Her strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid she already has the strength of a saint. However, doesn't Prince Ying look too weak? They discussed animatedly. They were very shocked by this. As members of the younger generation, they were all well-known figures in various places. Naturally, they were very familiar with the elites of various races. There were also many young supreme beings of the 10,000 ancient races here. Although their cultivations weren't as strong as the ancient freaks, they were still invincible in the same realm. Prince Ying's performance today made them widen their eyes. It was completely unexpected. They couldn't accept it at all. That was a leading figure of the younger generation of the 10,000 ancient races. Why was he defeated in such a humiliating manner? Gu Chang'e watched with interest. The system notification rang in his mind again. Ying Shuang's fate points were still decreasing. Although he didn't personally suppress Ying Shuang, but through the tool Wang Zijin, it didn't stop him from gaining fate points and fate points. In just a short while, Ying Shuang's fate points had decreased by a lot. After all, the young people here were all well-known figures in various places. They represented different orthodoxies. Among them, there were even many ancient freaks hiding in the dark. Just like him, they didn't show themselves. Do you think it's related to the recent rumors? Didn't they say that Prince Ying is the inheritor of demonic arts? He might as well show weakness to the enemy to clear his suspicion. However, I feel that it's unnecessary. Asking for fresh flowers. Immediately, many people guessed, and their eyes were filled with doubt. How is it? Are you still going to fight? This is my strength. Are you a little disappointed? However, at this time, Ying Shuang stood up with the help of several followers. However, his expression was completely different from the anger and gloominess that everyone had imagined. At this time, he was very calm. His gaze was incomparably indifferent. He wasn't as flustered and exasperated as everyone had imagined. It was as if he had expected all of this. Even the ancient freaks of Tianhuang Mountain who were a little suspicious of him just now had a surprised expression. They felt that Ying Shuang's actions might have some deeper meaning. Otherwise, why would he have such an expression? Brother. Ying Yu looked at Ying Shuang in shock. She suddenly felt that he had become unfathomable. The humiliation just now seemed to be intentional. Was he really showing weakness to the enemy? He's quite good at pretending. Gu Chang'e, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but sneer when he saw this scene. This Ying Shuang was a little smart. He really thought of himself as the king of acting tough. At this time he was pretending. But did he have the capital to pretend? One had to know that Wang Zijin in front of him was a transmigrator, not a local genius. Why are you pretending in front of me at this time? Hearing this, Wang Zijin was slightly taken aback. Then she couldn't help but laugh. On her beautiful face there was a faint smile. Although she was wearing a veil, many young men were still a little stunned. There was such a perfect and flawless person in this world. It could only be said that she was indeed the successor of the human ancestor palace. Wang Zijin wasn't angry at all because of Ying Shuang's attitude. No matter what Ying Shuang was planning at this time, he had been defeated in such a humiliating manner. How dare he act tough in front of her? He put on an unfathomable expression. Wang Zijin hated this kind of pretentious person the most. Therefore, the moment she finished speaking, she attacked again. A seal cut across the sky and turned into a majestic divine mountain. Hundreds of millions of divine light of the rules of order fell from the top and pressed down on Ying Shuang. Seeing this, Ying Shuang, who was originally calm and thought that she had a brilliant idea and controlled the situation, changed her expression a little. She didn't expect Wang Zijin to act so unexpectedly at this time. He didn't even ask and directly attacked. This caught Ying Shuang a little off guard. At this time, Wang Zijin shouldn't be frowning and asking for the reason. Then, he would maintain such an unfathomable expression and scare her first so that she wouldn't be interested in attacking him. But now, the divine mountain condensed by the rules of order had already pressed down and was about to smash his head. Young master. The expressions of the people of Sky Emperor Mountain changed abruptly. They wanted to resist this attack, but they couldn't. They were knocked back by the divine mountain and vomited blood. Ying Shuang, who bore the brunt of the attack, looked even more miserable. Half of his body directly exploded. If it wasn't for his powerful physical body, he definitely wouldn't have suffered such a small injury from this attack. If you plan to continue acting weak, then I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Zijin's expression carried a faint smile, but the words he said made the expressions of everyone from Sky Emperor Mountain change. Could it be that they had to leave as soon as they entered the Juyin battlefield? They couldn't even get a spot to enter the True Immortal Academy. At this time they hoped that Ying Shuang could make a move and not act weak. Young master, don't hide anymore. Quickly make a move. If you don't make a move, our Sky Emperor Mountain's face will be completely lost. Who knows, we might even lose the spot to enter the True Immortal Academy. They all spoke, hoping that Ying Shuang would quickly show his true ability and not be like this. It was too humiliating. Brother, what are you still hiding at this time? Ying Yu was also incomparably anxious and shouted at Ying Shuang. She felt that since Ying Shuang said that just now, it meant that he had a way. Hearing everyone's words, Ying Shuang really had a lot to say. If he really had a way, why would he not fight back and be in such a miserable state? Although he had learned quite a few of the Sky Emperor Mountain's inheritances during this period of time, compared to Ying Shuang who had been accumulating for decades, he was completely incomparable. How could he fight against Wang Zijin? However, just as the expressions of the people from Sky Emperor Mountain became even paler, a faint ripple spread out in the air. Immediately after, a young figure walked out from it. Saintess Zijin, why don't you give me some face and stop first? In my opinion, there might be some misunderstanding. It was Gu Chang'e. He had a somewhat surprised expression as he swept a glance at Ying Shuang and the others. Then, he stood in front of them and spoke to Wang Zijin. Gu Chang'e. It's him. He actually came to the Juyin battlefield? When the nearby youths saw Gu Chang'e, their expressions couldn't help but change. They were shocked and fearful, and many people had obvious reverence in their eyes. They didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would suddenly come here. Chin. Chapter 257. Young Master Gu. Ying Yu was also shocked. Her silver eyes widened. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to come here and stand in front of them. It seemed like he was going to help them out again. Greetings to young Master Chang'e. Many people from Sky Emperor Mountain weren't stupid. Seeing that Gu Chang'e seemed to want to help them out, they all greeted him respectfully. Especially the black-clothed man, Gu. His expression was even more excited. Sky Emperor Mountain and Gu Chang'e should be on opposite sides. But at this time he was willing to stand out and help them out. This reminded him of the scene in the pavilion. At that time, if it wasn't for Gu Chang'e, they would have angered the crowd. Young Master Chang'e was indeed magnanimous. No wonder so many young supreme beings were willing to follow him. Miss Ying Yu. Gu Chang'e turned around and looked at the shocked Ying Yu. He nodded slightly and smiled. His voice was as calm and gentle as usual. It was hard to find anything wrong with it. Gu Chang'e. Half of Ying Shuang's body exploded and was slowly healing. His voice trembled slightly. This time he finally reacted. He couldn't help but feel a terrifying chill on his back. His hands and feet were even colder than before. This was the first time he saw Gu Chang'e. He had only heard about him in rumors before. When he was still a horse feeder, he had heard about Gu Chang'e from Miss Yin Mei. He knew that this was a person whose name shook the world. Young Miss Yin Mei couldn't help but admire him for his power and influence. Speaking of which, the person he was most envious of was Gu Chang'e. Next was Prince Ying Shuang. He would rather face the successor of Human Ancestor Palace, Wang Zijin, than face Gu Chang'e. Although this guy had a faint smile on his face, and had a jade-like and peerlessly handsome appearance, he was far more terrifying than Prince Jin by 1,000 times. This was his intuition. It was very likely that Gu Chang'e had already known his biggest secret. That was why he didn't dare to face Gu Chang'e directly. Moreover, Ying Shuang felt that the timing of Gu Chang'e's appearance was too coincidental. All of this seemed to have been deliberately arranged by him and Wang Zijin. Gu Chang'e, are you going to stop me? Wang Zijin's expression was a little surprised. She didn't expect Guchanga to suddenly appear. She had thought that he would obediently hide in the dark, intending to watch the show or something. Since he was going to show up, why didn't he tell her beforehand? Or was Guchanga actually using her as well? Or was this just a sudden decision of his? Wang Zijin felt that she needed to let Guchanga know that although she was attracted to him, it did not mean that she would be led by the nose by him. How about we stop what we're doing today? Whether or not Prince Ing is the inheritor of the demonic art still needs to be discussed. How could Guchanga not know what Wang Zijin was thinking? However, he still maintained a smile on his face. Holy Maiden Zijin, give me some face. I won't. Wang Zijin shook her head. Her expression was a little cold. She turned to look at Yu and said with some interest, could it be that you're interested in this girl and have been protecting her many times? Prince Ing is so obviously abnormal. Brother Gu, can't you see it? She also didn't know why Guchanga, who was always cold and emotionless, would do this. Could it be that he was acting? But why would he act in front of Yu? What was his intention? Wang Zijin felt that it was increasingly difficult for her to guess Guchanga's thoughts. He was too hard to fathom. I just feel that there's something fishy about this matter. Of course, Miss Yu's personality is indeed a little straightforward. I also don't want to see her unreasonably implicated because of this matter, Guchanga said with a calm expression. He stood in front of Wang Zijin. His words surprised Yu behind him. Then she thought of something and her face couldn't help but redden. On the contrary, Ing Shuang's expression became a little gloomy. However, it was only for a moment. He quickly regained his calm appearance. No one could see his emotions. During this period of time, his ability to maintain his composure was pretty good. Alright, since young Master Guchanga said so, then what else can I do? When the time comes, I reckon that I won't be able to defeat you. At this time, Wang Zijin was free and easy. She looked a little helpless. Guchanga's sudden change of heart caught her off guard. However, considering that this man's personality was like this, she couldn't say anything more. After all, the current situation, according to the words of her previous life, was equivalent to her chasing after Guchanga. So what if she accommodated him a little? Moreover, what she said was the truth. If Guchanga insisted on protecting Tianhuang Mountain and the others with her current strength, it was very likely that she wouldn't be Guchanga's opponent. Guchanga was far from being as simple as he looked on the surface. Sometimes, she even suspected that Guchanga's identity might be some hidden boss. Many thanks. This favor, I will remember it. Guchanga's voice had a hint of a smile. Forget it, forget it. I'm really not used to you being so polite with me. Wang Zijin waved her hand, looking a little disdainful. Guchanga's tone made her feel uncomfortable. However, thinking about it, wasn't he a little touched now? With that thought, her figure moved and dissipated like smoke. Soon she was nowhere to be seen. When the people nearby saw this scene, they had different expressions. Some were emotional and some were envious. It seemed that the human ancestor palace's successor had a good relationship with young Master Changa. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used such a method of communication. The human ancestor palace's successor was high and mighty. Not to mention that behind Wang Zijin was the longevity Wang family. Normally, it was very difficult for ordinary people to see her. Only in a place like the Yinan battlefield where so many young people gathered could they see her like this. As for suspecting that Guchanga was acting with Wang Zijin, other than Ing Shuang, no one had considered this. Guchanga had thought about this, which was why he didn't mention it to Wang Zijin in advance. He was afraid that there would be some flaws. Thank you for your help, young Master Gu. Thank you for your help, young Master Changa. After seeing Wang Zijin leave, the people of Sky Emperor Mountain couldn't help but sigh in relief. The human ancestor palace's successor gave them too much pressure. If Ing Shuang didn't make a mistake, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state like today. Sky Emperor Mountain was like a sacred place for the 10,000 ancient races. Who wouldn't worship them? They could only say that they were too unlucky. Wang Zijin was one of the top in terms of status and strength. They couldn't handle her at all. I'm fine. But after seeing you today, Brother Ying's condition seems to be not right. Guchanga waved her hand and looked at Ing Shuang, who was recovering from her injury, as if sizing her up. Ying Shuang felt very uncomfortable under his gaze, but she still tried her best to maintain a calm expression. "Greetings, Brother Gu." She bowed slightly to Gu Chang'e and said, "Thank you for your help today, Brother Gu. If you need anything in the future, there's no need." Gu Chang'e laughed and interrupted her. "With Brother Ying's condition, I don't think that day will come." Ying Shuang's expression froze. She didn't expect him to be so direct and not give her any face at all. She felt that Gu Chang'e didn't seem to like her brother. Ying Yu quickly opened her mouth and said softly, "Young Master Gu, I can't thank you enough. You've helped us many times. If you need anything in the future, just let us know. As long as it's something that we can do, our Sky Emperor Mountain will do our best." She felt that Gu Chang'e seemed to have helped them because of her. He told her the location of the Absolute Yin battlefield and helped her. She didn't believe that Gu Chang'e didn't have any ulterior motives. "Speaking of which, this matter started because of me. If I didn't tell you about the entrance, you wouldn't have met Saintess Zijin." Seeing that Ying Yu seemed to have something to say, Gu Chang'e opened his mouth again and explained, "The main reason is that I'm afraid that you'll misunderstand and think that I have other motives for telling you about the entrance. I don't like to be misunderstood." Hearing this, Ying Yu and the others understood. "I see. Young Master Gu, you're thinking too much. We're not people who measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain," they hurriedly said. Ying Shuang's heart sank. It was actually Gu Chang'e who told them the location of the entrance to the Absolute Yin battlefield. He really didn't have good intentions and now he's pretending to be a good person. But Ying Yu still looked like she believed him. "Brother Ying, have you changed your cultivation technique? Your current strength doesn't seem to match up to yours." At this time, Gu Chang'e suddenly looked at Ying Shuang and asked in surprise, "I don't think you're pretending to be weak. Or did something go wrong with your cultivation? For example, something happened to your soul when you were cultivating, changing your cultivation technique?" Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, everyone was shocked. Ying Shuang was the successor of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The number of inheritances he had learned was uncountable. Was there any cultivation technique in this world that was worth him changing his cultivation technique? But in the next moment, they thought of the recent rumor and their expressions changed. Forbidden devil arts. These 4 words were like an invisible and terrifying mountain that pressed down on their heads, making it hard for them to breathe. "Brother Gu, what do you mean? Why would I change my cultivation technique?" Ying Shuang didn't expect Gu Chang'e to be so straightforward. He was just short of asking if he was cultivating a forbidden devil art. This made his expression turn ugly. But he still calmed down and asked. But the word "something happened to his soul" made his heart jump and his legs almost go soft. This was related to his biggest secret. Sure enough, Gu Chang'e knew about it. That was why he said it out loud. "Oh, then it seems that I worried too much." Gu Chang'e smiled casually. "Brother did tell me that something happened to his soul when he was cultivating and he lost part of his memory." At this time, Ying Yu, who faintly felt that something was wrong, couldn't help but mutter. Silver light seemed to appear in her eyes, strand after strand, shocking. "What? There's such a thing?" Everyone from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was incomparably shocked. This was the first time they heard about it. They looked at Ying Shuang in disbelief. What happened during this period of time? Gu Chang'e's expression immediately became interested. Ying Shuang also knew that he couldn't hide this matter, so he nodded and said, "When I was cultivating some time ago, there was indeed a problem. I accidentally cut off part of my memory. The weapon in his soul was still there." So Ying Shuang was very calm. He wasn't afraid of being suspected of his true identity. After all, that was the symbol and recognition of his identity. It was a divine object refined by Heavenly Emperor Ying. If he explained it like this, who would doubt his true identity? Even Gu Chang'e, who knew his secret, couldn't expose his origin at this time. After hearing Ying Shuang's words, the expressions of the people from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain became uncertain. Ying Shuang had never mentioned this matter before. Now that he suddenly said it, what was his motive? He probably had no choice. Forbidden devil art. Almost in an instant, they thought of these 4 words, and waves of shock rose in their hearts. Before this, they had always thought that Ying Shuang was wrongly accused. But now, all the signs showed that he was related to the forbidden devil art. And you couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Ing Shuang had hidden it too deeply. He was really planning to drag the entire Heavenly Emperor mountain down. The time was about right. With a smile on his face, Gu Chang'e also stood up and bid farewell. He didn't say anything else. Young Master Chang'e, please take care. I can't thank you enough for today's kindness. Everyone from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain spoke one after another. They were incomparably grateful to Gu Chang'e. Not only did he help them out, he also reminded them. Gu Chang'e smiled and seemed to mention it kindly. Oh right, brothering, you should be careful. Saintess Zijin can come at any time. She's not as reasonable as I am. Finished. He took a step forward. The void blurred and he had already left this place. It seemed that he came here just to be a peacemaker and asking Shuang some things. Of course, Ing Shuang was indeed overthinking. Gu Chang'e had no intention of exposing his true identity. To Gu Chang'e, whether it was Ing Shuang or little boy Ma, it was all the same. They were all his scapegoats. His goal was to make Ing Shuang even more suspicious of him as the inheritor of the demonic arts, to the point that it was like coal that could never be washed clean. And Ing Shuang had been worried that Gu Chang'e would expose his identity. As for whether he was the inheritor of the devil art or not, to him, it was not as important as his current identity. Ding, the son of destiny, Ing Shuang, was suspected by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, and his destiny was greatly damaged. The system prompt in his mind continued to sound. Gu Chang'e's smile in his heart became even wider. What does Gu Chang'e mean? Is it because he knows that he can't expose my identity so he retreats? After seeing Gu Chang'e's figure disappear, Ing Shuang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but his back was already wet with cold sweat. This person was really too terrifying. Obviously he didn't make a move, but he gave off an incomparably terrifying pressure. But he didn't know that the people of Heavenly Emperor Mountain around him had changed the way they looked at him, revealing fear, suspicion, and other expressions. Even Ing Yu was on guard against him. The other young existences nearby also had different expressions, and their eyes flickered. Naturally, they had heard what Gu Chang'e and Ing Shuang had said just now. Inheritor of the devil art. Now it seemed that Prince Ing Shuang was inseparable from these 5 words. Even if he had been trying his best to hide it, and did not show any signs of the forbidden devil art, he couldn't wash it off. After watching for so long, it's time to come out, right? After leaving the area where Ing Shuang and the others were, Gu Chang'e's figure appeared on a lonely mountain peak and said calmly, "So this is your purpose." Wang Zijin's figure appeared behind him. Her expression was one of surprise and surprise. In truth, she hadn't gone very far. She had been secretly watching Gu Chang'e's actions, wanting to know what his purpose was. So she also saw Gu Chang'e get a lot of information from Ing Shuang's mouth. And it was these words that were enough to make Ing Shuang unable to wash away the suspicion of being the inheritor of the devil art. This made her, as a transmigrator, feel amazed. Gu Chang'e's methods were far more shocking than she had imagined. This man was even more dangerous than the inheritor of the devil art. What does Holy Maiden Zijin plan to do now? At this time, Gu Chang'e's expression changed to one of deep thought. Naturally, we'll wait for Prince Ing to reveal himself, and then deal with him together. But this matter, I'm afraid we'll have to leave it to Zhang Chuchu. Wang Zijin thought for a moment before replying. The reason she had acted just now was mostly to vent her anger. If she really wanted to deal with the inheritor of the devil art, she felt that Zhang Chuchu was more professional. But that guy Zhang Chuchu went to the Yin field by himself. I wonder how he's doing now. How about we go look for him? Seems to be quite dangerous. Wang Zijin thought for a moment, then asked somewhat worriedly. She also didn't know what the relationship between Gu Chang'e and Zhang Chuchu was like. Logically speaking, the two of them should have met twice. Many people even felt that the relationship between Zhang Chuchu and Gu Chang'e was quite good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have repeatedly expressed her admiration and respect for Gu Chang'e in the outside world. But when she mentioned Gu Chang'e in front of Zhang Chuchu's expression was very cold, many times colder than usual. Oh, since that's the case, then this Gu won't interfere in the future. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e shook his head, as if he had other things to do. He had found a few ancient freaks with decent talent and knew that they were also in the Yin field. So he planned to use this opportunity to break through to the middle stage of the Absolute Saint realm, You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.